If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Columbine series. This has been a long-awaited, much-requested podcast into the deep dive of the Columbine High School Massacre. What unfolded, what happened before it unfolded, why it unfolded, the aftermath, and why so much is still unknown and shrouded in mystery regarding the Columbine incident. And we're going to be dispelling a lot of myths that for some reason still perpetuate to this day regarding the Columbine killers. We'll also be diving into some conspiracy theories, multiple shooters, SWAT team fire, as well as a slew of other issues, including CIA connections from those involved, and Columbine itself, as well as Littleton and the surrounding area. And unlike other podcasts, I am going to start with the most mind-shocking content right off the bat. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting, you donate to our PayPal, just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through, or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. You can like and share this podcast, share on social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcast requests. You could also be a guest in the podcast depending on your tier. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So, yes, I am going to start off right off the bat with the mind shocks. I will be doing a brief overview of the entire incident for those who haven't heard of Columbine, even though it is technically the most infamous school shooting incident probably in world history, but definitely in American history. Columbine is just even referred to as Columbine. It doesn't even get the entire descriptive treatment as other events. You just say the word Columbine, everybody automatically knows what you're talking about in the U.S. So, first of all, was this the only Columbine massacre? No, it was not. Here's a mind shock for everybody. There was yet another Columbine massacre in 1927. So this was the November 21st massacre of 1927. And this was 72 years before the famous April 21st, 1999 massacre. And this massacre was carried out by Colorado state troopers and militia against miners who were on strike at the Columbine mine in coincidentally named Serene, Colorado. So this is from ColoradoEncyclopedia.org, the Columbine Mine Massacre. On November 21st, 1927, members of a Colorado militia fired into a crowd of hundreds of striking miners in Weld County, the town of Serene, killing 6 and wounding 20. The Columbine Massacre showed that little had changed in Colorado in terms of relations between workers and companies, as well as between labor and the state in the 13 years since the Ludlow Massacre, the deadliest labor conflict in state history. And the Ludlow Massacre was 13 years prior to that, and that was on April 20th, 1914. So, interesting dates here. We have almost to the exact day, within hours of the exact day of the April 21st massacre, 1999, there is a massacre April 20th, 1914, and yet another massacre, November 22nd, 1927. Now, before we get to the Ludlow Massacre, let me finish with the Columbine Massacre of 1927. The disputed events Coal mining in Colorado. Mining in Colorado is often associated with precious metals such as gold and silver, but by the late 19th century, coal had become the state's most important commodity. It underwrote the entire industrial economy, from gold mining and smelting to construction and railroads. Coal also heated hundreds of homes in cities such as Denver. Unlike coal operations in the eastern U.S., coal mining in Colorado was dominated by only a handful of large companies, with the two most prominent being Colorado Fuel and Iron and the Rocky Mountain Fuel Company. Working in coal mines was dirty and dangerous. Even in the 1920s, after decades of labor activism had resulted in some gains for workers, coal miners still worked up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. They inhaled coal dust all day long, which led to the devastating respiratory disease known as black lung. Mine shafts could collapse or flood. Rock slides and fires were also common. Flammable methane gas released from coal beds often built up in the mines, and each morning an inspector had to check the air quality before work could begin. If this was not done properly, explosions would occur, such as when the Jokerville mine exploded near Crested Butte in 1884, or when the Vulcan mine in Garfield County blew up 3 times between 1896 and 1918. Rise of the Colorado Wobblies. Given the slew of accidents, injuries, and deaths at the state's coal mines, it is no wonder that many miners turned to unions to advocate for better working conditions in the early 20th century. At Ludlow, in 1914, workers were represented by the United Mine Workers of America. The UMWA largely withdrew from Colorado by the 20s after its lack of success in the previous decade. In its place became a more radical union, the Industrial Workers of the World, the IWW, whose members were known as Wobblies and explicitly embraced communism. This position made the union a major target of local newspapers and state officials during the late 1910s and 20s, when anti-communist sentiment ran rampant across the country. In 1919, for instance, famous IWW leader William Big Bill Haywood was jailed along with several other union leaders. These actions, however, only resulted in other members stepping into the leadership void. The strike of 1927. In 1927, the catalyst for union activity in Colorado actually came from far beyond the state's borders. On August 23rd, 2 Italian immigrants and anarchists, Niccolo Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetta, were wrongfully executed for murder in Massachusetts. In response, the IWW, made up of immigrant workers from dozens of nations, urged coal miners in Colorado to go on strike in solidarity with Sacco and Vanzetti. Some 10,000 responded in a day-long walkout, indicating that conditions were ripe for further union activity in the state. Mine workers and state officials retaliated by firing some of the Solidarity strikers and closing common meeting grounds for miners, such as pool halls. Despite those measures, in early September, IWW leaders met in Aguilar in southern Colorado to finalize demands for a strike. They wanted wages up from about $6 to $7.50 per day, employment of union check weighmen who verified each miner's tonnage, which figured into how much they were paid, and the recognition of pit committees, groups of employer and worker representatives who dealt with labor problems at mines. The strike officially got underway in October, with some 8,400 workers leaving mines across the state. Governor William H. Billy Adams refused to recognize the IWW and declared the strike illegal. Conflict at the Columbine mine. While the bulk of the state's coal industry was crippled by the walkouts, the Columbine mine near Lafayette was able to remain in operation by hiring 150 strikebreakers. Opened by the Rocky Mountain Fuel Company in 1919, the Columbine had quickly become one of the largest and most productive coal mines in the state, employing hundreds and leading Colorado in tonnage by 1923. Such production came at a price, however. By 1927, workers had experienced dozens of accidents there, many of them fatal. And we'll get into other theories that actually believe that the Columbine area is actually cursed, it's some kind of vortex for evil activity, etc. And that's without even considering the 1999 school shooting. That's without that in the equation. There are people that believe that. During the strike, conditions at the Columbine quickly drew tense. To protect the strikebreakers and keep out union agitators, armed company guards converted the Columbine mine town of Serene into an armed camp, complete with barbed wire fencing and gates. Meanwhile, to recruit more workers to its cause, the IWW sent out carloads of singing agitators from Lafayette who made the rounds of the state's coalfields, belting out the union's anthem, Solidarity Forever. On the morning of November 14th, the quiet of Serene was broken by a demonstration of, according to the Longmont Daily Times, 400 striking miners led by their wives who waved flags and sang patriotic airs. They then piled into 50 cars and drove around the coalfields of Boulder County in a show of solidarity. With no end to the strike in sight and a diminishing coal supply as winter approached, the Longmont Daily Times gravely noted that the situation is getting serious, to say the least. Massacre. The disputed events of the next week would prove the Daily Times tragically correct. On the morning of November 21st, a crowd of about 500 striking miners and their wives marched to the gates of Serene, intending to go onto the Columbine mine to prevent strikebreakers from working. They were met by armed mine guards and, at mine owners' request, members of the Colorado Rangers, also known then as the Colorado State Police, a volunteer law enforcement group modeled after the Texas Rangers and ordered to Serene by Governor Adams. When Colorado Rangers leader Louis Scherf ordered the crowd to halt, IWW leader Adam Bell went to the gate and asked it to be unlocked. Instead, he was taunted and struck with a club, and a 16-year-old boy next to him had an American flag ripped out of his hand. The strikers surged forward, with some climbing over the gate, and Rangers launched tear gas canisters into the crowd, striking one woman in the back. A bloody brawl ensued, with strikers wielding rocks, fists, and knives, and Rangers swinging clubs and firing tear gas. The state police then fell back and opened fire on the crowd, which had intentionally left its firearms behind. Miners claimed a mounted machine gun also created a crossfire. 2 men were killed instantly, while 4 more later died of their wounds, and some 20 additional men and women were injured. Several guards and state policemen were also hurt. The slain miners were John Easteniz, Nick Spanudakis, Renee Jacques, Frank Kovich, Mike Vidovich, and Jerry Davis. The last names reflect the varied nationalities and backgrounds of the miners, all of whom pledged solidarity to one another under an American flag that was now, as one 1989 account of the massacre put it, riddled with bullets and stained with blood. Aftermath. The massacre prompted Governor Adams to organize the National Guard in preparation for a statewide battle, similar to the aftermath of Ludlow. However, the Guard never left Denver. Somewhat surprisingly, there were no reprisal attacks in the northern or southern coalfields, suggesting strikers had tired of violence. Thereafter, the strike lost momentum as workers and other unions distanced themselves from the IWW and resumed negotiations with the state's industrial board. The board had refused to recognize the IWW, but otherwise recognized miners' right to petition. After several more outbursts of violence between the state police and the IWW strikers across Colorado's southern coalfields, the strike finally ended in May 1928. New Rocky Mountain fuel owner Josephine Roche was a prominent union sympathizer, and she instituted a $7 wage and recognized the UMWA as the company's official union. Legacy. The strike that led to the Columbine Massacre shows that coal miners' working conditions had changed little despite decades of organizing, while the massacre itself indicated the state officials' contempt for organized labor had not dissipated in the roughly 14 years since Ludlow. The events of 1927 to 1928 were in many ways a reprise of Ludlow, except without much retaliatory aggression by miners. Still, no rangers or mine guards were held responsible for their actions on November 21st. The massacre also sounded the death knell for the IWW in Colorado, as workers came to realize that the union did not have the political sway to get them what they needed. Left out of most Colorado history books, the Columbine Mine Massacre nonetheless remains one of the most tragic events in the state's long and brutal struggle between workers and their corporate exploiters. And you can tell there's no political bias here on coloradoencyclopedia.org. Now, the Ludlow Massacre, this was April 20th, 1914. The Ludlow Massacre began on the morning of April 20th, 1914, when a battle broke out between the Colorado National Guard and striking coal miners at their tent colony outside of Ludlow in Las Animas County. Nobody knows who fired the first shot, but the incident is remembered as a massacre because the miners and their families bore the brunt of the casualties. At least 19 people died, including one guardsman, 5 miners, and 13 women and children who suffocated as they hid from the gunfire in a pit. More died in violence throughout southern Colorado over the next few days. No matter how the casualties are counted, the Ludlow Massacre is one of the bloodiest events in American labor history. The massacre was the culminating event of the 1913 to 1914 Colorado coal miners' strike. The strike had 2 main goals: getting coal operators to follow state of Colorado mining law and gaining representation by the United Mine Workers of America for Colorado's coal miners. The dispute was bloody from the outset, with deaths on both sides. The state's largest private employer, the Colorado Fuel and Iron Company, employed most of the striking miners. Since it had more resources than the miners, its effort to intimidate union members into ending the dispute resonated most in the public mind. For example, October 17, 1913, an armor-plated car, quickly dubbed the Death Special, shot up the miners' tent colony at Forbes, killing one and scaring many. As a result of such tactics, every miner's tent colony was heavily armed. In response to that, Colorado Governor Elias M. Ammons deployed the National Guard to keep the miners under control. Wow, that is really, really crazy. The Guard was supposed to maintain the peace, but since miners had already worked out a deal with the state to pay for the cost of deployment, the troops actually caused more trouble. The battalion also included many veterans of the Spanish-American War and the Philippine Insurrection, who were conditioned to think of the multi-ethnic miners as their inferiors. No matter which side fired first on April 20th, the battle began as a result of mutual distrust and fear. With a history of violence on both sides, any minor incident could have blown up to be a major conflict. Once that conflict started, most of the residents of the Ludlow colony evacuated. Thinking the colony had been abandoned, guardsmen burned the tents to the ground. Nobody knew about those 13 women and children and the pit until their bodies were found the next morning, suffocated by the fumes rather than shot down in cold blood, as the miners alleged. However, an accurate indicator of the Guard's unbridled hostility towards the miners was the cold-blooded execution of 3 leaders under a flag of truce. Louis Tikas, a Greek-American leader of the striking miners, was shot 3 times in the back. Ramifications from the massacre began instantly. When other miners heard of the events at Ludlow, they went on a killing spree across the region. Mine supervisors and guards were shot, mine property was destroyed, innocent people were killed on both sides. It is impossible to determine how many people died in the days after the massacre, although it was certainly more than the number of the people who died in the initial tragedy. Rumors of a slaughter by the National Guard run rampant, fueled by the outside world's inability to confirm what happened. On April 28th, President Woodrow Wilson dispatched the U.S. Army to Colorado, thereby ending the violence and restoring order to the region. So clearly this is really, really bizarre regarding the activity that took place. I mean, these are dark times, massacres, reprisals, people going around killing innocents on both sides. I mean, this is really, really dark stuff. And it's about to get into a Rockefeller Illuminati territory now. The 1913 to 1914 Colorado coal strike ended in December 1914, with the Union achieving none of its stated objectives. Nevertheless, the deaths of the women and children in the death pit captured the public imagination. In an era that can be described as Victorian in outlook, killing unarmed women and children, even if done by accident, was completely unacceptable to the American public. Therefore, despite the hostile press that striking miners had received before the massacre, media outlets attacked the mine owners with gusto afterwards. It was Denver's Rocky Mountain News, rather than the miners, that coined the term Ludlow Massacre shortly after the event. A clever media campaign by the UMWA that included a nationwide speaking tour by female survivors of the massacre won further support for the Union cause. An investigation of the strike and subsequent massacre by the U.S. Commission on Industrial Relations under Chairman Frank Walsh kept the tragedy in the news for years after it happened. The primary object of Union and public hostility after the Ludlow Massacre was John D. Rockefeller Jr., the oil baron's son and primary stockholder of CF&I. Shortly after the tragedy, the writer Upton Sinclair and others protested outside Rockefeller's New York City office. Sinclair was also part of a mock trial of Rockefeller for murder near the industrialist's hometown in upstate New York. As a result, Rockefeller hired the future Prime Minister of Canada, then a former Labor Minister, W.L. Mackenzie King, to design the so-called Rockefeller Plan, an employer representation plan or company union to critics that was designed to give miners just enough rights and privileges in order to avoid future tragedies. In 1918, the UMWA erected a statute commemorating the Ludlow Massacre on the site of the tent colony. The Union continues to commemorate the event each year to this day. And of course, Upton Sinclair is someone who I quote very often. He is the author of the quote, "It is very difficult to get a man to understand something which his salary depends on him not understanding," which is, of course, very prevalent in the field of scientism, the dominant religion of the world. So, there's a lot of massacres going on in Colorado, and it gets stranger and stranger because even Dylan Klebold, one of the shooters, supposedly the mountains of west of Littleton is where Lockheed Martin had a defense contractor facility. And that is, I think, yeah, that was even in the Bowling for Columbine documentary. It's just a lot of coincidences, and there's actually plenty more. Dylan Klebold's birthday is none other than September 11th, and for those that say that's a coincidence, yeah, so it's 1 out of a 365 chance that his birthday would be on that day, but that's narrow. I mean, once you start stacking the combinations, for example, Eric Harris's father, Air Force officer with supposed connections to the CIA and clandestine operations. So Eric Harris used to live at Plattsburgh Air Force Base in New York State with his father. Allegedly, and again, I am not claiming this is true or untrue, supposedly at the age of 10, Eric Harris had complained to his friends that he was being drugged at the base. And it's rumored that there's a gigantic underground facility under the base with some kind of connections to MK Ultra programs. And I won't go too far down those rabbit holes right now because we have a lot to go through. But these are 2 massacres here in the general area in Colorado. One of them on approximately the same exact date within hours. It's just, I don't know. There's a lot of coincidences here. Some people allege that all of this strange behavior in Colorado it's because of some kind of hypoxia because of the altitude. Not that it affects everybody, but it affects people who already have some kind of mental illness, and it makes them go even more insane, and that's without getting into any kind of MK Ultra or any kind of drugs that individuals were on. Actually, I'll go with one more mind shock here. There's a redacted individual who was part of one of this... Actually, I'll get to it in a minute. This is probably the most mind-shocking thing about the entire incident, but let me preface it with death education. So, this expose on death education, classes about death in schools and high schools, Columbine High School in Colorado was actually one of the first high schools to implement death education. This is a report from 1990, 9 years prior, on 2020. Not exactly an obscure program. Columbine specifically is featured here. Let's take a look.
Aren't kids seeing more of death younger these days on television and with crack and violence in the streets? Isn't there a need to educate them younger about death?
It sounds like one of those things, Tom, that would be a good idea, except empirically it's just not working out that way. See, these interventions aren't powerful enough. They're not therapeutic enough, if you will, to keep the troubled kids out of trouble, but they are powerful enough to draw the untroubled kids into becoming troubled.
I didn't see any reason to keep going. If I didn't have any friends, I didn't have anything to live for, I basically just stopped caring.
Tara Becca believes she was seduced into a suicide attempt by her death ed class. 6 years ago, Tara was a junior at Columbine High in Littleton, Colorado. Her English literature teacher began weaving her own beliefs on reincarnation into the classroom discussions of death.
This is what this teacher was teaching. When you die, you get all the knowledge that God has, and then you're recreated. You come back again in another life form, and you have all the knowledge that God knows. And for a person like me that definitely loved to learn, that was exciting. You know, wow, I get to learn everything God knows.
Was death taught to you here as being something terrible, something to dread?
Oh, no. No, it was exciting. It was something to look forward to. It was definitely very appealing. It was an escape.
Tara finally decided she wanted to escape and saw death as the only solution to her typical teenage problems. She recreated her actions of that night for us, just as she had carefully planned her own suicide.
We talked about what we wanted to look like in our casket. That night I went and I had my hair fixed up and I had my nails done.
Then she searched the nearby Rockies for a suitable cliff to drive over. She sat in her car for hours contemplating the life or death decision.
I wanted freedom from my body, and this was the only way I could get free from myself. I would no longer be in bondage, and this is what the teacher and everybody in the class was talking about. So I decided that I was going to make everything look like an accident.
After carefully planning her own suicide, Tara drove home for one last visit.
I came home late that night after thinking it all over, and my dad met me at the front door, and they could see that I was definitely not with it. I was saying things like, "It's not really me." And my mom and dad knew that there was something desperately wrong, so they took me to the hospital and put me in a psychological area of counseling so that I could get some help.
Tara's English teacher is no longer at Columbine High. The school has refused to comment on the case, other than to say the course had nothing to do with Tara's problems.
You were, as a teenager, confused, you were depressed, you felt lonely. I mean, without this class, might you not have been a candidate for suicide?
I had thought about it as a possible option for a lot of years, but I never would have gone through with it. Never, because I wasn't brave enough. The things that we learned in the class taught us how to be brave enough to face death.
What makes us think that American education is going to do a good job teaching death education? We ought to be trembling about the fact that the schools, which have failed to teach academics, are now presuming to teach matters of life and death.
Yes, some elements of this teaching just do seem overly morbid, touching cadavers and everything.
We should point out that the use of actual bodies in these classes is reasonably limited, but we had no trouble finding this course.
Do parents know that this is being taught in each case?
That's a major problem, Hugh, that schools teaching these courses without letting the parents at home know, and the answer is for the parents either individually or collectively as a group, if they're concerned about this, to go to their school to find out if death ed is being taught, and then find out what's in the curriculum, because that's important. Also, is it an option for the kids, or are they being pushed into this by peer pressure? Parents know whether the kids are emotionally ready for it.
You know, in sex education, a lot of experts feel that questions should be honestly answered, but that to load a lot of information that's unasked on little kids is
On
probably...
a young mind, it is
Might not be a
a
good
heavy
idea.
burden to get into that type of subject, including death.
Right. Thank you, Tom.
Certainly.
So, disturbing testimony from Tara Becker. And so this was 6 years prior, so we're looking at the 1984 time frame, where Columbine High School teachers were telling students that death was something to look forward to, that you would gain all of the knowledge of God upon death, and there'd be reincarnation, and she became suicidal. I mean, this is disturbing information. And it was featured specifically on 2020 regarding Columbine High School. And I'm going to read another article here, What Caused Columbine. This is from the Phyllis Schlafly Report, Volume 32, Number 11. It was published in June 1999, so shortly after. Everybody's looking for the causes of the terrible tragedy at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado, and for ways to prevent such horrible happenings in the future. Hillary Clinton has volunteered her intuition that part of growing up is learning how to control one's impulses. Putting aside the point that most of us don't have impulses to go on a killing rampage, who is going to teach kids to control their impulses? Certainly not the village, i.e. the government or government schools, which Mrs. Clinton believes should have prime responsibility for raising children. For the past 25 years, the prevailing dogma in public school teaching has been values clarification, as in the tremendously influential 1972 book of the same name by Sidney Simon. That means teaching students to reject the old moral and ethical standards and instead make their own choices and build their own value system. Indeed, Eric Harris and his sidekick Dylan Klebold did build their own value system, which allowed them to kill 13 people at Columbine, then take their own lives. Harris and Klebold were not dumb or underprivileged. They came from affluent two-parent families. Professionals who evaluated them concluded that Harris was, quote, a very bright young man who was likely to succeed in life, end quote, and that Klebold was, quote, intelligent enough to make any dream a reality, end quote, New York Times, April 23rd, 1999. Values clarifications teaches that since there are absolutely no absolutes, students should engage in personal decision-making about behavior instead of looking to God, the Ten Commandments, parents, church, or any other authority which teaches that behavior should conform to traditional morality. Values Clarifications is a book of 79 dilemmas for the teacher to present to the students. The most frequently used classroom dilemma is the lifeboat game, and its numerous variations such as the fallout shelter. The student is told that there are 10 people in a sinking lifeboat and 4 must be thrown out to drown so that the other 6 may live. The student is vested with the authority to decide who lives and who dies. Shall it be the famous author, the pregnant woman, the rabbi, the Hollywood dancer, or the policeman? Any answer is acceptable. Whatever each student feels comfortable with is okay, and the students can all choose different drowning targets because there are no right or wrong answers. No wrong answers, that is, except one. One mother told our Eagle Forum Parents Advisory Center that her child answered the question by saying, Jesus brought another boat and nobody had to drown. That child got an F for giving an unacceptable answer. The worldview of Cassie Bernal, who looked into the barrel of a gun and said, yes, I believe in God, is not acceptable within the rubric of values clarification. She was killed by a fellow student who had built his own value system. As in the lifeboat game, Harris and Klebold had already decided that it was their right to decide who would live and who would die. Harris posted on the internet, quote, my belief is that if I say something, it goes. I am the law, and if you don't like it, you die. Feel no remorse, no sense of shame, end quote. Washington Post, April 29, 1999. As part of a government and economics class at Columbine, Harris and Klebold made a video in which they showed themselves as hitmen hired out to do violence to athletes. The video was violent and ended with the two bludgeoning the head of a dummy amid much fake blood. It amounted to a practice run for the Columbine shooting. The teacher of that class has refused to talk to reporters about the tape. Washington Post, April 29, 1999. Another student-made video ends with 4 students walking away from Columbine High School, which explodes in a scene of orange special effects flashings. Denver Rocky Mountain News, May 6, 1999. When a surviving student was asked if anybody noticed anything odd about those student-made videos, she replied that, quote, Everybody's video involved fighting, end quote. She noted that many of the videos were violent and that her own contained sexual scenes. In creative writing class, Harris wrote his will as one of his assignments. Harris's and Klebold's writing were filled with gore and profanity. According to another student, they wrote about rocket launchers, grenades, zombies killing people, ripping people's flesh. Harris and Klebold spent many hours and hours playing death matches with violent video games. Associated Press, April 22nd, 1999. Harris was thrilled when Bill Clinton started bombing Yugoslavia. A classmate who sat next to him remembered Harris saying, quote, "I hope we do go to war. I want shoot everyone," end quote. Harris tried to enlist, but Marine recruiters turned him down when they discovered he had taken a powerful antidepressant drug called Luvox. Washington Post, April 29, 1999. And the Luvox scandal and all the things associated with all of these antidepressant drugs that seem to be involved in every single mass shooting. I won't be going down that rabbit hole in this podcast, but there's so much other information to go over here. Modern public school teaching exalts tolerance of other people's behavior as the highest virtue and self-esteem as education's principal objective. Harris and Klebold made a practice of annoying their teachers by propping their feet on their desks and leaning back in their chairs. In the modern classroom, we are forbidden to be judgmental about the behavior of others when they indulge their impulses instead of controlling them. This article's kind of all over the place. Obviously, there's plenty of peaceful slackers who also sit like that. Death education at Columbine. In 1987, Eagle Forum of Colorado produced a 2-hour video in which student Tara Becker spoke at length about the relentless focus on death, dying, and suicide in her junior class at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. She and several of her classmates attempted suicide as a result of this depressing curriculum, and it took them many months to recover from the experience. Tara was subsequently interviewed for the ABC TV 2020 program, aired September 21st, 1990, where she said, "I had thought about suicide as a possible option for a lot of years, but I never would have gone through with it because I was never brave enough. The things that we learned in that class taught us how to be brave enough to face death." She added, "We talked about what we wanted to look like in our caskets." I mean, this is gruesome. The 2020 segment showed morbid visuals of students' visits to cemeteries, embalming labs, where they were encouraged to touch still warm human remains, and to crematoriums where they were told about picking bones out of the ashes. ABC stated that 1 out of 10 schools teaches death education, that there is no approved curriculum, and that the teacher's training often consists only of a 1-day workshop. It was clear that ABC's Hugh Downs and Tom Jariel thought that the death education was bizarre. Jariel concluded the segment by asking if these courses suggest death as an answer to adolescent problems. "We urge ABC to re-air that important segment because of its relevance today. Obviously, ABC refuses to release a tape of this program to Matt Drudge." In 1988, Atlantic Monthly published an investigative article, Mortal Fears. This was February 1988, confirming that death and dying courses are given in thousands of schools, often sneaked into health, social studies, literature, or home economics courses without parents' knowledge. Atlantic described how these courses require students to visit cemeteries, funeral homes, write their own epitaphs to be put on tombstones made out of construction paper, write obituaries, wills, or suicide notes, decide how they would prefer to die, and plan their own funerals, body disposals, and pallbearers. Atlantic quoted from professional journals to demonstrate the widespread support for death education among educators. It quoted the school counselor as saying, in 1977, death education will play as important a part in changing attitudes toward death as sex education played in changing attitudes toward sex information and wider acceptance of various sexual practices. Atlantic also quoted a National Education Association report entitled Education for the 70s, which stated schools will become clinics whose purpose is to provide individualized psychosocial treatment for the student, and teachers must become psychosocial therapists. Most parents are unaware that the mission of the public schools has dramatically changed in the last 20 years by downgrading basic academics and instead using teachers as pseudo-psychologists conducting group therapy. This change was best described by the late U.S. Senator and former university president Sam Hayakawa, who, in successfully persuading Congress to pass the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment in 1978, said that the public schools have adopted an educational heresy that rejects the idea of education as the acquisition of knowledge and skills and regards the fundamental task in education as therapy. This invasion of the public school classroom by pseudo-psychologists conducting group therapy opened the floodgates to all sorts of psychological courses and surveys in sexuality, drugs, incest, death, suicide, stress, and self-esteem. Some of these courses incorporate guided imagery or New Age or occult practices. Readers used in elementary schools are often filled with weird or violent images, and little children are often taught to take their problems to Pumsy the dragon or Duso the dolphin. Surely one of the weirdest of these psychological courses is death education. According to the Atlantic Monthly article, parents in Illinois, Missouri, Michigan, and Florida have attributed their sons' suicides to public school courses in death, dying, or suicide. Littleton, Colorado is an area where public schools for many years have adopted all the trendy edufads, such as outcome-based education. OBE is a dumbing down process that is heavy on the use of attitudinal and subjective materials and tests rather than, in Hakayawa's words, the acquisition of knowledge and skills. In 1993, at the high school in the district adjacent to Columbine, parents rebelled against this dumbing down process and, by a 2-to-1 vote, elected a back-to-basics school board. The teachers' union struck back in the following election and retook control. The union was supported by People for the American Way, using the usual negative slurs to accuse those opposed to OBE of being fundamentalists and part of the religious right. Some politicians, unfortunately, are using the Columbine tragedy to push their liberal political agenda, such as gun control. That's obviously not the answer, since killers Harris and Klebold violated at least 17 current federal and state gun control laws that, had they lived, would have kept them locked up for the rest of their lives. Does anybody think that Harris and Klebold would not have known how to release a mandatory gun lock, or would have been deterred by a 3-day waiting period, since Harris's own journal detailed year-long plans for the killing? The tragedies at Columbine, as well as Washington, Mississippi, Kentucky, Arkansas, Oregon, and Georgia, demand that we investigate the curriculum taught in these public schools, that the value system that is taught, and the powerful legal drugs that the children are taking. We are paying a terrible price for allowing public school curricula to teach students to create their own value system instead of respecting moral laws such as thou shalt not kill. So, interesting write-up regarding death education. Here's one more article from June 28, 1999. Culture of death caused Littleton Massacre, formerly suicidal student. Apparently there were many suicidal students here. Former Columbine student says classes caused her suicide attempt. Columbine killers were steeped in death awareness education. Columbine High School graduate Tara Merrill, who now lives near Nashville, Tennessee, attempted suicide in 1985 while attending the Littleton, Colorado high school that taught death awareness as part of its curriculum. Several of her friends also attempted suicide. The possible link between suicide, death, and the Columbine High School curriculum even got the attention of ABC's 2020. In a 1991 interview, Tara told 2020's Tom Jeriel that she was taught at school that death was something to look forward to. I had thought about suicide as a possible option for a lot of years, Tara said during the nationally broadcast interview, but I would have never gone through with it, never, because I wasn't brave enough. The things we learned in the class taught us how to be brave enough to face death. The woman who initially encouraged Tara to go public with her story, Colorado Eagle Forum director Jane Schindler, told conservativenews.com yesterday that Tara believes in a connection between the curriculum and the Columbine massacre. Tara wasn't surprised by the shooting at Columbine, said Ms. Schindler. She said the only difference between her suicide attempt and theirs is that they took victims with them. Ms. Schindler says Columbine's school system, Jefferson County, has one of the highest suicide rates in the nation. She also says Columbine remains a cutting-edge school for liberal social engineering and progressive programs like Goals 2000. Every educational fad came through there first, she said. Columbine had the best. Major media outlets have barely mentioned the death education factor. The Associated Press did mention on April 22nd that Eric Harris wrote out his will for an assignment in his creative writing class, and the April 29th Washington Post said part of Harris's and Klebold's government and economies class included the two making a video where they acted as hitmen and bludgeoned the head of a dummy amid much fake blood. But Tara Merrill says death awareness education was quite prominent at Columbine. It was integrated into many of the courses at the school. After one fellow student committed suicide, they had a suicide talking day in every class. She says students were instructed to write their own obituaries and suicide notes. This is dark. She told Miss Schindler that death was made to look more glamorous than living, that reincarnation would solve their problems, and that she would be doing the planet a favor by removing herself. I imagine the two killers felt they were doing the world a favor by taking these people out with them, Miss Schindler told conservativenews.com. The 2020 segment on Tara and Columbine showed morbid visuals of students visiting cemeteries and bombing labs where they were encouraged to touch corpses, and to crematoriums where they were told about picking bones out of the ashes. According to the Atlantic Monthly, first graders in one Florida school were taught to make model coffins from shoeboxes. Elsewhere, students were asked to sit in coffins as a way to confront the fear of death. A 10th grade lesson plan from Charlotte, North Carolina tells students to write their epitaphs on construction paper cut into the shape of a tombstone and to plan their own funeral. Try to include all the details and wishes, no matter how bizarre, the curriculum states. 2020 reported that 1 in 10 high schools in the nation teaches death awareness. Atlantic Monthly stated in 1988 that thousands of schools are involved. They quote the president of the Association for Death Education and Counseling, professor of psychology Judith Stillion of Western Carolina University. The increase in youth suicide is heightening awareness of the need for education in death and dying. But is this a chicken or the egg situation? The magazine The School Counselor argued in 1977 that death education will play as important a part in changing attitudes towards death as sex education. Okay. The National Education Association does not necessarily condemn death education, and when asked by this news service, would not comment specifically on any relationship to the curriculum and the Columbine Massacre. We don't have a position praising or condemning it, said Kathleen Lyons, the NEA's manager of news media services. Columbine High School in Jefferson County school system could not be reached. Columbine High told 2020 and 1991 that Tara's English class discussing death and reincarnation had nothing to do with Tara's problems. Interesting. Ego Forum President Phyllis Schlafly, former head of Stop ERA, is calling on the major media to cover the death education aspect of the massacre. She wants ABC to rebroadcast their 1991-2020 episode. She says ABC refused to release the video of the show to Star Internet reporter Matt Drudge. I think the curriculum is the number one factor in our culture today, Miss Schlafly told conservativenews.com. The media doesn't want to face up to it. The public education apparatus is too big and powerful, and no one wants to take it on. So, very, very interesting and curious comments regarding death education. Also, Mark Taylor's mother apparently stated this as well, that she believed that classes like these aided in the massacre. So, yeah, apparently there were a lot of suicides, and including one of the primary investigators, his son committed suicide. I mean, there's just... yeah, it's pretty gruesome and dark. Apparently, a lot of the SWAT members either committed suicide or died as a result of drug issues. Obviously, some of them felt guilty for just standing around the school, and it goes even deeper. There's a lot more in the conspiratorial realm than people even talk about. We're not even talking about multiple shooters. I mean, obviously that's one of the biggest conspiracies. There's conspiracies that SWAT actually shot students, or one particular student. His parents actually filed a lawsuit. And there's just so much. But before I get into that, I just want to address the common misconceptions. And the main one is that this was never planned as an actual shooting. So they planted bombs in the school. And the bombs, had they detonated, they would have killed, supposedly, according to Wikipedia, 488 students in the cafeteria at the time would have been killed or severely injured. And then supposedly they wanted to sit outside in the parking lot and pick off other students. But there was never a planned inside the school shooting. A lot of people don't know that. Other misconceptions, of course, is that Dylan and Eric, they were not these outsiders with no friends and these loners that were just relentlessly bullied. I mean, obviously there's evidence that Eric Harris was bullied due to his size. Dylan Klebold, 6'4". I mean, he specifically even stated to his parents that he was never bullied, but he felt bad for kids that were. And they themselves bullied other kids. They had a big group of friends, including girls. I mean, people point to, oh, these guys couldn't get girls. Dylan had close friends that were girls, one of which actually purchased firearms for him. Eric had girlfriends. I mean, yeah, there was a bad breakup, and there was one girl who, whatever, they didn't like, and there were other issues there. But the whole narrative, this is what's so mind-shocking. The entire Idiot Box narrative built around Columbine isn't even accurate. Everything down to what was planned. There was no plan going around shooting people inside the school. They supposedly, according to available information, this was a planned bombing. There were 2 9.8 kilogram propane bombs planted in the cafeteria. Now, some sources allege they were actually planted at prom. Some allege that they were planted right before lunch. Some allege there were other individuals who planted them. Regardless, based on available information, and you can go, this is right on Wikipedia, but the narrative that was built around it are these 2 outsiders that were relentlessly bullied. That was not the case. I mean, Dylan was in drama club or the theater productions. I mean, these were individuals with a fairly sizable circle of friends, some of which, there's a conspiracy after the fact, that they knew about their plan in the first place. And regardless, they had all these friends, they were part of clubs, or they did these school projects, they were involved, obviously they liked video games. These were not loners who didn't have a single friend other than each other, who had no interactions with girls. This is not what was painted, that were relentlessly bullied, just the 2 of them. They were part of a club, the Trenchcoat Mafia, which after the fact tried to distance themselves, so then there's all these misconceptions about that, people saying they never actually belonged to the club, and there's a lot of shady business there on the exact membership at the exact time of that particular day. But either way, this was all painted as, oh, it was just bullying. And they were just so relentlessly bullied by these jocks that they wanted to kill them all. And whereas they plotted this to bomb the school. And then there's another, obviously there's the conspiracy regarding the possibility that one or both of them were actually raped by police officers in January, several months prior before the shooting, where they wanted revenge on cops. Obviously, that's tricky to dissect because, I mean, there are references to it, the vengeance on the pigs, or however they wrote it down. There's references to it, but there's also evidence that this was planned before that date. And we're going to get into even more misconceptions. Did Dylan Klebold even want to go on this so-called spree? They used NBK, Natural Born Killers, as kind of a code word for what their plan was. Now, some students believe this was all in jest. Others believe they were serious, and others still believe they had a lot of assistance that day. And there's a lot of things that don't add up, but I did want to address just the main narrative is false. So just, Because obviously it would make more sense to the layman if they really were these two complete outsiders with no other friends, relentlessly bullied, no girls, no life of any kind. It would make more sense. And of course, the cognitive dissonant and the mentally weak, they want things to make sense. So the media ran with that narrative instead of truly trying to understand the root causes on why these individuals did this. It's beyond bizarre. I mean, this is one of the largest false narratives that continues to be perpetuated in the media, that it was simply just bullying and these guys lashed out. So, yeah, I mean, again, not that there was zero bullying. Obviously, there is evidence that Eric Harris, there was some bullying in his direction. But there's also plenty of evidence that they were the bullies. And they bullied other kids as well. And evidence that, they had jobs. I mean, it's really crazy how people think that this was just that simple. That this could be brought to this simple of a level. And it really can. So let's dive into some of the conspiracies here and just how the media handled it. So there's a Columbine subreddit, actually, where there's a lot of discussion that goes on in this direction. There's a really, really astute post by Abandoned X Earth, who calls himself a Columbine researcher, that a giant chunk of news footage recorded was either not archived or purposely never released because journalists wanted to cover up the fact that they broadcasted footage of police recklessly firing into the school, showing uncensored bodies on national TV, showing the infamous 1 am bleeding to death sign, but ignoring it, resulting in the death of Dave Sanders, and most controversially, interviewing students right after they escaped the school and immediately asking sensitive questions. Everyone was critical of the police and the media for handling the situation very, very, very poorly, and they wanted to push forward that narrative that the police actually saved the day when they really didn't. So covering up any existing footage that shows their mistakes would spare them of any criticism. This also goes hand in hand with the theory that law enforcement injured students. Now, there was actually an entire lawsuit launched here, and a lot of people don't know this. So this is an article from the New York Times by Michael Janofsky, January 6, 2002. Parents want new inquiry into Columbine killings. Brian E. Rohbau and Susan A. Patrone never much trusted the official account of what happened that awful day at Columbine High School. The report by Sheriff John P. Stone of Jefferson County concluded that their son Daniel and the 12 others killed on April 20th, 1999 were all shot by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, Columbine students who then shot themselves to death. But Daniel's parents said a growing list of inconsistencies among accounts of the shooting had led them to suspect that their son had been killed not by the rampaging teenagers, but by a police officer. They just couldn't prove it. Now they believe they can. A woman who was unknown to investigators until recently has offered to testify that in a chance encounter 2 days after the shooting, a Denver police officer told her that he believed he had accidentally shot a boy outside the school. That boy was Daniel, his parents said. In a long interview this week, the parents, who divorced in 1990, said the woman's testimony would not only conflict with Sheriff Stone's version of events, but would also show that the sheriff's department had tried to hide what really happened in the worst school shooting in American history. And this was, of course, published in 2002. As a result, Mr. Rohrbau, Miss Patrone, and families of other Columbine victims have filed a motion in federal district court here asking Chief Judge Louis T. Babcock, who dismissed several lawsuits by the families against Jefferson County and the sheriff in late November, to reinstate them. "I'm not interested in money," Mr. Rohrbau said. "I just want answers." The motion includes a signed affidavit from the woman, Celine Marquez, a Jefferson County school administrator, describing her conversation with the police officer, Sergeant Daniel P. O'Shea. It also lists statements by the sheriff's department since the shootings that the plaintiffs say conflict with each other and with findings by other agencies, including the Colorado Bureau of Investigation. So one agency actually concluded that it was Eric Harris who shot him, the other Dylan Klebold, so obviously that's an issue there. Sheriff I am very angry, Mr. Rauerbau said, reviewing his failed efforts to gain more information from Sheriff Stone. We are fighting this blue wall, and I don't think he has the courage to stand up and tell the truth. Sheriff Stone declined a request for an interview, as he has since the days after the shootings. After Mr. Rauerbau and Ms. Patron filed the latest motion, Sheriff Stone asked the Sheriff's Department to neighboring El Paso County to review all matters related to Daniel's killings. With that about to start, and with the new lawsuits possible, Sheriff Stone's spokeswoman, Jackie Tallman, said he stood by his original report. The El Paso investigation is the third review of the shootings after Sheriff Stone's internal investigation in 1999, and a broader effort a year later by a panel appointed by Governor Bill Owens that sought Sheriff Stone's testimony. He declined, citing pending litigation. The panel's report was highly critical of Sheriff Stone and said the massacre might not have happened had his department acted on previous information about the teenage attackers. And that's, of course, another rabbit hole where Brooks Brown and his parents reported Eric Harris for various incidents, and they were never properly investigated. Mr. Rauerbau, Ms. Patron, and parents of other Columbine victims say the new investigation is yet another toothless effort because it lacks subpoena power and cannot place people under oath. They contend that only a court case or grand jury can produce a full and truthful accounting of the events that day. Governor Owens this week encouraged the Jefferson County District Attorney Dave Thomas to call a grand jury to investigate the Rauerbau shooting. Recommendation Mr. Thomas's office said he was considering. We need to let facts lead us to a conclusion, said Mr. Rauerbau, 42, owner of a company that installs custom home entertainment centers. We don't need a conclusion, then an effort to find facts that fit. Daniel, who was 15, was killed outside the school running away from the attackers, witnesses said. A bullet to the chest, one of 3 that struck Daniel, was the fatal shot, the autopsy report said. At the time, Miss Patron, 42, had been remarried for 8 years to Rich Patron, a real estate agent, but the search for more information brought her and Mr. Rauerbau together, they said, in a bittersweet fashion, with support from Mr. Patron and from Lisa Rauerbau, a nurse whom Mr. Rauerbau married in 1999. Miss Patron, who helps her husband in the real estate business, said, Dan was my only child and the only child I'm ever going to have. Sitting back 5 years from now, I would feel really horrible if I didn't do everything I could to find out more information. Daniel's parents said they began questioning Sheriff Stone's account of their son's killing when the request for the return of Daniel's clothes was refused. Later, they said their suspicions grew after Jefferson County investigators failed to explain inconsistencies between their official account and other reports. How, for example, could Mr. Klebold have shot Daniel in the chest at close range, as the sheriff's report said, if Mr. Klebold had been behind him and there was no gunpowder on Daniel's clothes, as the Colorado Bureau of Investigation found? The parents also wondered why the sheriff's report said all victims had been shot before the police arrived. 11 months after the shootings, Mr. Rauerbau and Miss Patron secretly taped-recorded a conversation with Jim Taylor, a family friend and a deputy with the neighboring Arapahoe County Sheriff's Department, in which he said he had seen a boy later believed to be Daniel shot outside the school. Further, the parents said a ballistics test by the Colorado Bureau of Investigation determined that Daniel had not been killed by Mr. Klebold's gun, and that tests of Mr. Harris's gun were inconclusive. No other gun was tested, including Sergeant O'Shea's, which, like two of the teenagers' 4 guns, was a 9mm. But Mr. Rauerbau and Miss Patron said it was not until Judge Babcock dismissed the lawsuits that they found what they believed was the truth. After reading about the dismissals, Ms. Marquez told 2 friends, Judy and Randy Brown, that she had encountered Sergeant O'Shea at an elementary school near Columbine 2 days after the shootings, and he told her he believed he had shot an innocent student. The Browns had befriended Daniel's parents after also growing frustrated with Sheriff Stone. They had contacted his department a year before the shootings to say that Mr. Harris had threatened over the internet to kill their son Brooks. Brooks was not shot. The department secured but never executed a search warrant for Mr. Harris's computer. After hearing Miss Marquez's account, the Browns called Mr. Rauerbau and Miss Patron, who met with Miss Marquez. She offered an affidavit in which she describes Sergeant O'Shea as being very emotional, adding that he mentioned several times the possibility of friendly fire. Mr. Rohrbaugh said he was especially alarmed by Sergeant O'Shea's assertion to Miss Marquez that he had been assured that ballistic tests had cleared him of any accidental killing. This was 2 days later, Mr. Rohrbaugh said. The autopsy wasn't even finished, much less evidence collection. How could he have been cleared? Unless there was some kind of cover-up. And furthermore, why would he... would that still mean that police shot at running students and they were just hoping that they didn't kill them because there was also fire from behind them? So is this an admission of guilt just in general by the department that said Sergeant O'Shea was cleared? What is there to be cleared from if they never fired upon students? Neither Sergeant O'Shea nor Miss Marquez responded to requests for comment. Sergeant O'Shea has not spoken publicly about what happened. Miss Marquez told the Rocky Mountain News last week that she had told several friends about her encounter with the officer, but had not known that the families were unaware of what she said he had told her. I just always assumed everybody knew about it, she said. Mr. Rohrbaugh and Miss Patrone said that their longtime friend, Mr. Taylor, provided additional signs of a cover-up this week when he denied ever telling them that he had seen a boy being shot. Wait, don't they have him on audio recording? In a statement released by the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office that contradicts his words on the tape made in 2000, Mr. Taylor said, quote, has not said anything to Rohrbaugh family that could lead them to believe he witnessed any shots being fired at Columbine, end quote. A message left for Mr. Taylor seeking further comment was not returned. He's being pressured, Mr. Rohrbaugh said of his friend. He's not going to go against them. But he and Miss Patrone brightened at the thought that the conflict might finally help persuade the court or county DA to take action. There will come a point when this will be all over, Mr. Rohrbaugh said. Either they will have the answers or they don't. All we want is the truth and a true accounting of what happened. We will dismiss the lawsuits if they just tell us what happened. And this is rough. I mean, this is just a travesty across the board. The event itself, the police handling of the event, the media after the event, the continual cover-up of the event. And I'm not going to go specifically into the basement tapes. There's a lot of tapes. A lot of portions have been released, but supposedly the majority have not. And some people theorize that's because they had help planning it, possible FBI agents, possible MK Ultra cover-up. I mean, those are the real dark sides of these conspiracies. And going back to the Columbine subreddit, let me read another post here. There's a theory that Eric and Dylan's outside circle tried to join them after they heard a shooting was taking place. The rumor is based on the fact that the police found a couple of high school kids with trench coats near the school hiding in the bushes with BB rifles. Also that the perpetrator of the subway murders that happened a year after Columbine is somehow connected to the shooters. And some people actually don't even know about the subway murders. And I'll be getting to that at the end of the podcast. That's just mind-shocking in and of itself. It may or may not be connected, but it's just eerie. And that is the same subway that Rachel Joy Scott worked at. So there was a couple issues here. There's actually a video of kids being arrested in a field nearby, and there's a lot of strange oddities that have never been properly explained. There's a surface explanation, which I'll go over. Apparently, Jacob Apodaca and Chris Wisher were in Weaver Park near Columbine High School when they allegedly saw a shooter duck down in the bushes with a shotgun in hand. One possible explanation here is Larry Petty, a 27-year-old man, was arrested after running toward the school with a knife and an empty .22 caliber bolt-action rifle. He claimed it was an air-pump .22 cal BB pellet gun, but the arresting officer opened the bolt to check for ammunition, so he would have been able to tell. Perry claimed that a student called him at 11:30 a.m. to stop the gunman, though he later admitted he hadn't known anyone at the school since the early 90s. I mean, there's not a lot that makes sense here. John Ungerland said he saw Robert Perry driving a red Geo Metro near the school at about 2:30 p.m. According to him, someone fitting Joe Stair's description was hanging out the window with a pistol, and they were both wearing trench coats. His girlfriend, Jenny Matthews, also got a small glimpse of them, and though she could not identify either one, she gave similar descriptions of their appearances, hair color, ages, dress. However, she said the object one of them was holding was 2 feet long, and she thought it was a camera. Camera or not, it's still plenty suspicious. And I'll be getting into the theory with the possibility that there were other shooters. So according to... So there's a number of reports that have been released. And in these reports, there's over 100 witnesses that report seeing more than 2 gunmen or individuals that were clearly adults who not only did not resemble Harris or Klebold, but no teenagers at the school, and they were described as older adults. So, and 40 of these witnesses, and this is in all the paperwork, this is in the documents that have been released, over 40 witnesses actually identified who they saw by name that was not Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. Also, there were at least 99 bombs found in and around the school. So the theory goes, this is leading many to question the official narrative because, and these are posts from various subreddits, including the conspiracy subreddit on Reddit, which gets a lot of action, of course. How could 2 teenagers have transported and positioned all of these devices? Why do so many witnesses identify others, not Harris and Klebold, as carrying duffel bags into the school? Sheriff John Stone said, "I've never thought it was just 2 suspects because of the amount of stuff that was brought in, but we don't have enough to charge anyone." This was Associated Press, July 29th, 1999. So he actually made this statement. More points here from the conspiracy subreddit. Following a tour of the school, Governor Bill Owens told Channel 9 News, April 23rd, 1999, quote, "The officers in there are convinced there had to be more people involved. There's just too much stuff in there," end quote.
And new evidence tonight, Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris may not have acted alone. FBI sources tell CBS News the detonator on the propane tank bomb found in the kitchen is so sophisticated, it is unlikely that the 2 made it themselves. Bill?
Why did at least 35 witnesses report hearing gunfire or explosions after 12 p.m. when Harris and Klebold were alleged to have killed themselves? According to Denver Post, April 21st, 1999, by 3:45 p.m., shots still rang out inside the school. That's quite curious, isn't it? And even the most devout coincidence theorists have failed to explain that as far as I was able to find. Why did so many witnesses recall hearing gunfire and explosions simultaneously or near simultaneously in different parts of the building when the suspects were officially together for the entirety of the attack? I mean, you could even pick some stuff out on some of the news footage where you can see muzzle flash on different floors. I don't know. It's weird. Why did a number of students recall hearing fully automatic gunfire when no automatics were officially used? How would the suspects have obtained fully automatic weapons? Why does the final report of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office indicate that the suspects never went to science rooms 1 and 8 when numerous shell casings were discovered in this area? Why does the final report of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office include no mention of one suspect's brief exit on the east side of the school as reported by multiple witnesses? If the suspect on the roof was in fact an innocent repairman, why did witnesses see him aiming a weapon? Were shell casings found on the roof as some have said? Did a film of 1 or 2 of the suspects on the roof provided to the police exist as 3 witnesses maintain? Why do police maintain that Harris and Klebold set the diversionary bombs at South Wadsworth when no physical evidence or witnesses suggest this? Why have they ignored witnesses who identified another suspect, a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, as fleeing one of the bombs? Why did police announce that the shotguns recovered had no serial numbers when their serial numbers appear in the police files? Were 4 shotguns found, 2 with serial numbers and 2 without? Why didn't police investigate where the high point 9mm rifle and the pump-action shotgun used in the attack came from? Harris and Klebold. Why were none of Harris's and Klebold's fingerprints found on all but 2 of the items seized by the police? Whose fingerprints, if any, were on the weapons? Why would 2 students who, contrary to popular myth, who were not bullied, were not psychopaths, and did not hate everyone, commit a suicide attack on their high school only weeks before graduation? And then, of course, that is disputed with Eric Harris, who may or may not have been a psychopath. He was on Volox medication. Why did Harris and Klebold continue to hand in assignments, studied for tests, and select colleges? Why did Harris make plans with his friends in New York for that summer? And that could actually possibly be explained by some kind of split personality disorder or other mental issues. I see a lot of people pointing to that. People who legitimately committed suicide did make plans sometimes. Now, that doesn't mean they did or they didn't. Obviously, there's a lot of funny business here that does need to be examined. I'm just pointing out that that doesn't automatically mean that this couldn't have been planned simply because he said he would hang out with friends in New York. Why, in the photo of their bodies, is Klebold, who is left-handing, holding the Tech 9 in his right hand? How would Klebold, holding the gun in his right hand, shoot himself in the left temple? Why is Harris's shotgun under his leg? The blood splatter evidence indicates they were lying prone in the exact positions they were photographed. Were they unconscious or sedated when they were killed? Why is there no record of an interview with Eric Harris's psychiatrist? Cover-up. Why did the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office destroy the basement tapes? And they actually didn't. I mean, this is an older post. I believe there's 3 copies. The FBI has a copy in their vault. The state of Colorado did their research, their investigation. They had copies. And there were also rumors that, I might have to do a whole episode on the tapes, that they actually sent tapes or gave copies of some tapes to their friends. So there's an inside circle that has copies of VHS tapes. Some of them have popped up on eBay over the years. Again, nobody really knows if they're legitimate or not. Why are dozens of interviews with students missing, including many of the students who were in the science hall? Why are there still thousands of pages of government and law enforcement files on the massacre unavailable to the public more than 20 years later? Why were some police officers told not to file reports even though they were on scene? Why aren't the reports of gunshot residue for Harris, Klebold, and other suspects available to the public? Why isn't evidence taken from the other suspects' computers available to the public? Why won't the school district release their report on the shooting, which included lengthy disciplinary records of Trenchcoat Mafia members? Why hasn't footage from the administration and library areas been released to the public? Is it sheer coincidence that the footage of the bombs being placed in the cafeteria is missing, allegedly because a custodian switched the tape at precisely this moment? Why does local media refuse to release their footage from the first half hour of the attack? Why have some former students indicated they were blown off or even intimidated by police? Why do so many students' families believe they were targeted and harassed after the attack? Strange calls, phones tapped, mail opened, and other highly upsetting occurrences. A covert operation. Why was an affidavit that was drafted to search Harris's home for explosives, based on statements on his website, in March 1998 never filed? Why did the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office hide this from public knowledge until September 2001? Why did a group of 20 state officials meet several days after the massacre and conclude they would suppress this information? Why were the originals of the affidavit destroyed? Why did police and emergency services refuse to enter the building or save victims for hours? Why wasn't school resource officer Neil Gardner present when the shooting started? Why was a sniper who had a clear shot on one of the armed suspects ordered not to fire? Why were the ATF, FBI, and U.S. Army present? Who was the 2-star general visible on tape, and what function did he serve? Why was the memorial days later ringed with military trucks? Why were law enforcement personnel, including a sheriff from Jefferson County, at Columbine High School earlier that morning? Uh-oh. I actually didn't know about that. That never bodes well. Why did FEMA conduct a 4-day disaster drill in 1997 designed specifically to address the needs of Jefferson County, in which future Sheriff John Stone and a number of county officials participated? So this is actually a post from November 6, 2005, tapatalk.com, and these are forums that assemble posts from various places. This post is from Star Viego. It was a dark and stormy night, so I spent my time surfing the web looking for Columbine-related info. I came across this website, mipt.org, and applied to access 2 publications they had on Columbine. I thought they were internet downloads, but they came through the mail. One of them was a 36-page copy of a manuscript titled The Shootings at Columbine High School, Responding to a New Kind of Terrorism. It was written by Susan Rosegrant for Richard Falkenrath, Assistant Professor in Public Policy, and Arnold Howitt, Executive Director, Taubman Center for State and Local Government, for use at the Executive Session on Domestic Preparedness, John F. Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University. Funding was provided by the Office of Justice Programs, U.S. Department of Justice, 0301. Most of it consists of making excuses as to law enforcement's slow response, confusion, communications problems, but they did have a pretty good analysis of the chain of command during the incident. Incident command structure, this is page 3. These are select excerpts by this poster. In 1997, while still a commissioner, Stone had helped organize a trip to Emmitsburg, Maryland, for county representatives and local organization leaders to attend a Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, disaster training course. The 4-day session, which FEMA designed specifically to address the needs of Jefferson County, Stone says, included training and tabletop exercises that had improved the county's implementation of incident command, a clearly defined incident management structure designating, among other things, command roles, tasks to be accomplished, and a system to assign responsibility for each task. So all these individuals got specific training on this. Not that far before Columbine. Comment, how very nice of FEMA. I wonder about the exact nature of these exercises. I wonder if any school officials attended. Page 1, over the next few hours, the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office and other law enforcement agencies first secured the perimeter of the building so that the shooters could not escape, then struggled to evacuate students, teachers, and staff. Page 7, at least 8 Jeffco deputies stationed themselves around Columbine, forming an inner perimeter to watch the building's 25 exterior doors. Captain Robert Armstrong, the on-call commander for the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office and perhaps the most experienced commander on scene, stepped in and directed Denver Police and the Colorado State Patrol to form a second perimeter away from the school to further secure the area. Lieutenant Manwaring, Jeffco SWAT, was first command level representative present at 11:36 a.m. At 11:45 a.m., Jeffco Lieutenant Dave Walcher, the top-ranked Jeffco representative on scene, drove up and assumed command upon arrival and told Terry Manwaring to get SWAT members into the school as soon as possible. This is from page 7. A few minutes later, Jeffco Undersheriff John Dunaway arrived. Dunaway officially appointed Lieutenant Walcher as incident commander. So Walcher was officially in command as of 11:45 a.m. Page 10, Chief Pessamir and Jeffco Lieutenant Dave Walcher, meanwhile, set up a unified command incorporating both the medical and the law enforcement response. Page 13, by 12:40, Jeffco's mobile command bus had arrived, and instead of grouping around Sergeant Phil High's patrol car, the command post operation moved inside the bus. In addition to Jeffco's incident commander, Lieutenant Dave Walcher, who was often joined by Undersheriff Dunaway and sometimes by Sheriff Stone, command-level representatives included Captain Robert Armstrong from Arapahoe, Division Chief Jerry Whitman from the Denver Police, Major John Wise from the Colorado State Patrol, Commander Bob Brandt from the Littleton Police, and either Chief Pessimir or Division Chief Chuck Burdick representing Littleton Fire. According to Sheriff Stone, Jeffco established Incident Command using the same basic management model that the Jeffco representatives had studied and trained on during the 4-day FEMA workshop a year and a half earlier. My position in this thing was almost like a symphony director, Stone says. You're watching every one of those things going on, but you have to make sure every instrument's playing properly. With Walcher handling Incident Command, Stone says Dunaway took charge of operations while he himself was trying to do all the support stuff, get the investigation going, get the county involved, the media, and all these other support things that you have to do. Page 13, everybody asks questions like, who's actually in charge, recalls one command-level officer. Well, quite frankly, I couldn't tell you. If I had to guess from being around the command post, I would say it was a combination of Jerry Whitman, Robert Armstrong, John Dunaway, and Walcher. Those would be the key four. Page 13, in addition, some responders say Dunaway and Stone didn't give Walcher the support he needed. Page 14, Dunaway, however, spent a lot of time outside the command post talking with school administrators, law enforcement, and county officials, and others who had come to the vehicle. And although Dunaway was in charge of operations for the incident, neither he nor anyone else appeared to have assumed full responsibility for assigning jobs such as traffic control, logistics, communications, and officer relief, all key pieces of Incident Command. Page 14, as for Sheriff Stone, one law enforcement official recalls, he looked pretty much shell-shocked. So here are some more tidbits and oddities from page 1. Witnesses were providing conflicting reports about the number of armed attackers, their location in the building, and their ages. Comment, remember a few witnesses thought one of the gunmen was as old as his early 30s. Now, see, there was one student who was tall and lanky, like Klebold, and we'll get into that. So it does make sense, like possibly there could have been some misidentification going on in the scrambles and the panic. But for those that clearly identified some guy in his 30s, I mean, that's damning. That's pretty damning. Okay, page 5. None of the students huddling behind patrol cars could identify Harris or Klebold as the perpetrators, nor did they know if the shooters were high school age or older. Page 2. It would be months before some investigators accepted that the carnage unleashed that day had been the work of just those two. Comment, I knew Stone was dragging his feet on this, but who are the other IOs who refused to believe the official story? Interesting. Page 3, Under Sheriff John Dunaway, a friend of Stone who had served with him in the Lakewood PD years before, had most recently served as director of the Jeffco Public School District's Risk Management Department, responsible in part for physical security in the schools. Page 4, when students and staff first heard shots at 11:19 that morning, many assumed it was part of senior prank day or that the two were filming a video. It was actually 11:15 that the shooting started, though. Okay. Page 4. Due to legal proceedings related to the shootings at Columbine, many law enforcement responders declined to be interviewed for this case study. This essay was copyrighted in 2001. Page 6. Several of the first Denver and Littleton police officers to arrive had children in the school. Huh. How did that play in their role to not go in? I mean, that must have been tough. Page 6, dispatch had reported a possible suspect on the football field and the possibility of hostages being held inside. Page 7, the student holed up in the kitchen with a cell phone, Depew, told the Denver police officer on the line, Lietz, that he could hear a gunman nearby with school keys and a walkie-talkie, later ascribed to custodians. Page 9, Littleton Fire Department Battalion Chief Ray Rond, shift commander, arrived at 11:34, and he soon spotted a girl sitting on the corner across the street from the school who had been shot in the ankle, probably Stephanie Munson, and took her to a private ambulance. I stayed in front of the school, set up command, and said, I need police officers for command in front of the school, Ron recalls, and nobody came. They just literally took two bodies, threw them in one rescue, basically right on top of each other. The ambulance that had sped out from behind the school pulled up, and the paramedics jumped out screaming for help. They opened up the back of the ambulance, and the blood was just running out of it, Ron says. Page 12. Almost from the moment the first SWAT team entered at about 12:06 p.m., the actual targets were gone. Comment. Interesting use of words. The suspects were not dead, they were gone. Possible reference to escaped gunmen. Page 12. Although law enforcement and the media initially seized on the trenchcoat mafia angle, students identified with this set were later found to be so loosely organized that they didn't constitute a real group, and Harris and Klebold weren't even members of that crowd. Comment, yeah, I've heard it all before. And just to clarify, there was some kind of official trenchcoat mafia, and Harris and Klebold might have not been officially part of it, but they had mutual friends in the group, so they were close friends with some of the members, not all of the members, so there were certain members that probably didn't even know them, or barely knew them, so that accounts for some of the confusion. Page 13, the bomb that initially exploded in the field was inside a backpack and detonated after a road worker picked up the bag and tossed it aside. A bomb in a second backpack nearby exploded soon after, probably ignited by the fire. Comment. So there was definitely a second bomb in the second backpack left at the South Wadsworth location. This is the first I've heard that the second device also detonated. Media, page 22. By the time he got to Columbine at about 11:45, Jeffco Public Information Officer Steve Davis said there were at least 2 television crews and a radio station on scene. Page 16. At 11:47, a local television station ran the first report of possible shootings at Columbine High School. By noon, area TV stations had switched to full-time coverage. Page 18. Because of the bomb outside the west doors, the SWAT team didn't enter there, nor did it go through the open emergency exit door leading straight to the library, out of which a number of distraught students had escaped about an hour and a half earlier, because there was a bomb visible there. Comment. Another bomb blocking the North Library exit door. This is the first I've heard of this. Page 12. At 12:14, although in reality Harris and Klebold were already dead, students on a cell phone in the school reported to 911 that the shooters were nearby. Page 18. Although Harris and Klebold had been dead for more than a half hour, the command post was still receiving regular cell phone reports of gunshots and explosions from students and staff hidden throughout the school, which further complicated the search. Investigators later speculated that those hidden were actually hearing the sounds of SWAT teams breaking down doors. Page 19. By 1:15, investigators had gone to both students' houses. Page 21, reports of earlier gunman sightings coming in at the same time as more up-to-date reports led responders to, quote, think there were 6 or more shooters in the school, end quote. Let me read that again. Reports of earlier gunman sightings coming in at the same time as more up-to-date reports led responders to, quote, think there were 6 or more shooters in the school, end quote. So not just 1 or 2 extra guys. They thought there were 6 or more. Other estimates were 5 or more. Sanders, page 24. Shortly before 2 o'clock, Jeffco SWAT Barry Williams had received the first reports from dispatch alluding to the critically injured Dave Sanders, one alerting him to an injured teacher in the science area, while another, later found to have identified the wrong room, said a male was doing CPR on a victim in the library and that a blue and white shirt was hanging from the doorknob to signal the victim's presence. From the reports he had received, it wasn't clear whether there was just one victim or a few in different parts of the school. Comment, I don't remember anybody giving Sanders or anyone else CPR, do you? Page 25, according to one report, the Lakewood SWAT team, which had positioned itself south of the school, volunteered to try to rescue the bleeding victim upstairs, having seen the sign in the window. But Incident Commander Walcher vetoed the attempt, claiming there would be too much risk of surprising teams already inside and precipitating dangerous crossfire. That's messed up. Page 26, at 2:42, Williams' team finally reached the critically injured teacher, Dave Sanders. They awaited for a paramedic to arrive. After the 2 SWAT members waited for about 20 to 30 minutes, a Denver paramedic finally arrived and declared that he had died. Couldn't they have gotten him outside? I mean, that doesn't make a lot of sense either. Page 27, the only untoward occurrence And of course, the conspiracy theorist might say they didn't want him to survive if he knew what really happened, if it wasn't the official story. Page 27, the only untoward occurrence of the second sweep of SWAT was when a SWAT team used frangible slugs fired from a shotgun to blow the hinges off a locked door without warning the other teams in advance, sparking a short-lived armed response. Comment. This is interesting. A standoff between law enforcement teams. I wonder if this has anything to do with the shots heard from the gym around 3:30 p.m., which some reports indicate resulted in police casualties. I have not heard that either. There's a lot of funny business about official reports on this lost report. I mean, it's not really lost, but I haven't, this incident command structure report, which I haven't seen a lot of people talking about this. Page 28, responders came from a half a dozen sheriff's offices, 20 area police departments, etc., and the Colorado National Guard. Comment, I would like to see the after-action report of the National Guard. Page 29, an overly tired technician lowering a pipe bomb into a special disposer trailer at 10:40 p.m. bumped the device into the side, setting off an explosion that threw 15 live bombs out of the trailer. Wow. Page 30, although Arapahoe Bomb Squad Joe Dempsey says one of the timed bombs intended to trigger a propane tank did go off, either because the timer worked or because a pipe bomb tossed near it set it off, but it didn't detonate with the force necessary to puncture and ignite the propane tank. See, now this is a mystery that I've long thought about, because from all of their videos in the woods and everything, it seemed like they were pretty good at making bombs. So it was curious why it didn't detonate, but that seems kind of weird that they tossed the pipe bomb to detonate. Wasn't there, so the timer, what happened with the timer? Was the pipe bomb on the timer and not the propane tank? And they thought that the pipe bomb would ignite the propane tank, and then that didn't work? I mean, there's again, none of this has been adequately explained. Another response here, someone actually looked at the 11K report, which is just short for the 11,000 page report, the official Columbine report, regarding the 11,000 documents that have been released relating to the Columbine case. And someone looked through these, well, a lot of people looked through all these, and this particular poster said this: I scoured the index of names from the 11K looking for interviews for the above names in the command structure. However, there is no interview for Stone, Dunaway, or Walcher, Pessamere, Ron, or Burdick, Armstrong, or Campbell, Brandt, John Wise, or Jerry Whitman. So when they tried to piece together what happened on 420, they apparently didn't bother to interview the people in charge during the incident. I mean, is there any excuse for that, unless this was all intentional? There is, supposedly on page 9144, there is an undetailed synopsis of Brandt's duties that day, but no interview. So a few more quotes here from page 2. In the immediate aftermath of the shooting, virtually all emergency response agencies involved held psychological debriefings for personnel, some beginning the night of April 20th. We were talking about details and how this is going to affect you, says Arapahoe Sheriff Patrick Sullivan. How many of the bodies did you see? Which ones did you see? Were they girls or boys? What was the situation and how is it going to affect you mentally? Comment. I have noticed a lot of the grief counseling seems to want to know details on what the responders saw. This would be a good way to identify potential troublemakers who are in a position to dispute the official story. Page 2, Stone made several remarks during the investigation that colleagues termed unprofessional, such as openly speculating about possible accomplices to the attack. Comment, it's only unprofessional if the professionals have decided there would be only 2 attackers. There was plenty of evidence that more were involved. Page 3, within the first hour of the operation, the Jeffco County Dispatch Center lost access to the local command post because the radio links were jammed. And of course, the deep conspiracy theorist would say that was set up as well. Page 6, former Captain Robert Armstrong of Arapahoe, who later left to become an agent with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, quote, not one child, teacher, parent, or anybody else was injured with friendly fire, end quote. Interesting. Page 8, Deputy Inspector Joe Dempsey, bomb squad leader for the Arapahoe Sheriff's Office, says the shootings at Columbine demonstrated the importance of involving bomb experts in early tactical decisions. Had bomb technicians deployed along with Lieutenant Terry Manwaring's SWAT team, for example, Dempsey says, they could have told Manwaring that the bombs obstructing the emergency exit from the library posed no risk as long as they weren't moved. Comment. And those library survivors who fled via that route should have waited for the bomb squad too. No first responder should be forced to work in anything other than a totally risk-free environment. Don't you agree? After all, they are government employees, and hence their lives are worth a lot more than the life of an ordinary citizen. By the way, none of the students mentioned anything about a bomb anywhere along their path to safety, which raises the interesting questions of whether the bomb the cops were afraid of was the IED allegedly thrown by someone inside the library at 12:36 to 12:39, according to at least 3 cops on the scene. No wonder this part didn't make it into the final report by the sheriff's department. So, wow, was that not mind-shocking? So, this is all from the 36-page manuscript report, The Shootings at Columbine High School Responding to a New Kind of Terrorism, funded by the Office of Justice Programs. Lot of unanswered questions there. So, back to the conspiracy subreddit here. Who scheduled the crisis drills conducted at Columbine in the weeks before the shooting? Was there, as one teacher said, a fire drill expected that morning? I actually was not aware that there were crisis drills conducted at Columbine in the weeks before the shooting. That is somewhat alarming if that's true. I couldn't nail that down. If any of the Mindshock listeners out there have more information on that, or if that was just comments students made that there were these drills, if they were only ever conducted in the weeks before and never prior, that might be suspicious. Were school administrators warned as rumored? Was a bomb found in a trash can as one source indicated? Was a bomb threat phoned into the school that morning as 2 others said? Why wasn't the school evacuated before the attack? I also couldn't find a lot of information on this rumored bomb threat. There were rumors that people were told not to go to school that day, but let's continue here. Is it a coincidence that the 100 school administrators, including a handful from Littleton, attending a workshop entitled Crisis Response, Prepare for the Unthinkable, It Could Happen to You, on April 19th, the day before the attacks? Is it coincidence that the main presenters at this workshop were the Jefferson County School Response Team? Uh-oh, we're going firmly into Mindshock land now, because I did not know this either. This is the Daily Camera. April 21st, 1999. Shooting follows crisis talks. Coordinator had said Jeffco response team was outstanding by Margie McAllister, camera staff writer. More than 100 school officials, including a handful from Littleton, sat through a state workshop Monday, which was prophetically titled Crisis Response, Prepare for the Unthinkable, It Could Happen to You. The main presenters, the Jefferson County School Response Team. Jeffco was very organized, outstanding, said coordinator Janice A. Hartman-Gruber. When I heard the shooting was Columbine, I thought, well, they have a good response team. Really? That's the first thing she thought? That's really weird. Hartman-Gruber said she also felt like I was dying inside when she first heard about the Columbine high school shootings. I mean, that's a little bit more, seems like a more appropriate response. The news came immediately after saying goodbye to the keynote speaker, Karen McCustian from Paducah, Kentucky, where a student opened fire at a high school prayer meeting, killing 3 girls. McCustian was flying out of Denver International Airport to another conference on violence in the schools. Hartman-Gruber said that at first she could not believe the Littleton incident was happening a day after her emergency preparation class. It was too eerie, she said, of the coincidence. Hartman-Gruber, Deputy Executive Director of Colorado Association of School Executives, set up Monday's annual workshop to deal with issues that appeal to school districts throughout the state. The program was co-sponsored by the Colorado Association of Secondary School Administrators. We wanted people to know how to handle a crisis before it happened, Hartman Gruber said. We don't want districts to sit back and wonder what to do. What people heard is the importance of having a plan in effect, of being coordinated, of having ways to keep the lines open so that the hospital and police, the parents can get there. So she thinks they actually did a good job here? That's weird. And wow. All I can say is wow. I mean, that is a heck of a coincidence. And there seems to be one in a lot of these big events. Weird. Very, very weird. Why were 6 of 7 of the teams assigned to investigate the attack headed or co-headed by an FBI agent, with the one exception headed by a former FBI agent? Why didn't the FBI's lead investigator, Dwayne Fusilier, recuse himself from the investigation after it emerged that his son was a student at Columbine who had produced a video in 1997 with several other students, including a close friend of the suspects, depicting trench-coated gunmen shooting through the halls of the school? That is definitely curious. That is definitely curious. May 13th, 1999, the Denver Post. FBI agent downplays son's film, by Howard Pankratz, Denver Post legal affairs writer, May 13th. An FBI agent investigating the Columbine High School shooting, whose son helped produce a video parody in which the school is destroyed, says the film is a comedy and not a depiction of gratuitous violence. Does that make it worse or better? Dwayne Fusilier also said the participation of his son Scott in the video was made more than 2 years before the April 20th massacre does not compromise his ability to investigate the case. What in what universe? If your son was this is weird. Especially if he knew the shooters, or friends of the shooters, the same group of people. I've searched my heart and soul for anything that was wrong here, that the kids who made the videos should not have done, Fusilier said, and there was certainly no evil intent. It is a terrible irony, and they would never make that video again. Fusilier said he was speaking to the Denver Post as a Columbine parent, not in his capacity as an FBI agent. Doesn't that... even saying something like that, doesn't that make it painfully obvious he should not be heading this investigation? Scott Fusilier, now a college sophomore majoring in film and television production, said Wednesday that the group of Columbine students who made the video intended it as a complete comedy. We wish everyone would understand that it was a comedy that makes fun of violence in movies and on TV, said Fusilier 19. We intended to make fun of action movies and how absurd they are. Other news organizations have raised questions about the video and whether Fusilier can investigate the Columbine case objectively. Even if there was no video, he's even stating it himself. He's speaking as a parent of somebody who went to the high... it's weird. The 9.5-minute video was made as part of a class exercise and shown to Columbine High School students in early 1997. Scott Fusilier, then a senior, acted in the video and helped produce it. It consists of 4 primary characters. One character, the bad guy, is intent on vaporizing Columbine by shooting a beam from a satellite hovering high over Colorado. Another character, a good guy, who wears a trench coat, is intent on stopping the bad guy from vaporizing the school. The third character is a fellow who mistakenly thinks the good guy stole his pen. The fourth character is a fellow who believes that he was cut off in traffic by the one who lost his pen. During the video, the trench-coated good guy fires a gun at the bad guy as the bad guy runs out of the school. During the next few minutes, the characters shoot weapons at one another at various locations away from the school, never hitting each other. They finally end in a standoff. At that point, they decide to set aside their differences. However, they don't stop the plot to vaporize the school. The final scene shows the 4 walking away from the school. As they do, a beam comes out of the sky, and Columbine is vaporized. Scott Fusilier said Wednesday that he knew neither Eric Harris nor Dylan Klebold, the 2 Columbine shooters who killed 13 before turning their guns on themselves. He also said that when he was at the school, he never knew of a group called the Trenchcoat Mafia, to which Harris and Klebold allegedly belong. I believe we all believe that, right? Dwayne Fusilier responded to Columbine on April 20th after receiving reports of gunfire and explosions at the school. He also responded as a Columbine parent. His youngest son, Brian, was in the school cafeteria at the... Okay, so he's got another son who was actually there during the shooting, and he's the lead investigator? This is weird. And managed to escape after seeing one of the bombs explode. Fusilier said that when he got home about 9 p.m., he was met by Brian, and they hugged and cried. It was all I could do, Fusilier said. He was safe. Fusilier said he believes he can act as one of the investigative supervisors and sees no conflict of interest. However, he said if either the FBI or the Jeffco County or Jeffco Sheriff's Department believes there's a conflict, he will immediately step down. He said the issue has been discussed internally and he remains on the case. Fusilier said one girl who lost a brother in the massacre came up to him recently and assured him that she and others who saw the video recognized it was intended as a comedy. None of us students who saw that in any way saw it as threatening or a violent movie. Fusilier quoted the Columbine graduate as saying, "We thought it was very funny and we appreciated it." Is there any way we can verify that statement? All right. Okay. Wow. I mean, the amount of coincidences here. I mean, this is mind-shocking. There's quite a lot of coincidences here. Why was the U.S. Attorney's Office consulted on prosecutive decisions in this case? Why didn't the governor's office give Justice Erickson subpoena power? How could the Columbine Review Commission conduct an investigation without subpoena power? Why did investigators show a remarkable lack of curiosity about connections with numerous similar school violence-related incidents occurring around the same time in the Metro Denver area and around the country? I have to do a dedicated podcast on that because that's a major rabbit hole. A couple other coincidences in the aftermath. This was posted by Toronto's Angry Ghost. Is it a coincidence that so many unexplained suicides and homicides occurred in the area after the attack? Bobby Patterson, an ex-con who knew the suspects and victim Isaiah Scholes and allegedly hung himself in his home in Wheat Ridge, Colorado on April 29th, 1999. His mother said he did not want to go to jail again. This is from page 21470 from the JCSO files. Sean Brenner, student of a nearby school who committed suicide on May 6th, 1999. A week after the massacre, he reportedly told a friend that he felt guilty because he had heard a rumor about an impending attack on Columbine. Page 24945. Would that be enough to commit suicide? That's weird. Dana Plato, an actress who died of an alleged prescription overdose in Oklahoma, some believe it was murder, on May 8, 1999, weeks after leaving the home of Rachel Scott, whose family had briefly taken her in. Scott was officially the first to be killed. Her diary contained cryptic statements that she suspected she would soon be killed, possibly shot. Plato's whereabouts on April 20th are unknown, but her name appears on the Master Index of Names. Corey Hager, Columbine student, was killed in a vehicle accident in North Dakota, July 10th, 1999. Hager was officially off campus when the shooting occurred, despite two witnesses placing him in the cafeteria. His interview is missing from the files. Carla Ann Hochhalter, the mother of wounded, paralyzed student Anne-Marie Hochhalter, allegedly shot herself in a gun store, October 22nd, 1999. According to the BBC, a second round was fired after she shot herself in the face. There is no explanation as to how she would have loaded the gun. She would not have been given bullets, and the store clerk unfortunately claims he had his back turned. Anne-Marie had told investigators she could identify the shooters. This is weird. So this is BBC News, October 23rd, 1999. America's Columbine mother commits suicide. The mother of a student wounded in the Columbine High School Massacre walked into a pawn shop on Friday, asked to see a handgun, loaded it, and then killed herself. Police said Carla Hochhalter, 48, shot herself in the head with a .38 cal handgun while a shop assistant was running a background check to authorize her purchase. Mrs. Hochhalter bought ammunition with her into the Alpha Pawn shop in Englewood, Colorado, and asked to see the gun, according to local police. When the assistant turned his back, she apparently loaded the weapon and fired twice, striking herself once and hitting the wall with the second bullet. She left a note, but its contents were withheld by authorities. Her 17-year-old daughter, Anne-Marie, was shot several times in the spinal cord, back, and chest in the April 20th shootings at the high school in Littleton, Colorado. Wow. Yeah, those are weird details. Nicholas Kunzelman and Stephanie Hart, Columbine students who were shot to death. This is the subway murders. In a subway 2 blocks from Columbine High on February 14th, 2000. No money had been taken from the register. Kunzelman and Hart, according to Donna Taylor, whose son was shot at Columbine and who's very active in the case, knew Harris and Klebold. Hart's interview is missing. Among the former employers of the subway was Rachel Scott. Greg Barnes, Columbine student who helped keep teacher Dave Sanders alive, allegedly hangs himself May 4th, 2000. His family and friends recalled he had been in good spirits and had expressed excitement about the basketball season next year. Ben Kuhn, Columbine student, allegedly hangs himself in 2001, date unknown. Jonathan Ladd, Columbine graduate, dies in a mid-air plane collision over North Denver, January 27, 2003. SWAT immediately takes control of the scene. Ladd was in the school on 4/20/99 and told news about a bomb threat that morning. Uh-oh. So I was going to completely write that off because mid-air plane collisions, although extremely rare, do happen. So, and it was several years later. This is January 27th, 2003. So it seems like genuinely unrelated. However, first issue, why would a SWAT team immediately take control of the scene? Okay, here's where it gets crazy. So Ladd was the one who told news that there was a bomb threat that morning. Now, we're about to go down even more rabbit holes. So, this is zdnet.com by Alan Boyle, April 27th, 1999. On the watch for web warning signs. The Colorado tragedy has sparked a new round of soul-searching over the net's dark side, and some net-savvy kids say they're feeling a backlash. This was posted April 27th, 1999. This is 7 days. 7 days after the shooting. The web warning signs of last week's Colorado school massacre slipped beneath the radar of parents and school administrators, online services, police, and outside watchdogs, but that radar is now working with a vengeance, and some net-savvy kids say they're feeling a backlash. More than a year before Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold went on their April 20th rampage at Littleton's Columbine High School, killing 12 students and a teacher as well as themselves, Harris posted detailed descriptions of the pipe bombs they were making on a website. When a teenage friend, Brooks Brown, saw those documents in March 1998, he thought the police should be notified. My parents talked to the bomb squad, Brown told NBC News. The Jefferson County Sheriff's Department filed a report on what it considered a suspicious incident, said spokesman Steve Davis. But nothing further was done. Columbine student Jonathan Ladd, meanwhile, said he also raised concerns about the school clique that Harris and Klebold joined, the Trenchcoat Mafia. Warning signs overlooked. 6 months ago, when Ladd took over as the student administrator for the school's website, he came upon material that group members, not including Harris and Klebold, posted while they were running the site. Ladd found a dark website with disturbing art, weird song lyrics, and, quote, probably message about different hate things, end quote, and said he reported it to the school's technology administrator. School officials told him to delete the data, but didn't seem worried about the content, he said. I just did what I was told and got rid of it, he told NBC News' George Lewis. School officials were not available Monday to comment. A couple of months ago, 2 researchers at the Simon Wiesenthal Center also spotted the Trenchcoat Mafia's web material. The Los Angeles-based center monitors more than 1,600 websites produced by hate groups. The fact that our researchers didn't choose to capture that website meant that there was nothing that explicitly or implicitly threatened anyone, said the center's associate dean, Rabbi Abraham Cooper. It was a page which they didn't really remember very much about at all, which just means it was just a couple of teenagers playing around. One of Harris's documents, posted on a website provided for America Online users, laid out homemade instructions for making pipe bombs. It even cautioned experimenters to handle gunpowder with care, since mom and dad might ask some questions. AOL's rules forbid posting bomb-making instructions, and although the service does not regularly monitor user home pages, action would have been taken if AOL were notified about such a site, said spokeswoman Kim McCreary. In the wake of the April 20th massacre, Harris's web pages and other pages that may relate to the investigation have been removed and are being analyzed by law enforcement agencies, McCreary said. And then there's just a whole bunch more general material there not having to do with Ladd. So I still can't find the exact report that Ladd... So he told News that there was a bomb threat that morning. So perhaps that was aired live on the news and then never aired again, because I don't know where people are getting information that Jonathan Ladd himself was the one who told that there was a bomb threat that particular morning. I mean, obviously there were other rumors, but I don't know if they've been nailed down. All right, moving on here. Erica Lee Lapine found dead, 24 years old, of undisclosed causes in prison on January 18, 2004. Lapine had been arrested in Appleton, Georgia in September 98 for planning to murder her mother. One of the male students she attempted to enlist in the plan was arrested along with a friend on April 19, 1999, for planning an attack on their high school? Okay, so this is in Georgia. They both wore black trench coats and were described by police as a carbon copy of the suspects in Colorado. There were early reports later revised that they had been communicating with Harris and or Klebold online or had been going to the same website. And I'll be going down that rabbit hole in another podcast. Joseph Stair, a founding member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, allegedly strangled himself with an extension cord on September 14th, 2007. Days before the long-delayed dedication of the Columbine Memorial in Clement Park. There was blood on his face and on the floor. Stair graduated in 1998. He spoke openly of a hit list and plans to blow up the school. He continued to make frequent visits to the campus to see his friends even after being asked not to. There are witness statements that place him on campus that morning at the moment the shooting began, and a number of witnesses who heard the attackers address an accomplice named Joe. Russ Cook, Sheriff John Stone's successor at Jefferson County Sheriff in 2002, was found dead in his home November 2008. He had vowed to get to the bottom of the Columbine mess, and he was writing a book about Jefferson County politics. In 2002, before his electoral victory, he said, "I still don't know what the truth is with Columbine." Wow. And here's another response here. Several more strange deaths, not necessarily related. Brian Stone, Sheriff John Stone's son, 15, reportedly hung himself in April 1988. It's unknown whether he was a student at Columbine. Robert Mallon Craig, a graduate of Columbine and an associate of the Trenchcoat Mafia. He is alleged to have shot and killed his stepfather, a police officer, and then himself on April 29, 1997. Ron Latin, a student at Columbine High who allegedly hung himself several months before the attack, approximately January 1999. Matthew Depew, a graduate of Columbine, allegedly electrocuted while working on power lines June 15, 2013. Depew was locked in, may have been a witness to mysterious police actions inside the school, including possible elimination of other suspects. Depew's father was with the Denver PD and reportedly one of the first officers on the scene. According to Denver Post, June 19, 2013, the cause of Depew's death is still under investigation by the Eddy County Sheriff's Special Investigations Unit. Excel is also conducting its own investigation. The results of this investigation and why a power lines accident would be of interest to the SIU remains unknown. And Depew's witnessing of action comes from, again, we'll go to Tapatalk. This is a post by Mama for Paws, Jeremy and Brett, and the Trouble with SWAT. Wow, Star Viego. So this is from the York Daily Record, April 22nd, 1999. The class heard the sound of adult men, so they took a chance and opened the door. Quote, "Everyone put your hands on your head and run. If you don't, you will be shot," they said. And this is sophomore Jason Bear's story. He hid in the science hall with his class. So Jason led the class down the stairs and through a cafeteria. The comment here by Star Viego is, so after having to fear for their lives for the previous 2 or 3 hours, now the victims are subjected to death threats by the good guys. That's crazy that they said that. You will be shot. Wow. So here's a few issues with Matt Depew. This is from page 2825. Matthew stated a fellow student by the name of Jeremy Mullen came to the door and began pounding on it. Help, they're after me. They decided not to open the door and let him in because they were afraid of what was going on outside. Matthew stated he didn't know if Jeremy was taken hostage and was being used as a ploy to get them to open the door. Liet's on the phone with Depew for virtually the entire time. This is page 2840. At one point, one of the suspects pretended to be Jeremy and attempt to trick his way in. Ryan Deathridge, wow, that's a heck of a name, 2807. Ryan Deathridge said someone knocked on the door where they were hiding and said to them that he needed in because he needed a place to hide. Shannon Ryan, 42, page 4267. At one point, Ryan told me that a student named Jeremy Mullen tried to get in the room with them, but they would not open the door because they were afraid. James Stewart, 1183. Page 1183. While they were locked in the storeroom, a Jeremy Mullen knocked on the door to get in. Jeremy was with a Mike Kish, which is odd as Kish himself doesn't say he stayed behind with Mullen. Brandy Wiseman, page 4750. At about 12:20, 1 hour after they entered, they barricaded the room on the instructions of police. Jeremy Mullen came to the door at about 12:20 to 12:30 p.m. So let's keep in mind, according to the official narrative, by 12:08 p.m., Harris and Klebold had killed themselves. So at 12:02 p.m., they went back to the library. Between 3 and 6 minutes later, they walked to the bookshelves near a table. And by 12:08 p.m., they had killed themselves. So, back to the report here. This is Brandy Wiseman's testimony, 4750. At about 12:20, so this is after they're dead according to the official narrative, Jeremy Mullen came to the door between 12:20 and 12:30 p.m. He asked them to open the door and told them he was going to help them, but they did not open the door because they were afraid it might be the gunman. In a short time after Jeremy left, there were knocks at the door. She knew it was the gunman at the door. She said they could hear them reloading their shotguns and other guns in front of the door, and then began shooting at what she thought were appliances in the kitchen. She said that her watch was on and that this occurred at approximately 12:30. So this is 20 minutes after Eric and Dylan are already dead, according to the official narrative. So we, of course, have plenty more to go over. This is just the tip of the iceberg, of course. Nothing seems to add up in this case, and the Jeffcoat Sheriff's Office files have a lot of clues in them, and then there's so much that hasn't been even released yet. Whether it will or it won't, I mean, sometime in the 2020s, I believe they're set to release more records, but they probably won't release all of them, of course. And what is on the tapes that law enforcement doesn't want anyone to know? Now, there's, of course, speculation is they don't want copycats, etc., but there's already so much of the footage already online. So much has already been released. What would releasing some of their private thoughts? Is that because that goes against the narrative? Is it because they had assistance? Is it this some kind of MK Ultra issue? Or did they not want Eric and Dylan to be humanized in any way about their thoughts and feelings, whatever? Or, again, does it just simply run contrary to the narrative that was manufactured after the fact, that these two were just simply complete outcasts with no friends and nothing going for them, which was clearly not the case. So, hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon for the most in-depth logical analysis of cases, events, the paranormal, and anything and everything in between. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the Columbine Conspiracy Podcast Series. This is episode 2, The Multiple Shooter Theory. And this theory has been around for quite a long time, and I am going to start off with the coincidence theorists and how they go about dismissing this theory outright without actual, honest, logical, objective, scientific investigation, without falling for any kind of logical fallacies, which is, of course, what Mindshock is known for. This was one of the most requested podcast series. We went over a lot in episode 1, so if you haven't checked out episode 1, make sure you check that out. We are going to be building off of that. And there is some truly mind-shocking information that is not only available now, but was available within just a few years of the Columbine shooting. And a lot of it's been swept under the rug. A lot of it is simply ignored, like multiple giant elephants in the room. Just simply hallucinated to not exist to soothe the dissonance of the coincidence theorists, the authority-worshipping cultists, those that don't have the mental capacity to objectively and honestly and logically look at information before jumping to assumptions and conclusions simply to go along with the official story. And how often in history is the official story true? A lot of questions and surprisingly few answers, but more than zero. There are certain answers. There are plenty. A lot of the coincidence theorists say, well, if there was multiple shooters, why aren't people still talking about it? Well, some of the Columbine survivors still are. They might not be getting mainstream coverage on the Idiot Box and various news and documentaries that seem to come out every anniversary. But some of them are writing books. Some of them are still speaking out in their own way. They're just not getting mainstream coverage because, for whatever reason, damaging to the establishment, a certain narrative has been spun, and people are just willing to have so much blind faith that this narrative is true. And we will be unraveling this narrative with, of course, logic and reason at the forefront. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, if you find it interesting, if you want to help support logic and reason in a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, you can donate to our PayPal, help support the Mindshock podcast. Just check the link in the description. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. Just check the link in the description. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. All right, so we are going to start off with the de facto coincidence theorist subreddit, which is simply the Columbine subreddit. It is a controlled subreddit, like so many are, with sham moderators who shut down any logical, objective analysis and inquiry. Anything that doesn't go along with the status quo, they shut down under the guise of being impolite or whatnot. This is a common thread in many subreddits. You see this in the Maura Murray case, even the JonBenet Ramsey case. It's becoming more prevalent as more and more podcasts are coming out that are questioning more things instead of just taking on blind faith whatever the main narratives on the Idiot Box are. And that's threatening to the establishment. The authority-worshipping cultists just want to shut down any kind of scientific skepticism. They want everybody to go along, or they have neat little boxes and you're allowed to question, but only within the boxes, and then that's what makes it look like there's actual free debate. So anything outside of these boxes that triggers these Dunning-Kruger goofs and coincidence theorists is simply shut down. And we will examine exactly how that is done from the beginning here. So this is a thread on the sham subreddit r/Columbine. Conspiracy theories. Hi everyone, are there any conspiracy theories about Columbine, and what are they? This particular one was posted 7 months ago. Most of them are filtered, but again, they do want to keep up the illusion that there's free and open debate. So right off the bat, the sham moderator Delta Delta Dawn has Sticky to comment right at the top, clearly establishing motive here. Just a reminder, keep it civil, everyone. This post was allowed to discuss the conspiracy theories and demonstrate how they have been debunked. Which is a common thread among coincidence theorists. They hallucinate and pretend that all debunkings are legitimate, and there is no debunking of the debunking. And of course, clueless about all logical fallacies. This was not to have an open season on discussing actual case relevant theories that you may disagree with or that cannot be debunked. If people start acting aggressive, insulting, hostile, etc., the comments will be locked and post removed. We're all adults here, so let's act like it and be cordial in our communications. So clearly, again, this is what all sham subreddit moderators do. Anything that they don't like, they pretend it was too subjectively aggressive, or there was their subjective perception of insulting, and most of the time they know that it actually wasn't aggressive, insulting, or hostile. They just know it was damaging to their narrative, so that's why they had to shut it down, and they just pretended it was for all these other reasons, because again, and they're openly admitting civility is much more important than the truth, than justice, than any of these things. Being polite, for whatever reason, these goofs hallucinate that being polite supersedes and trumps everything else. Really weird, but again, that's why lies have speed, but the truth has endurance, and that's why all these years later, there are certain individuals who want the truth and who will not stop and who will not pretend and hallucinate that these survivors that clearly spotted shooters other than Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris don't exist, because they do exist. Now maybe they're mistaken, but to pretend they're not actually giving testimony that they're giving, that is a staple of these Dunning-Kruger coincidence theorists. And there are a few solid posters in this subreddit as well. The users are not 100% shams, just the moderators. But the majority of users here are not truth seekers either. They're, again, coincidence theorists, the Dunning-Kruger crowd, either intentionally steering away from the truth and shutting down lines of logical inquiry, or they're simply authority-worshipping cultists who do not understand basic logic, reason, critical thinking. So some posts here. A giant chunk of news footage recorded was either not archived or purposely never released, because journalists wanted to cover up the fact that they broadcasted footage of police recklessly firing into the school, showing uncensored bodies on national television, showing the infamous "one am bleeding to death" sign, but ignoring it, resulting in the death of Dave Sanders, and most controversially, interviewing students right after they escaped the school and immediately asking sensitive questions. Everyone was critical of the police and media for handling the situation very, very, very poorly, and they wanted to push forward that narrative that the police actually saved the day when they really didn't. So covering up any existing footage that shows their mistakes would spare them of any more criticism. This also goes hand in hand with the theory that law enforcement injured students. And again, I'm not sure how that has been debunked. The sham moderators pretend it all has, but... Another comment here, everyone should be critical of the police. The police aim to be heroes, but more often than not, when something like this happens, they wait outside like cowards they are until the shooting stops. And authority-worshipping cultists responded here, you just wait until you need the police. Not hating, just pointing out the obvious. The other individual's response was this, they will probably show up after I am dead or the crime has already occurred. I had my car broken into, I called the cops, an officer came, took some notes, and I never heard from the department again. And of course, there's that old adage, when seconds matter, police are only minutes away. Not to say, of course, that there aren't a lot of good cops out there, possibly the majority of cops, but I don't know if one can claim it's the vast majority. Another post here. There's a theory that Eric and Dylan's outside circle tried to join them after they heard a shooting was taking place. The rumor is based on the fact that the police found a couple of high school kids with trench coats near the school hiding in the bushes with BB rifles. Also, that the perpetrator of the subway murders that happened a year after Columbine is somehow connected to the shooter. And a post by user since deleted attempting to debunk this theory, and we'll look at how silly he is. This isn't true, but I think you've conflated several reports. I've summarized the accounts I think you're referring to with page numbers from the Columbine report. Jacob Apodaca and Chris Wisher were in Weaver Park near Columbine High School when they allegedly saw a shooter duck down in the bushes with a shotgun in hand, and this is from, these are pages 654 and 1262. Larry Petty, a 27-year-old man, was arrested after running toward the school with a knife and an empty .22 cal bolt-action rifle. He claimed it was an air-pump .22 cal BB pellet gun, but the arresting officer opened the bolt to check for ammunition, so he would have been able to tell. Perry also claimed that a student had called him at 11:30 a.m. to stop the gunman, although he later admitted that he hadn't known anyone at the school since the early 90s. Pages 9773 and 7658. Now, the problem with a lot of these so-called debunkings, not just in this case, but in any case, if there was a conspiracy and the police were in on it and intimidated people, who's to say they didn't intimidate this guy to change his story? I mean, part of known conspiracies, people are intimidated, they change their story. Yet somehow the coincidence theorists and the Dunning-Kruger crowd regarding the Columbine conspiracy, they hallucinate that that's evidence of it not happening. Let's trust the witnesses out of one side of their mouth, out of the witnesses who changed their stories, let's trust the story that matches the official narrative, while on the other side of their mouth saying witnesses aren't reliable with all the witnesses who don't match the official story. I mean, it's quite comical, the illogicality of coincidence theorists. John Ungerland said he saw Robert Perry driving a red Geo Metro near the school at about 2:30 p.m. According to him, someone fitting Joe Stayer's description was hanging out the window with a pistol, and they were both wearing trench coats. His girlfriend, Jenny Matthews, also got a small glimpse of them, and although she could not identify either one, she gave similar descriptions of their appearances, hair color, ages, dress. However, she said the object one of them was holding was 2 feet long, and she thought it was a camera. Camera or not, it's still plenty suspicious. 1702-503. And it's also curious how the coincidence theorists dismiss all these reports, even though some of them occur at times when the shooters, where Klebold and Harris were supposedly in the building. So clearly something's not matching up. A response here by Get Trailed. WTF. Columbine is like a dream. There's so much random expletive appearing every now and then, and it just doesn't sound real. And that's a good point, but all of this can be verified from the reports, which we will be diving into. Regarding the splatterpunks, another post here. The splatterpunks were 3 mysterious teens who showed up to the school dressed very similar to Eric and Dylan. They were associates of Eric, but didn't go to Columbine. They claimed that they had been driving around and heard a report about the shooting on the radio, which prompted them to drive to Columbine. According to Sheriff Stone, there had not yet been any information about the shooting broadcast by the radio at the time they claimed to have heard it. Out of suspicion, they were arrested. One report states one of them said, quote, "We're here to help our friends," end quote. This has led to many conspiracy theorists debating if they knew about the attack beforehand and were there to either watch or participate. Friends of the splatterpunks claimed they had similar plans to get back to their own school because they hated it, and that branches off into a whole bunch of other conspiracies. And the splatterpunks is a way that the coincidence theorists attempt to debunk. Even though they didn't go into the building, into the high school, they attempt to kind of say people conflated stories. And we will be going over 100 accounts of students in the building who did not identify Klebold or Harris and who knew them. A percentage of which who knew them, and a percentage of whom knew exactly who they identified and were not and claimed vehemently they were not mistaken. So the coincidence theorists, the sham moderators at the subreddit, they all pretend and hallucinate that there was some kind of innocent conflation done with the splatterpunks and there were no other reports of other shooters. And some other posts here. It's kind of an old school rabbit hole of the case which doesn't seem to be explored much anymore. I personally find so many things about the massacre and events surrounding very suspicious. This is one of them. Why would 3 guys dressed in fatigues who knew Eric and Dylan show up at the school during the massacre before it was even broadcast on the radio? And it's actually almost comical how none of these conspiracies are debunked, like these sham subredditors pretend they are, and then even sticky comments at the top to pretend that they were debunked. I mean, all quite comical. So, let's jump into one of the only legitimate subreddits left, even though it's been infiltrated by tons of coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists in recent years. Of course, the conspiracy subreddit, r/conspiracy. Toronto's Angry Ghost posted this 3 years ago. I don't know if it's copy-pasted from other areas, but we've heard this repeated many times. We're going to go into the main conspiracy, the multiple shooter theory. Why did over 100 witnesses report seeing more than 2 gunmen or assailants, including an adult, who did not resemble Harris or Klebold? Why was no action taken when over 40 witnesses identified other assailants by name? Why were these other assailants associates of the suspects who had histories of violence, hatred for their peers, and sketchy alibis allowed to walk? One of the most damning things for me, actually, when I was looking into this, is that certain students refused to go back to school when they moved to Chatfield High School nearby. Some of them did not return because they stated they didn't want to go to school with murderers who killed their classmates. I mean, this has all been swept under the rug, but it's so shocking. They were so adamant about who they saw, what they saw, that they just refused to continue going to school because they didn't want to sit next to murderers who killed their classmates. This is their beliefs. Again, the coincidence theorists pretend and hallucinate they're all mistaken, but they feel this strongly about it. I mean, I wasn't there, they were. So the people that were there, you kind of, again, they might be mistaken. Maybe. I mean, if it was only one person, you could make that case. If it was only 2 or 3. You have dozens of people here, as you would expect. And that's a common attempted debunking, however pathetic, by the coincidence theorists, is that if there really were other shooters, there'd be more than 1 or 2 people that had saw them. There would have been a ton of people who saw them. Which is exactly what we have. We have over 100 accounts. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, the mountain of evidence for multiple shooters is just astronomical. Okay, so let's go to whatreallyhappened.com. This was posted 8 years after Columbine. It's titled Columbine 8 Years Later. And it just says here, submitted by a reader. There is no name here. Columbine, 101 witnesses. Can't be wrong. And, of course, reference will be made to the 11K report, and this was, of course, Jefferson County's document release, November 21st, 2000, 11,000 pages of witness testimony. Some of it is heavily redacted, and one also has to wonder, what is not released? How many thousands of pages are not released that include even more damning testimony or information than what is released? But the fact that there's so much in what already was released, how can one not question what was not released? But let's continue here. According to the final report of the investigation, only 2 people, Eric Harris, 18, and Dylan Klebold, 17, planned and executed the mass shooting at Columbine High School outside Littleton, Colorado on April 20th, 1999, leaving 15 dead and 23 wounded. But at least 101 eye and ear witnesses remembered it differently. 1. Chris Wisher, sophomore, page 1261. He turned and saw two guys carrying shotguns and wearing black trench coats. A third guy, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, was seen throwing bombs onto the roof. So we have a third individual spotted by Chris Wisher. Now, to those that saying this was some kind of misinterpretation, we have a video interview with Chris Wisher. Let's listen to it right now.
This is Channel 4 Live. Can you tell us your name, please?
Chris Wisher.
Chris, where were you?
I was in back of the school behind the cafeteria when we heard what sounded like fireworks. So we went back. We started running. We came back. We just figured it was fireworks. We looked up. We saw two kids in trench coats with guns and another kid just standing there on the side of the school in white. We saw him. One of them turned at us, started shooting.
Toward you?
Yeah, towards us. We were probably 100 yards away. We fell to the ground, and then the bullets stopped. I don't know what he was doing. He might have been reloading or something. So we got back up. We looked over. We saw the kid in the white throwing the bombs on top of the school. He's some kind of grenade or something. I don't know what it was.
And he was dressed in white?
He was wearing a white shirt, yes. And I don't know whether he was armed or not with a gun. And at that time, we just ran.
Please don't give us any names, but did you recognize these students?
Yeah, I thought I recognized one of them.
As a current student?
Yeah.
Okay, glad you're okay. Have you reconnected with your mom and dad?
Yeah, I've talked to them. They're probably watching right now.
Well, I hope you're okay. Thanks so much for talking, Carol. You know, we're with Chris. You're one of the ones who said you saw the gunman shooting at you.
Yes.
Correct? He was shooting at you.
Yeah.
Now, you say you saw police just arrest him?
Well,
Please don't give us a name on the air, but go ahead and tell us what happened.
He got in a black police car. Police had a lot of security around him. It's the kid that I've seen around school a lot. I'm pretty sure that's him. I'm not going to say it's a 100% guarantee that was him, but I'm almost positive it was.
Is he the one you believe was shooting at you on the playground today?
Yes, I believe it was.
How can we misinterpret that? Chris Wisher here is stating that the third suspect was arrested, or possibly another shooting suspect, another shooter was arrested. He is stating here he saw the shooter. Now, he does say he's not 100% positive, but he's stating that he saw somebody shooting at him get arrested. Curious.
Was he dressed in a trench coat?
Yeah. Well, when they just took him away, he wasn't, but he was there.
Was he handcuffed?
Yeah.
Was he talking? Were police...
He was just quiet.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. I know that's emotional for you. I'm sorry you're upset. Thanks so much for talking to us. Again, he describes the situation where they were out on the grounds of the school at lunchtime, that this person in a trench coat started shooting directly at them. They hit the ground, and then they just came running up to say that they saw that particular person. They believe that particular suspect was just loaded into a police car. Christina Yao is here. Maybe you can...
Okay, so you could say he's mistaken, but the coincidence theorist pretending and hallucinating that something was lost in translation, we have it here on video. Not all of the news footage was completely scrubbed. Some of it is still available on the internet. Some of it was FOIA'd, some of it was gotten by various researchers, some of it was simply archived. There was a lot more on YouTube back in the day, years and years ago. Most of it has been scrubbed. Most of the questionable stuff has been scrubbed, coincidentally. But some of it remains. Some of it was saved by people and re-uploaded. So that is Chris Wisher's account. In no uncertain terms, he is clearly stating there were three individuals, one of them in a white t-shirt and jeans, now he didn't mention the jeans in this video interview, but it's mentioned in the 11K report, that this individual was throwing grenades, and he's saying another individual who was shooting at him was just arrested. He does state he's not 100% positive, but he believes it was this individual. Who knows? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but we have it from his mouth. So all the coincidence theorists out there, there's no misinterpretation here. This is what he stated. So let's look at through the 11K documents. This is interview with Chris Wisher on 4/20/99 at about 1600, 10 hours, I was contacted by Chris Wisher in the parking lot of Clement Park. Wisher stated he had already been interviewed previously, but that he wished to contact me and provide me with further information. And this is written by reporting officer Moore. So Wisher is going to the officer with further info because he identified an individual, not Klebold and Harris. So here it is. Wisher stated that he was behind the school by the cafeteria when he heard what he thought was fireworks going off. Wisher said he saw two kids in trench coats and described one of the kids as wearing a white t-shirt and throwing bombs on the school. So two kids in trench coats, one kid not in a trench coat, t-shirt, throwing bombs. Wisher said he was not positive, but he believed one of the suspects was redacted. Wisher said that the other kid in the trench coat fired a shotgun at him and that at this time he knew what was going on was real. And just for clarification, Klebold and Harris's names are not redacted. So when there are redacted names, also the length of the words of redacted are various lengths as well. So you can kind of see that he's not talking about Klebold or Harris in certain situations when Klebold or Harris is also mentioned in the same sentence that is not redacted. Wisher stated that the other suspect in the trench coat had an automatic rifle. Wisher stated that after the incident started, he ran from the scene through a field and waved down a car and went to someone's house and called 911. Wisher stated that his first interview was in more detail as to what occurred at this time. Wisher stated the reason he wished to contact me was the fact that a reporter had contacted him while he was standing outside the crime scene tape, and the reporter knew that Wisher had been interviewed by law enforcement officers. He stated the reporter asked him if the kid that was sitting in the red van being interviewed by law enforcement officials was one of the suspects. Note, the person in the red van being interviewed was redacted. Wisher stated that the reporter asked him to go up to the van and look and see if that was one of the suspects and to let him know. Wisher stated he looked at redacted and then told the reporter that it looked like one of the suspects, but he could not tell him for sure if it was. I then asked Wisher if the person in the van was one of the suspects he saw. He told me that redacted looked like one of them, but he could not tell me it was one of them. He stated he was unsure if this was the same person he had seen in the parking lot. Many speculate he's talking about Brooks Brown here, and that it was also not the person in the white shirt, which was an older individual in their 30s, according to others. Again, I'm just mixing and matching here to see who saw what. This is the FBI document that follows here. Again, you can find this all in the 11K reports. This was dated April 28, 1999. April 27, 1999, Christopher Howard Wisher, date of birth March 1983, of his address, Littleton, Colorado, telephone number, stated his telephone number here, was interviewed at this residence in the presence of his father, Howard E. Wisher, date of birth April 12, 1949. After advisement of the identity of the interviewing agent and the nature of the interview, he provided the following information. Wisher is a sophomore at Columbine High School. He normally eats lunch during fourth period, which he has free, and at the end of the period at 11:10, he and his friends normally go outside. On April 20th, 1999, just prior to the 11:15 bell, he and his friends, Jake Abodaka, Josh Chavez, and John, last name unknown. That's curious. The FBI doesn't even know the last names of the student, and they couldn't verify with the yearbook. Weird. We're sitting at a table inside the cafeteria near the south window, which faces a parking lot. Wisher saw Dylan Klebold walk into the southwest entrance to the cafeteria from the parking lot. He was dressed all in black, with black trousers, black shirt, black boots, a black trench coat, and a black Colorado Avalanche hat worn backwards, which had a Boston Red Sox emblem sewn on it. Wisher does not recall Klebold carrying anything and saw him walk over to the vending machines in the cafeteria. According to Wisher, during lunch, Klebold and Eric Harris would normally sit in Klebold's BMW in the parking lot on the south side of the cafeteria and watch people. Wisher only knows Klebold and Harris by sight, so he knows Klebold and Harris and what they look like. He's not friends with them personally. He doesn't know them, as they're stating here. He's not good friends with them or anything. He only knows them basically who they are in general and can identify from a distance. After the 11:15 bell, Wisher and his friends walked out of the southwest exit of the cafeteria towards the soccer field. He heard a sound which sounded like fireworks, similar to a string of Black Cat firecrackers going off. Wisher indicated that prior to April 20th, 1999, he had never heard gunfire. About 50 yards away, outside on the west side of the cafeteria, he saw a tall, white male dressed all in black with a black trench coat and what he thinks was a black hat and dark sunglasses. At the time, he did not recognize this person, but thought it might be redacted. A member of the Trenchcoat Mafia who is about the same height and build. And to all the coincidence theorists and those attempting to rewrite the narrative of Columbine, the official narrative, the Trenchcoat Mafia being a myth was kind of instituted as well, but you'll hear many, many students refer to the Trenchcoat Mafia and members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. So to the goofs that try to pretend the Trenchcoat Mafia never even existed, that's quite silly. Now, supposedly, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were not official members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. They simply were friends with members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. So, and they hung out with members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. So to those saying the Trenchcoat Mafia wasn't even real, you have countless references. It's in all the FBI reports, the police reports, the eyewitnesses who were present, who actually went to the school and were familiar with the Trenchcoat Mafia and Trenchcoat Mafia members. So all of this information, the devout coincidence theorists and authority-worshipping cultists who believed whatever they saw in the idiot box for the rewritten narrative, some of them maintained there's no Trenchcoat Mafia. Okay. So Wisher saw this person shoot at 3 students near the southwest corner of the cafeteria with what he thinks was a shotgun based upon the loud noise and the slower rate of fire. This shooter then pointed the shotgun at Wisher and his friends and fired 4 or 5 shots at them. Wisher and his friends fell to the ground, covered their heads. When Wisher looked up, he saw the gunman walking towards the southwest cafeteria entrance. Wisher also saw a white male dressed in a white short-sleeved t-shirt and blue jeans kneeling with his back to him near the northwest corner of the cafeteria. He did not recognize this person, and since his back was to him, could only tell he had either light brown or blonde hair. This person had no weapon nor other gear visible. Wisher saw this person throw an object one-handed on top of the cafeteria library roof. It appeared metallic with sunlight glinting off of it. 1 or 2 seconds after landing, it exploded with a loud bang, a flash of fire, and a pall of smoke. While he observed the person in the black trench coat shooting outside and the person in the white t-shirt throwing the explosive device, he also heard very rapid gunfire coming from somewhere within the school. Let me read that part again. While he observed the person in the black trench coat shooting outside and the person in the white t-shirt throwing the explosive device, he also heard very rapid gunfire coming from somewhere within the school. Wisher was unable to see who was doing the shooting or tell exactly from where inside the school it was coming from. After this person threw the bomb, Wisher and his friends got up and ran to a nearby house on Teller Street, where Wisher called his father to let him know he was safe. Howard Wisher indicated he noted the time of the call as 11:20 a.m. Wisher knows 2 members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, Joe Stair, a former Columbine student who graduated last year, and Chris Morris. He spoke with Morris once about the sport of paintball, which they both play. Wisher indicated Morris normally sits by himself at a table on the south side of the cafeteria near the window, but he cannot recall if he saw him in the cafeteria on April 20th, 1999. So that's actually quite curious, because I don't know if Morris and Joe Stair's names are not redacted because they're not being accused here. They're simply members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. They're not directly named. I don't know if these particular names are redacted elsewhere where they're being accused of being shooters. That's unclear to me, so I don't know what to make of that, because I believe other individuals named Joe Stair and Chris Morris as shooters, and they might have those names redacted elsewhere, but in this particular area of the document, it's curious, because does that mean Wisher is not referring to either one of them, since It's just curious the way that it would be written into this report. Now, what's also curious in some of these follow-up reports, including with Wisher, apparently he's being convinced by investigators because he's shown pictures of Harris, and coincidentally, one of the agents is Special Agent Harris. I'm assuming no relation to Eric Harris. This is Special Agent Matthew Harris, who first interviewed Christopher Wisher. And they showed him all these pictures. And again, this is all in the report here. Wisher stated he was almost positive it was not redacted. Then the investigator told Wisher that redacted was not at the school at the beginning of the incident. Wisher replied, "Then I guess it is not him." So is this a weird attempt, not necessarily at intimidation, but at controlling the narrative after the fact? Because this follow-up report is October 13th, 1999. I mean, this is months and months later. The incident is no longer fresh in his mind, and the investigator might be telling him the guy that he identified was not at the school. We also don't know the tone of this interview. Because if this is an intimidation-type interview where they're trying to get him to change his story, either way, the original reports, the original accounts, he's clearly stating he knew both Klebold and Harris. He's clearly stating that the other individual is not them. He's clearly stating there are 3 individuals. He's also stating that while 2 of the individuals were in his view, someone else was shooting inside the school. Maybe he's mistaken about all of it. Maybe. Maybe he is. But that's just the first of over 100 accounts. So let's move on now to Jake Apodaca, sophomore. This is on page 63, which we'll go over in a moment. He was at the soccer field, heard firecrackers. He turned and saw 2 guys carrying shotguns, wearing black trench coats and black t-shirts. A third guy, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, was seen throwing bombs onto the roof. So, like Chris Wisher, Apodaca saw the exact same thing. So now we have verification. So this isn't one individual being mistaken or being panicked and not knowing what they saw. Here, in the second account, we have a second individual clearly stating this. And guess what? We also have a video of an interview with Apodaca. Let's listen to it.
Just if I could identify any of the gunmen.
Because tell me you actually saw the gunman and they were firing at you and your group?
Yeah.
Describe that scene. And
well, me and my friend Chris were just out during lunch by the student parking lot, and we heard what sounded like firecrackers, and so we looked over and we saw some guys with guns creeping around a corner, and we thought it was like a senior prank or something. So we just kept watching to see what they were going to do, and we saw him shoot 3 kids, and so we started going back on the soccer field, and he looked at us and then he started shooting at us, and so we fell to the ground, and then we got back up after he started shooting, and we saw a guy in a white t-shirt throw some bombs or something on the top of the school.
Did they appear to be targeting certain students or just whoever was in their path?
It didn't really look like they were aiming at kids. It just looked like they were just kind of shooting randomly.
And tell me what police officers were asking you.
They just wanted to know if I got a good look or if I knew who the shooters were.
Please don't tell me their names, but were you able to identify them? Did you recognize them?
Yeah, one of them. The main gunman I did recognize.
And he's a student at your school?
Yeah.
You have your yearbook here. Is that because police asked you to identify people?
Yeah.
Who were they asking you to identify?
Just any of the gunmen that I recognized.
And were you able to find their pictures in the yearbook for them?
I didn't find the gunmen's, but I found some people's pictures in there that usually hang out with them and are part of the Trenchcoat Mafia.
People keep talking about this. How large a group is this at your school?
About 10, 15 kids, something like that.
All boys?
Yeah.
And how long have they been in existence? Is it a new thing?
Well, ever since I been going to Columbine,
This is how long?
2 years.
So they've been here since that time?
Yeah, as far as I know.
And are they well known?
Yeah, pretty much.
And what do they do?
They don't really do anything. They just keep to themselves, and they just stick out because they always wear black clothes and dark and long trench coats and army clothes and stuff like that.
Okay, well, we're glad you're okay. Thanks for talking with us. Appreciate it. Again, we've seen...
So, clear report there. Also clear references to the Trenchcoat Mafia, a group of individuals, a dozen or so, by another student who went to Columbine, who experienced this and who knew these individuals. So he noticed them, and then also another individual, white shirt, jeans, throwing bombs on the roof. So here we have page 653 of the 11K. This is the Littletown Police Department report. Jacob Apodaca at soccer field with a friend, heard what sounded like firecrackers, saw 3 subjects near school shooting. One threw bombs onto the roof of a school. Subject shotgun toward him and his friend. He and his friend ran into a house, called 911. He saw a gunman duck down with a shotgun in the Weaver Park. Subjects were white male, 2 wearing black trench coats, black berets, black pants, black army boots, black t-shirts, carrying shotguns. He has seen these 2 at school before, but did not find them in the yearbook he was shown. The third subject had light brown hair, wearing a white t-shirt and jeans, throwing bombs onto the roof, saw one explode. Apodaca has not seen him at the school before. So again, he's saying the same thing as Chris Wisher. 2 of the guys he's familiar with. The third guy he's never seen before. Now, here's the thing. A lot of the coincidence theorists think that since Eric Harris entered with a trench coat, then took the trench coat off, he was mistaken for a third guy. Whereas clearly he's being seen at the same time as the third guy. Clearly it's being stated that the third subject was never seen at the school before. So Eric Harris, with or without a trench coat, is a guy that's been at the school before. And there's no way to misinterpret this, no matter how hard the coincidence theorists pretend and hallucinate to try to soothe their dissonance that the official narrative has to be true. And there's no chance it's not true. We have clear contradictory evidence, and we're only on report 2 of over 100. Now, what's curious in this handwritten statement, names, so the trenchcoat not mafia, so this is not redacted. Okay, so he's clearly stated that these trenchcoat mafia members were not the gunmen. Robert Perry, Brian Sargent, Joseph Stair, and Thaddeus Bowles. Curious indeed, because other individuals did identify these as the shooters. This is the FBI's report here, February 20th, 1999. April 27th, 99, Jacob Anthony Apodaca was interviewed in the presence of Howard E. Wisher, with the permission of his mother, Vicky Apodaca. After advisement of the identity of the interviewing agent and the nature of the interview, he provided the following information. Apodaca is a sophomore, Columbine High School, April 20th, 99 at 11:10 a.m., which is the end of the 4th period. He went to the cafeteria to meet his friends, Chris Wisher, Josh Chavez, and John, last name unknown. So there's a John here, they don't know. So neither Wisher nor Apodaca know the last name of the John that they're friends with, and the FBI cannot produce a yearbook for them to identify this other John. I don't know what to make of that, but let's continue. Just prior to the 11:15 bell, while sitting at a table near the south window in the cafeteria, he saw Dylan Klebold walk into the cafeteria through the southwest entrance. He was dressed all black, black boots, black trousers, black shirt, black trench coat, and was wearing a backwards hat with a Boston Red Sox emblem. Apodaca knew Klebold only by sight and indicated that during lunch he normally sat in the BMW in the parking lot on the south side of the cafeteria. Apodaca and his friends walked out of the southwest exit of the cafeteria towards the soccer field. He heard what sounded like a string of firecrackers going off and turned towards the school and saw 2 white males crouching along the northwest corner of the cafeteria. One person who was dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt, blue jeans, no weapon visible. The other person was dressed all black, black trousers, black shirt, black trench coat, black beret, and was wearing what appeared to be a black mask. Curious. And that's another curious thing. There's random reports of people wearing masks as the shooters as well. He did not recognize either of these individuals, since one had on a mask and the person in the white t-shirt because he was crouched down with his back to him. Apodaca saw the person in the white t-shirt throw an object about the size of a soda can on top of the library. This object appeared metallic since it looked silver in the sunlight. 1 or 2 seconds after landing on the roof, it exploded with a loud boom, flash of fire, puff of smoke. He then threw a second object on the roof, which also exploded. After the second device exploded, the person dressed in the black trench coat walked west from the northwest side of the cafeteria and shot at 3 students near the southwest corner of the cafeteria with what Apodaca believes was a shotgun. After shooting at these 3 people, the shooter fired 4 or 5 times at Apodaca and his friends, who were about 40 to 50 yards away. They fell to the ground, and after the shooter entered the school through the southwest cafeteria entrance, they got up and ran to a nearby house on Teller Court. Apodaca knew who Eric Harris was, but never talked with him. He knows 2 other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, Joe Stair, who graduated from Columbine High School last year, and Chris Morris. During lunch, Morris usually sits by himself at a table on the south side of the cafeteria, but he cannot recall if he saw Morris there on April 20th, 1999. According to Apodaca, the audiovisual class transmits a phrase of the day over the school television system each day at the end of the second period. Apodaca recalls the phrase of the day on April 20th, 1999, which was broadcast on televisions in each classroom, appeared to be written in German. He later heard from other friends this phrase of the day was transmitted by Trenchcoat Mafia members in the audiovisual class and was translated to mean, "Today is the day you wish you weren't here." Now that's creepy on a lot of levels. That does point to insider knowledge, maybe. This is actually the first I've heard that it was written in German. I don't know if people are misremembering. The coincidence theorists always want to rewrite everything. I would surmise that the closer to the time of the event would be the most accurate. I mean, even this FBI report was written on the 28th regarding the interview on the 27th, whereas the original police report was day of. So that's just keep in mind. So if there was some kind of cover-up, conspiracy, intimidation to change stories, that was not apparent initially, and it could have been done after the fact. And a lot of the so-called follow-up interviews months later, or even weeks later, they're quite curious because they seem to be quite different from the original reports. But let's continue here. Jonathan Cole, freshman. This is page 749. He noticed 2 tall guys in black trench coats. He saw a third male wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans. This person looked over to the other 2 suspects and yelled, "Go, go." So not only did Apodaca back up Wisher on everything, including the 3 individuals, now we have another individual, Jonathan Cole. It'd be curious if he was the one with Chris and Jake. We'll look over that in a moment. But he saw all 3 suspects, and he saw the third one yell to the other 2, "Go, go." Now, no matter how devout of a coincidence theorist you are, if you're going to hallucinate that all these people are mistaken simply because Eric Harris took off a trench coat and they thought they were 3 people, how does that explain a witness clearly seeing a third individual speak to Dylan and Eric? I mean, does that make any sense to anybody? Like, how, even the most devout coincidence theorist, how do you explain that? You could say that Jonathan Cole is lying, that he's misremembering, but you cannot say he mistook Eric Harris for 2 individuals, because he's seeing 3 at the same time. So let's go to page 749. Witness Jonathan Justin Cole. And action taken here. This is June 1st, 1999. Reporting agent Linda Holloway and CBI agent Jerry Means meet with Jonathan Cole and his parents at Columbine High School. I had spoken briefly with Jonathan to schedule a meeting and learned that he believed he saw 3 males involved in shooting guns and throwing bombs at Columbine High School April 20th, 1999. He was asked to relay the events as he remembered them of that day. Jonathan walked to school, arriving at 7:15 a.m. He was with friends Jake Apodaca and Chris Wisher. So it looks like this, according to this, he's that John that they couldn't identify immediately. And we have some more information here. After arriving at school, he went to his first period gym class where he played dodgeball. Fellow student Brooks Brown is in his gym class and was present on April 20th. He talked with Brown during class and recalled that he was wearing brown boots or black boots, black pants, and a brown shirt. So does that mean, if this is all accurate, does that mean Chris Wisher was not referring to Brooks Brown as the other shooter? He then went to his second period class. Mr. Sanders was his teacher, and Sanders talked about his family during the class. Cole then attended Mrs. White's science class during third period. Between third and fourth period, he saw Brooks Brown. He talked with him briefly and saw him walk out the front door next to the office on the east side of the building. On his way to Cole's fourth period class, he passed by Brooks Brown's fourth period class and observed that Brown was not seated at his usual desk next to the door. During a walk to the school, Brown's fourth period class is in room SS2. And for those that don't know, Eric Harris is the one who walked by Brooks Brown and told him to go home, thus sparing his life, according to the official narrative, according to Brooks Brown. Now, we obviously, I don't know if we have anybody else's word for that other than Brooks Brown. There may or may not have been a witness to that interaction, but that witness would have been from a distance off, so they would not necessarily be able to corroborate what was said between them. And if Brooks Brown is somehow part of this, again, I'm not alleging he is or he is not. This is Mindshock, where the only thing we know for sure is we don't know anything for sure. But if he was, obviously, he would make up a story like that to make him appear innocent. Okay, continuing on here. Jonathan showed us his route through the halls from his locker and past room SS2 that he takes every day on his way to fourth period class in room LA13. It was observed that Brooks Brown's desk can be readily seen through the 3x3 window in the door. His desk is usually the closest to the door. Not all of the classroom is visible to someone walking by and casually looking through the window or through the open door. The only other significant information that he shared about Brooks Brown is that he smokes Camel cigarettes. Cole finished his fourth period class and walked out of the school via the doors located on the upper level just north of the library on the west side. He met up with Jack Apodaca and Chris Wisher when he noticed two males in trench coats. One was wearing a ski mask with one large hole in it. Both were tall and believed that they had just come through the same doors that he exited from. He did not recall them wearing hats, however. It was his perception that one had a white shirt on under his trench coat and one was wearing a black shirt and a black or dark pants or jeans. He recalled that one had brown, puffy hair. Now, another curiosity is that, so Eric Harris wasn't particularly tall when compared to Dylan Klebold. So Dylan Klebold was 6'3", so that's really tall. Now, would you call a guy standing next to him that's closer to 5'8"-ish tall? Maybe. I mean, he's not super short. I'm sure there were guys in the high school probably closer to 5 feet, 5'4", 5'5", and under that. So would 5'8" be tall? Possibly. So a Columbine site said he was 5'6.5". His license says he's 5'7". The autopsy says 5'8.5". So if we just round all that around, I mean, maybe that would be about between 5'7" and 5'8". Also, some believe that he was very insecure about his height. He apparently listed his height as like 5'11" on some online websites or whatever. So, yeah. But what's curious is that Dylan's height the autopsy matches his driver's license, and Eric's autopsy does not. So, I mean, it's possible, I guess, he grew more. But either way, it's not enough to give us a ton of information with two tall guys. But, I don't know, in a lot of the you can clearly tell one guy is shorter than the other from a distance. I don't know, again, depending on the distance, but Dylan at 6'3", I mean, I don't know if you would call both of them super tall, and Dylan usually does tower over just about everybody. So it's a weird optic. It's a weird optic. Unless these are not, I mean, I don't know who's he describing here with the mask. So either way, let's continue here. The two males walked to the corner of the building, stood off the sidewalk looking down the steps that led to the cafeteria and senior parking lot. He recalled seeing a third male who was wearing a white t-shirt that had either short sleeves or no sleeves, blue jeans, exit the building behind the two trenched males. So he's clearly stating he sees two guys in trench coats at the same time as the third guy in the white shirt. He next remembered that the male in the white shirt yelled at the other two males in trench coats to go, go. He then observed the two males with the trench coats draw weapons. One pulled a shotgun, one pulled a large semi-auto gun. They began shooting at students below. He recalled hearing kids scream and one student fall to the ground. He began to run in a westerly direction. He recalled looking back and seeing the male in the white shirt throw what he believed were bombs on the roof area of the library. He thought that he threw 4 or 5 bombs and that some exploded. He and his two friends were shot at by the gunman. They dropped to the grass at one point and then got up and ran as fast as they could away from the school. He believed that they were near a fence when he heard bullets whiz by his head. They ran to the safety of a nearby residence. Jonathan Cole related that when he went back to pick up his backpack and other belongings that he had left at the school with his mother today, that he saw a male that reminded him of the male in the white shirt who was throwing bombs. Wow! This is mind-shocking. His male was described as 5'10", wearing black sunglasses and having collar-length blondish brown hair. He did not know that student's name. So he's stating that there's a particular student, I guess they were doing interviews that day, follow-up interviews, on June 1st, 1999. He's stating that this other student is here. Or reminded him of this. That's curious. But his report with the third suspect in the white shirt, some of the conspiracies allege this guy's reported as being in his 30s or much older than a high school student. Not by these accounts that we went over so far, by other accounts that we'll get to. Some allege that this guy was their handler. And if this was some kind of covert op, and they were being either MK Ultra'd or something, they had some kind of a handler for this operation, and this individual was the handler. Others surmised this was some kind of trenchcoat mafia occult situation that had nothing to do with the government, and there were much older members of cults. And we'll be going down a lot of rabbit holes, because there's a lot of mind-shocking rabbit holes, including known connections to occult members and just really wacky stuff that obviously has never been covered in the mainstream. But it's curious that he saw a male that reminded him of the male in the white shirt who was throwing the bombs. He did not know that student's name. He was shown 12 photographic lineup that have been prepared by the task force. He was not able to identify the person he saw dressed in the white t-shirt and throwing bombs on April 20th. He was not close enough to observe facial details of the males wearing the trench coats. A drawing was made from information supplied by Jonathan of the area and approximate distances where he saw the gunman. He was about 73 to 75 feet away from the gunman as they walked from the west doors to the position where they drew guns and began firing. Photographs were taken in this area, Jonathan's view from where he was standing, where he observed the gunman. Various comments were noted on the 12 photographic lineups that Jonathan said he looked at the pictures. He noted that the people he thought he had seen associating with the trenchcoat mafia. He pointed to Klebold and Harris's pictures and stated that he had seen them in the A lunch period. He pointed to the photograph 1 of lineup H, stating that he knows this male as Sarge and that he believes he's the leader of the trenchcoat mafia. In the same photo lineup, he pointed to photograph 2 and said that he was a tall, fat kid and may have a double-pierced eyebrow, and that he has been seen sporting pickhead and wears chains and needles in his shoes. He believes that this kid smokes. The 12 lineup will also be included with this report. Jonathan Cole gave the telephone numbers of Jake Abadaka and Chris Wisher. Both of reports of their interviews were reviewed, and both indicate that they saw only one gunman with a trench coat and a black shirt and one male with a white shirt who was throwing bombs on the roof. These reports are included also. So that's a deliberate lie right there, because we just went over their reports. They clearly did not say that. Jonathan Cole had attended Columbine High School for only 2 months prior to the incident. He has been homeschooled prior to and since the shooting. Curious. Curious indeed. Curious indeed. Would he be harder to intimidate if he wasn't part of the whole Columbine situation? Because if there was something to do with the trenchcoat mafia and all of these other things, death education, some huge conspiracy with the school, would it be easier to get long-standing members of the school to go along versus a newer guy like Jonathan Cole? I don't know. It's just very curious that he clearly stated he saw 3. Not only that, he clearly stated he saw the guy in the white t-shirt talk to the other 2 trench-coated guys. So, again, do the coincidence theorists pretend he just didn't know what he saw? He was mistaken? It's just really, really weird. And we'll be getting into the possible people named that were other shooters and individuals that knew the other named shooters and Klebold and Harris and could clearly distinguish between them, and witnesses in the school that saw these individuals from very close range, because these first three guys, they were a little bit of a distance, even though they're fairly certain Klebold and or Harris were definitely who they saw, which is curious as well. Okay, number 4, William Arap Kyles, freshman, page 660. He states that he was at the soccer field and heard firecrackers. He turned and saw 3 people near the west entrance. 2 were wearing black trench coats and carrying guns. The third was wearing a white t-shirt and no visible gun. The person in the white t-shirt was pacing back and forth about 5 feet away from the 2 gunmen. Curious. Yet another witness to the same scene. So he's seeing all 3 at the same time, clearly debunking the coincidence theorist attempted debunking by stating that the third individual was Eric Harris without a trench coat. And so this report here in the 11K is written on May 5th, 1999, which is curious. On May 5th, this was written by investigative agent Gerson is listed, as well as Timothy Steffes. May 5th, 99, I interviewed William Billy Arap Kyles. Billy is a student at Columbine High School and was in the vicinity of the cafeteria at the time of the shootings. I learned about Billy while speaking to his mother about an interview with Billy's sister, Amanda Arap Kyles. Billy reported that he was actually on the soccer field located to the southwest of the cafeteria during the shootings. Billy stated that he had been in the cafeteria between 11 and 11:10 a.m. to see if his other sister, Amy, was going out to lunch. When he found out she had already left for lunch, he then went looking for a soccer ball to play soccer with. When he located the ball, he went to the field where he played with some other students. Billy related that about 5 minutes after he began playing soccer, he heard what sounded like fireworks going off in the area of the cafeteria. Billy said he and others on the field began to cheer and shout, thinking it was a prank. He said that he looked toward the school and observed 3 people near the west entrance to the North Main Hall. Billy stated that 2 of the subjects were wearing trench coats. The third was wearing a white shirt. According to Billy, the 2 subjects wearing the trench coats had guns. He did not see the subject with the white shirt with the firearm. Billy related that the subject wearing the white shirt was pacing back and forth, was about 5 feet away from the other 2 in the trench coats. Billy did not think the subject wearing the white shirt was a victim, but was with the other 2. Billy reported he was too far away to recognize the subjects. And that's curious, too, because other so-called debunkers, coincidence theorists, they somehow think that the other guy might have been a victim, but he's throwing bombs on the roof. That's weird. The other thing is, people who aren't there, there's a certain energy and body language that you can use to, even subconsciously, to kind of tell, like even if you look at a gang, who's with who. And he seems, this individual, Billy, got the impression that this individual was with the other 2, explicitly stating that he did not think the subject wearing the white shirt was a victim. Billy continued to say that while he was watching the subjects that were shooting at the ground, the subjects were shooting at the ground and into the air. He continued to say that he observed the subjects in the trench coats shoot one person near the top of the outside stairs leading from the cafeteria to the west entrance to the North Hall. He saw them shoot a second person at the bottom of the hill near the cafeteria and a third as the victim was trying to run away across the student parking lot. At about this time, the shooters noticed the people on the soccer field and began firing at them. Billy reported that during the shooting, he believes that a long gun one of the shooters had jammed as there was a pause in the firing. He observed the shooter making a rearward pulling action at the gun like he was cocking a crossbow. Billy reported that he got down on his hands and knees and crawled across the soccer field to the fence on the west edge of the field and jumped the fence into the backyard of a house. Billy reported that he and several students took shelter in this residence. Billy reported that from this residence he dialed 911, reported the shootings. Billy said that while he was in the cafeteria, he did not see anything like a duffel bag on the floor, and no one carried such a bag into the cafeteria while he was there. Billy further advised that none of the subjects he saw during the shooting were carrying a duffel bag. Billy reported that he's a freshman. He had no additional information, and the interview concluded at 0900. Okay. Just yet another witness making his report crystal clear. Now, you can say he was on hallucinogenics. You can make the claim. There's no evidence of that. But you cannot claim he simply mistook a third individual for Eric Harris without a trench coat, because he's seeing them all three at the same time. He's seeing the two trench-coated figures with guns and the third white shirt and jeans figure pacing near them. Is this an older individual, a handler, kind of nervous before all this is going into action? Is he questioning what he's about to unleash here? Because that's a curious detail. This individual's pacing back and forth. Or does he have an earpiece and is he waiting for a signal in order to give the signal to the two trench-coated figures? All right, let's move on to number 5. Channel 7 News at 12 noon on April 20th, reporter said numerous witnesses he spoke to who were not named said they saw 3 gunmen. That's curious. Is he talking about Wisher and Apodaca? I mean, we'll get to more, of course, here, but Lindsay Elmore, Jr., from page 332, I believe there were 3 gunmen. Page 340, there was so much movement that Elmore thought there was more than 2 people. So this might be more of a fuzzy account. Now, the ones we went over were crystal clear, definitive accounts of 3 individuals. Now let's move on to Lindsay Elmore. So this is dated April 23rd, 1999. Her handwritten statement is dated April 20th, 1999. April 21st, 1999, R.I. called and spoke with Lindsay Elmore, a student of Columbine High School. On April 20th, 1999, Lindsay Elmore was interviewed by a Detective Zimmer of the Denver Police Department. In Lindsay's written report, she made comment that she believed there were 3 gunmen. Let's go through her written statement. First, we heard gunfire, which nobody noticed because it sounded like hammering. A frantic woman ran in and shouted, "Help, help! There are kids with guns out there and they shot a kid." She began to dial 911 and yelled, "Everybody get on the floor." Everybody got underneath the tables in the library. We soon felt the floor shaking because of the explosives below us. Multiple explosions, rapid gunfire, and people screaming could be heard. Some people sobbed quietly. After a long time, the gunmen came up into the library. They began in the west side of the library and came upon the hiding students. They chose a boy and said, "So are you a jock boy?" and fired on him, and next said something about being black and shot another student believed to be black. They continued to fire randomly and seemed to fire towards the windows and metal beams. Next, they moved to the far east side of the library and began to fire again. The shot seemed to be rapid, maybe automatic. They began to talk to a girl and said, "Do you believe in God?" who was whimpering and crying, but answered yes. And they asked, "Why do you believe in God?" She stammered something about because of her parents, and fired at her many times. They began to come towards the middle section. I was facing north, and they were behind me. They yelled to each other about needing new clips, and one said we'd always wanted to kill someone with a knife. A boy at the table in front of me and to the right moved, and he was fired on at least 5 times. And one of them said, so he tried to jump ya nonchalantly. After that, they headed to the front of the library and knocked over a computer and then left. Before they shot the boy next to him, one of the gunmen noticed the boy and said, hey, John Savage, what are you doing here? You better get out and we're going to blow the library up. They allowed him to leave and he ran out. I believe there were 3 gunmen. Curious, so there's a lot of details here, including the conflated do you believe in God story, which is attributed to Rachel Joy Scott, the Rachel Joy Scott encounter, but apparently this happened in the library according to this witness. And Rachel Joy Scott was, of course, not in the library, but a Christian. Okay. All right, so clearly stated there were 3 gunmen. Now back to the supplemental report, which was from the 23rd. So the reporting investigator asked Lindsay if it would be all right if I stopped by to discuss her written statement. Okay, Lindsay said it would be fine. At approximately 2:50 p.m., met with Lindsay at her residence, Littleton, Colorado. We went over the contents of her written statement, which she advised was accurate. Lindsay advised that she was in the library on her lunch hour and sat next to a Rebecca that is in her Spanish class. Lindsay stated that she heard a loud noise outside but thought it was construction of some sort. A few seconds later, a frantic woman came into the library. The elderly woman was screaming, help, help, there are boys outside with guns, someone has been shot. The elderly woman and a Mr. Long yelled for everyone to get on the floor under the tables. Lindsay stated that she immediately got on the floor underneath a table. The suspects eventually came into the library. Lindsay advised that she heard one of the suspects say, so you are a jock boy. Lindsay advised that they then shot the boy. Lindsay stated that she heard something about being black and then shot another student. Lindsay stated that they continued to shoot people. Lindsay stated that she heard one of the suspects ask a girl, do you believe in God? The girl replied, yes. The suspect then said, why do you believe in God? Lindsay stated that the girl said something about because of her parents. The suspect or suspects then shot the girl. Lindsay stated that she was in the middle of the room and was facing north. They came toward the middle of the room from behind her. Lindsay stated that one of the suspects yelled about needing new clips. Another suspect said he always wanted to kill someone with a knife. Lindsay stated that a boy at the table in front of her apparently moved and was shot at least 5 times. One of the suspects said, so he tried to jump ya. The suspects walked back towards the front of the library, knocked over a computer, and then left. Lindsay stated that prior to the shooting, the boy next to her, one of the suspects said, hey, John Savage, what are you doing here? You had better get out. We're going to blow the library up. Lindsay stated that the boy got up and left. R.I. asked Lindsay Elmore if she ever saw the suspects. Lindsay replied, no. I didn't want to move and was only able to see shadows. Investigator asked why in her written statement did she make the comment, I believe there were 3 gunmen. Lindsay stated because of the amount of shots fired, I thought there had to be more than 2 shooters. Lindsay Elmore is fairly certain that John Savage came into the library shortly after her and before the shooting started. Lindsay provided investigator with a copy of a journal she drafted after the shooting. No further. So what's curious, did they specifically ask her how many shadows did she see? Did she see 3 distinct shadows? And what about hearing footsteps too? I mean, could she, obviously if you're in a room, you could do an experiment. Now, if you're in a state of panic, I mean, all of this is tough to recall. But just for reference, you could obviously tell if there are 3 individuals versus 2 based on footprints and movement. She's stating it's based on the rate of fire of the guns. Now, the guns were not fully automatic weapons that Klebold and Eric Harris allegedly used according to the official narrative. I mean, all of this is obviously very traumatizing, but would a better investigation include simulating the experience, not even necessarily in the library or in a room exactly like the library, but having 3 individuals with semi-auto fire, having the 3 individuals standing close to each other and having them spread out, and then asking her to recall what it sounded more like. And then also having 1 or 2 individuals with full auto, or possibly 2 with semi-auto, 1 with full auto, and just to see what she would say, if she would be willing. Obviously, no one would force her to do that or anything like that, but just to clarify. Now, in the FBI report, there's a couple extra details here. The FBI report was from May 11th. And it states here, Elmer had her head down but did not look up once while she heard the shooting on the west side of the library. She caught a glance of a person against the backlight of the windows near table 18. Because of the backlighting, the person was fuzzy, but she remembers the person was wearing black or dark clothes, was very tall, and had a big head. The gunmen were yelling and laughing, and there was so much movement that Elmore thought there were more than two people. The voices she heard were of men. There's also a couple more pieces of info. After the gunfire on the west side of the library, there was a few minutes of quiet, and then the shooting started on the east side of the library. So if her sense of time is a little off in this panic state, of course, anybody would be panicked in that state, perhaps that would lead her to believe that there were 3 gunmen. But what's curious is that she doesn't say there were 4 or 5 or 6 or 1. So it's curious that she specifically said 3. I mean, is that basically just her awareness, her basic senses that put the pieces of the evidence together? Were there 3 sets of footprints, even if or footsteps? Was she not paying attention, but her brain just led her to believe there were 3, whether mistakenly or not? Is it possible there really were 3? And of course, there's other accounts where there were 2 of them at one point, but then a 3rd individual at the library at a different point in time. It's just curious. And then there's a little bit of an inconsistency because she said she had her head down the entire time. Does that mean she, with her head down, she glimpsed something out of the corner of her eye with this backlit figure that was very tall, possibly Dylan Klebold, possibly another individual who's very tall? She doesn't recall how much of gunfire she heard coming from the east side of the library. After the gunfire on the east side slowed, she heard one of the gunmen stating something to the effect of needing more clips. Both gunmen were using profanity throughout the library. She then heard one of the gunmen somewhere behind her shaking the mini blinds of the windows. She heard a clacking sound like it was someone moving the blinds. So again, if there were 2 shadows or 2 people talking in front of her and then someone was clacking and walking behind her, would that lead her to believe there were 3 people? After hearing gunfire near table 9, Elmore doesn't remember hearing any more gunfire within the library. Elmore had her head down most of the time and could give no further detail to the movements and actions of the gunmen. Elmore had no concept of time during the shooting within the library and could not give an estimate of the total time the gunmen were in the library. Also, this explains how she got out of the school. The FBI report also stated Elmore could not recall her locker number. Now that's curious. So was she just that panicked that she couldn't recall her locker number? I don't know. So her account, of course, this is not a bulletproof account by any means. It's nowhere near as solid as the other accounts, but it's curious. It's hard, because she had no concept of time, of course it's possible there were only 2 people in the library the entire time, but for whatever reason, she thought there were 3, and again, if that was due to footsteps, gunfire, someone moving blinds behind her, perhaps there was a student movement that she didn't know about, and for whatever reason, in all the turmoil, she might have thought that that was the 3rd gunman, brain interpreted. Very possible. We don't know. This is definitely not a slam dunk by any means, but curious but she clearly stated, I believe there were 3 gunmen. Not 4, not 2, specifically 3. All right, let's move on to ACSO Nelson, page 8810. A list of 3 names that the 12 witnesses ID'd from a yearbook were turned over to ACSO investigators to forward. So apparently 12 witnesses in this instance, again, I don't know who they were referring to, had a list of 3 names. Now let's see what we make of this. This is on page 8810. So this is from the Arvada Police Department, and apparently this is Officer Nelson doing this interview with Mackay Hall. And what's interesting in this document, Mackay knows Dylan, and he identified Dylan as the guy who shot him. He said he knows the other guy, but he couldn't put a name to him at that moment. And so Hall also reports seeing an unknown subject on the roof area of the school. He was unable to identify for me if this person was a police officer or a suspect. So he also stated here, Nelson asked him if the name redacted, but the length of the name is not Eric Harris. It's not Eric by itself, unless it was listed as maybe Eric H. That would fit, but why would he say that? So there's a redacted name meant anything to him. He immediately responded, yeah, that it was probably redacted. He went on to say that when the shooting began in the library, so then he just said the John Savage situation. So Nelson asked Mackay Hall if this particular redacted name meant anything to him, not Eric Harris, because of course Eric Harris wouldn't be redacted. And he said, yeah. Yeah, it was probably this redacted name, not Eric Harris as the other guy, which is curious. He also stated that he didn't believe Dylan Klebold would have shot him if he had known who he was. Mackay Hall was simply with other jocks, whatever Dylan was shooting. I don't see in the document where there were these 3 other names. Maybe I just skipped over it, but that's curious from there. Also, it wasn't 8810. Nelson's report is 8884 through 8892. But let's continue. Jason Bear, sophomore, hid in green room off Science Hall. Quote, I heard more than 2 people yelling to each other, saying over here and stuff. End quote. This is from 1759. Let's examine that. Now, the Denver Police Department statement here says, did not see anything, hid in closet in science room. This is his statement. I was in the science room. I heard a bunch of kids screaming in the hall, so I went out because I thought it was a prank. I heard shots really close, so I went back into the room and told everyone to get into a storage closet or greenhouse. I kept hearing screaming and shots and bombs. We stayed there until about 3 o'clock when the SWAT team came in. While we were in the room, I heard one of them say he wanted to die. I heard more than 2 people yelling to each other saying, over here and stuff. Now, the rest of the statement is kind of curious as well here. When I first started working at the pretzel maker, I thought Melissa had some problems. She seemed slow and she was weird. She hung out with some of the trench coats that don't go to our school. And again, we'll have to tackle this in a later episode. The trench coat mafia was not limited to Columbine High School. There were multiple trench coat mafias at different schools that associated with each other, and also postgraduates or dropouts that were much older. So the entire trench coat mafia angle hasn't been properly explored. But continuing on here, she talked to Shannon about knowing that Eric and Dylan were planning something. She was supposedly driving to pick up a girl at work, Abigail, and started talking about that. Abigail got scared, went home, and told her mom. Her mom told the cops about it. So if this is all true, that means that it was reported that Eric and Dylan were planning something. The day that Melissa quit, she found out that everyone knew what she had told Abigail, and she ran out. She has supposedly been with them when they wrote in the journal about with all of their friends and saw blueprints for a building. Melissa had said that the plan was for Eric and Dylan to die because they wanted to. She said that there were supposed to be about 4 others who were in on it and do some shooting. 4 others who would go in and do some shooting and leave before the cops got there. But she said it afterwards, so it might not be true. Now, this is really, really bizarre because he's stating here that this Melissa character at the job they work, this date was May 4th, 1999, by the way. Obviously, it'd be a little bit more damning if it was the day of the shooting. So this was after the shooting. So make of that what you will. Now, what's weird is the JCSO, Jeffco County Sheriff's Office. This report by an officer is handwritten, kind of sloppy, by the way. I can't even read the officer's name here. This report was written up August 2nd, 1999. Contacted Bear by phone to conduct an interview. Bear said that he was in, what is that, biology class. This was really bad handwriting by this officer. Where he heard a lot of gunshots. He thought it may be fireworks and a senior prank. He came out of the class to see what was going on. He saw a white man in a black trench coat with a gun, and he could not tell if it was a rifle or shotgun. He came back into the classroom, and he heard the gunshots get louder due to them being closer to the classroom. He heard 2 different types of shots, and one sounded like a shotgun. The other was a rapid fire, possibly from the Tech 9. Since the shots were getting closer, the kids in the class went to greenhouse where the door was locked, and he sat on the floor and balled up for about 4 to 5 hours until the SWAT team came to help them out. He did not know what time that was. It's curious, the original report stated he didn't see anything. Now, this one he said he did see at least one person. While in the greenhouse, he said he heard bombs go off that shook the room. He heard someone in the hallway say, "I want to die today. Today I'm gonna die." Bear did not know the shooters, but did know of them. I don't know what that means. So I guess, so he knew, he kind of knew them, but he never knew them personally or talked to them. Okay. I don't know if that's what that means. Bear said he saw the something he no longer, is that encountered on the gunman or his description? He immediately turned around and returned back to the classroom. Bear said because of the trench coat hiding the suspect's physical features, he did not see any further identifying features. Bear did not get more than just a quick look at the suspect he saw. Once again, as soon as he saw the chicken scratch, he did an about face and speedy retreat. Weird. Terrible handwriting, by the way. So he did, and also this report, he neglected to mention that he heard 3 individuals, which is curious. Or more than 2 people. He didn't say 3. So it could have been more than, could have been 3, 4, 5. He said more than 2. So he was clear about the more than 2. And I mean, there's a couple ways to take that too, because if 2 of them were yelling at the same time, so their voices were kind of overlapping, and then he heard a third voice, that could explain that. Or they were just 3 distinct voices, so he could tell they were different people. I mean, who knows? Let's move on to Anthony Samaro, freshman. This is from page 5071. Tony stated that 2 suspects came in the front door and 1 came in the side door. And on this list on what really happened, they listed as 5071, but in the 11K reports, Anthony Samaro's testimony is between pages 4297 and 4304. So let's look at it. Supplemental report, investigator Mike Halen. There is no date on this. Oh, there is. May 11th, 1999. CHS student in cafeteria at an unknown table in the west corner by the west door for the 4th hour with Preston Jordan, Brian Adams, Pat Caruso, Lance Kirkland, and Nick Burer. At table in the same location for lunch hour with Lance Kirkland, Danny Rohrbaugh, Sean Graves, James Medow, and a new student named Robert. No last name. Saw another student in the cafeteria with Jason Otrieth, who told him Anne-Marie Hochshelter was shot and that someone was throwing pipe bombs. Looked out west window and identified Dylan Klebold standing on top of a hill by the stairs throwing an object into the west parking lot. Saw the same suspect walking toward west cafeteria door from bottom of the stairs moments later. Saw no other suspect, saw no guns, saw no duffel bag. Usually saw a trench coat student in the cafeteria at the table alone for the 4th hour, whose description is similar to that of Chris Morris. Did not see that student morning of shooting. A neighbor named Tony Martinez, who has a son, Corey, who goes to Columbine, reported that he went to the school to check on his son that day and was shot at by the front doors. That's weird. So there was a parent that got shot at when he went to the front doors. Is that new information? I don't remember hearing about that prior. On May 10th, 1999 at 20:15 hours, I contacted Anthony Samaro at his home for an interview. Anthony's parents were present. Anthony then told me the following. He is a freshman at Columbine. When asked about Eric Harris, he said that he had seen Eric in school before, wearing a black trench coat. He said he used to see Eric leave the school for lunch hour and join other students at a black BMW in the lot. He would see this from the cafeteria windows. He did not know Eric Harris by name. When asked about Dylan Klebold, he said that he has seen Dylan in school before wearing a black trench coat. He said that Dylan would also be one of the students to go with Eric to the black BMW in the lot for lunch. He did not know who the driver of that car was. He did not know Dylan Klebold by name. When asked, he did not know redacted, or redacted. He said that he has seen 7 or 8 different students wearing the black trench coat at times. He did not know the names of those students. He has heard of the name Trenchcoat Mafia and thought they were like a gang. He did not know any of the names of the students who associated with the trench coat students. So he did say he saw somebody, description similar to that of Chris Morris. So he did not know Chris Morris by name, I'm assuming. Did that one instance of Chris Morris, was that supposed to be redacted and they forgot? He usually goes to the cafeteria for 4th hour because he has that class time off. He said that he often saw one of the trench coat students in the cafeteria for that 4th hour. He said the student always sat alone at table WW, referring to the diagram, reading a book. He would see the student at least once a week. He described the student as follows. White male, wore a black beret backwards, wore sunglasses, black trench coat, no further description. He said he did not remember that student being in the cafeteria for 4th hour on the morning of the shooting. When asked, he did not see any trenchcoat student or associate at the school the day of the shooting. He identified Dylan Klebold outside the cafeteria when the shooting began. When asked, he did not see any suspicious object that was out of place at school the day of the shooting. When asked specifically, he did not see any duffel bags. On the day of the shooting, he has 4th hour off. When his 3rd hour science class got out, he walked down to the cafeteria to spend his 4th hour time with friends. Referring to the diagram, he thought he sat with his friends at one of the following tables: ZZ, SS, CC, TT, YY, or XX. He was with Preston Jordan, Brian Adams, Pat Caruso, Lance Kirkland, and Nick Burer. When the lunch hour began, he did not know if he switched tables or not. If he did switch tables, he said it would have been in the same area. Some of his friends left the table and some remained at the same table. He remembered being at the table for lunch with Danny Rohrbauer, Lance Kirkland, Sean Graves, James Medow, and a new student named Robert, whose last name is unknown. What a thorough investigation here. He said others may have been at that table also. After several minutes into the lunch period, everyone at his table went outside via the west door except for Robert Medow, who stayed in with him. He said that once those students were outside, he heard what sounded to him like a black cat firecrackers going off somewhere outside. James Maddow then came running in from the west door and told him he heard gunshots. He then walked to the west windows of the cafeteria and looked outside at what was going on. He looked up the hill by the stairs and saw a trench coat student he identified as Dylan Klebold. He made this ID from being familiar with that student from seeing him in school at times, combined with the news media putting a name to that student. And again, that's why it's so critical to look at the dates of these reports, because the reports that are dated day of, this is before any media. The kids were just in the school. So, curious. He said that Dylan was standing about 5 yards west of the top of the stairs. He saw Dylan holding something close to his chest with both hands and then saw him throw an object out into the west parking lot. He said that he got a good look at Dylan as Dylan was facing his direction when he threw this object. He described the object as being silver or white, and then it looked like a handgun to him. He then described what Dylan looked like he saw on the hill with the day of the shooting. White male, 6'2 to 6'4". Skinny, lot of hair sticking out on the side that was wavy and curly, light brown in color, that was over the ears, unknown if wearing a hat, unknown glasses, saw sideburns, wearing black trench coat to the knees, unknown shirt, unknown pants, unknown shoes. So this immediately jumped out at me, because let me repeat that again. So he saw white male, 6'2 to 6'4", skinny, lot of hair sticking out on the side, wavy curly, light brown in color, that was over the ears, unknown if wearing a hat, unknown sunglasses, saw sideburns. So he couldn't tell if the guy was wearing a hat or not, but he saw sideburns. What does that tell us? And I think it's now time to take a pause and go down the rabbit hole that is the Trenchcoat Mafia and all of the possible other individuals that might have been cited. Now, in these sightings, there could be conflations as to who is shooting false memories. Sure, all of that could be at play, but it's really, really hard, obviously. But let's look at the biggest issue here. Because Dylan Klebold clearly does not have any sideburns or anything that can be misconstrued as sideburns, and neither does Eric Harris. Now, Dylan Klebold is 6'3". Now, here's the other mind shock that a lot of people... Nobody talks about this when it comes to the Columbine case. Apparently, the Trenchcoat Mafia and associates were all these giant, tall behemoths way over 6 feet tall. So let's look at the usual suspects when it comes to either the Trenchcoat Mafia or associates of Klebold or Harris. Brooks Brown is not a Trenchcoat Mafia member officially. I don't even know if anybody accused him unofficially of being a member, but it is curious that he stands 6 foot 5 inches tall. He is taller than just about everybody we're going to discuss. Klebold 6'3". So Brooks Brown has very prominent sideburns, as you can see in this video interview taken April 21st, 1999. Those are some serious burns. And also Joe Stair, in this video still taken just days after, sideburns not quite as long as Brooks Brown, but he does have that long wavy hair. Now, Brooks Brown himself, his hair is not crazy long, so it looks like this could have possibly been Joe Stair. Now, Joe Stair's exact height I couldn't find. People say that he's maybe 6 feet tall. So maybe it could be Joe Stair. Joe Stair has the longer hair, and the sideburns, but he doesn't have as crazy sideburns as Brooks Brown. But Brooks Brown is 6'5", but his hair not quite as long as Dylan Klebold's. What do we make of that? Couldn't tell you there. Let's look at the other Trenchcoat Mafia members. Chris Morris, the so-called leader, stands 6'4". In this image taken the day of the shooting, we can clearly see he does not have super long hair and he does not have prominent sideburns in any way. Then we have an individual, another Trenchcoat Mafia member and or ex-member. Again, what we're going to get into with the Trenchcoat Mafia is Memberships ebb and flow. This isn't the most organized group. This is a group of possible psychos, possible occult members. Possibly some of them match the description of violent occult Satanists, and others do not. They're just more laid-back goths. So there's mix and match here. Obviously, we're not going to attribute all qualities to all members. Obviously, we can't say for certain with 100% who is a member, who wasn't at any particular time, especially if they were going back and forth. But Robert Perry was personally named and identified by many individuals, dozens of individuals. Robert Perry also stands 6'5" tall, and he also has long wavy hair like Dylan Klebold. But he doesn't really have sideburns. Another curiosity also, if the description here by Tony Samaro, he identified this individual 6'2" to 6'4", so within an inch or so, I mean, this matches a lot of Trenchcoat Mafia members, curiously. So, yeah, Robert Perry, 6'5". The other issue we're going to get into later is the acne. Robert Perry has prominent acne on his face, whereas Dylan Klebold does not. What does that mean? I don't know. We'll get into that later. Zach Heckler, 6'2". Apparently, he might have been a little bit heavier than the others. Nate Dykman, 6'2" tall. A good friend of Dylan Klebold, described by some as Klebold's best friend and not Harris. Now, the other curiosity here is Nate Dykman also looks very similar to Brooks Brown. He doesn't have sideburns, though. These photos were taken from interviews within days, I believe the 30th, so within 10 days or so, of the shooting. He does not have the sideburns, but he does have very similar facial features. The eyes, eyebrows, nose, mouth, and head shape, very similar. His hair seems to be cut a little bit shorter, but from a distance, also he's 6'2", so not quite 6'5", but these guys are all well over 6 feet tall. Now, the coincidence stack is so high here. I mean, it's just crazy. Also, some witnesses saw a clearly mustached individual. This would match Joe Stair. So, again, and long hair like Dylan Klebold. So, obviously not exactly the same. Joe Stair's hair is a little bit straighter than Klebold's. But either way, I mean, there's just so many curiosities here. Brian Sargent has also been named by quite a lot of individuals. The issue here, he's the only short member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, apparently. So he was short, stocky, overweight-ish as described, pudgy, round-faced. So this also a unique description, because this description of Brian Sargent does not match either Dylan Klebold or Eric Harris. Nobody would describe skinny, scrawny Eric Harris as overweight, pudgy, or fat-faced in any way. Now, another curiosity here, we have Eric Veek, who was in the Audio Video Club and did videos with Dylan and Eric. He is closer to Eric Harris's description. From a distance, could he be mistaken for Eric Harris? Coincidentally, he's about the same height as Eric Harris. Of course, Eric Harris's height a little bit in dispute. Now, with his head, with being shot in the head, I mean, who knows how accurate the autopsy was, which labeled him as 5'8.5". His license says 5'7". Obviously, it's possible he could have grown a little bit. But he looks quite short. I mean, possibly a lot of that is standing next to Dylan Klebold. But even 5'7" is not super short. Apparently, Brian Sargent was shorter than 5'7". In order to be described short, what would that be? I would say 5'6" and under, maybe? But perhaps maybe Brian Sargent was 5'7" officially, but because he was overweight, he looked shorter? Who knows? Either way, you can't mistake Eric Harris for Brian Sargent or Klebold. They do not look the same in any way, so people identifying Brian Sargent as a shooter, that's curious. That's curious. Eric Veek, I'm actually not sure anybody identified him as a shooter. We'll be going through all of the accounts, but many thought he knew more than he has stated, and he was actually arrested that October, I believe, either September, October of 99, for making threats to finish the job that Dylan and Eric started. And there's a lot of weirdness surrounding Eric Veek. Some believe it's simply that he was more of an outsider than even Dylan or Eric, who had plenty of friends, hung out with all these trenchcoat mafia members. And I think now is a good time to really get into the history of the trenchcoat mafia to truly understand the atmosphere at Columbine. So let's also keep in mind Columbine has about 2,000 students. So the fact that all these trenchcoat mafia members are all really tall guys, two of which have long hair just like Klebold, I mean, it's really curious. Really curious. And let's get into it. So the people saying it's all coincidental, out of all the students identified, how come none of the students identified any non-trenchcoat mafia members? Some would say they did. There was one or two other individuals, but most of them identified Chris Morris or Robert Perry. Some might have identified, and Sergeant possibly Dykeman. Now, Heckler, out of all these, seems to be the least likely to be involved, and we'll go into why, as well as Eric Veek. But these other individuals, and Brooks Brown, again, so much controversy regarding Brooks Brown in many different ways. So he's, of course, the one that had the issue with Eric Harris. The police were called, etc. Nothing was ever done. And his family, of course. On the other hand, Eric Harris's father had some choice words about Brooks Brown as well. And Eric Harris's father, of course, in the Air Force, a government employee. I mean, there's so many curiosities, oddities. It's really, really crazy. The coincidence theorists, of course, write it all off as nonsense. The other thing that's weird is a lot of these trenchcoat mafia guys, their alibis are either with a girlfriend, sleeping at home alone, not going to school, or their mother. And it's really, really bizarre. I mean, I don't know what to make of it. There's also other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia we have to discuss, some of the older guys. And some people say, okay, most of these guys weren't even in school at the time. They weren't enrolled, but they were cited at the school, not just by students, but by faculty. I think there were even official warnings to, I think, Joe Stair and maybe one or two of the others to not continue coming to the school because they either were expelled or dropped out, whatever the case may be. But they were cited on the school multiple times before the date of the shooting. So to hallucinate and pretend it couldn't have been them because they weren't currently enrolled, I mean, again, just one of these silly things the coincidence theorists grasp to. So let me first read, before we get into the whole Trenchcoat Mafia situation, so I'm going to read from Rita Gleason's book, Evidence Ignored, What You May Not Know About Columbine, also a controversial book. There is a chapter on the Trenchcoat Mafia. It's actually chapter 1. And I'm going to read this chapter here. When news of trouble at Columbine High School broke, it was not long before the media was relaying stories about the Trenchcoat Mafia. As the day wore on, the tales about the Trenchcoat Mafia grew increasingly more bizarre. The group was a far-reaching syndicate of disposed misfits bent on world domination and revenge for past mistreatment. They were a gang of Satan-worshipping bisexuals and homosexuals with an X-rated initiation ritual. None of this was true, of course, but it would be months before some, including the news media, came to that conclusion. Even today, there are many who are still unclear as to the workings of the Trenchcoat Mafia and what, if any, relationship the group had to the Columbine killers Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. While it would be easy to blame the media for disseminating this information, the seeds for this story came from within the walls of Columbine High School. Students were familiar in varying degrees with the kids who dressed mostly in black and kept to themselves at the table under the stairs in the cafeteria. Rumors floated about these kids, their beliefs, their activities, and what one had to do to join the group. No one was really sure exactly who belonged to the Trenchcoat Mafia. Even amongst the students who had been part of the group, there was disagreement over whether Harris and Klebold were mere associates or full-fledged members. And that's, again, something the coincidence theorists and all of these goofs that try to dismiss any connection between Eric and Dylan and the Trenchcoat Mafia, they wore trench coats. And not even all of the Trenchcoat Mafia wore trench coats, but Eric and Dylan did. And they ran in the same circle of friends. They're close friends with the head of the Trenchcoat Mafia at the time, Chris Morris, as well as many other so-called full-fledged members. They all worked together at Blackjack Pizza, which we'll get into later as well. And furthermore, certain members of the Trenchcoat Mafia actually named them as members of the Trenchcoat Mafia in their initial interviews. Why would they do that if they really weren't part of the Trenchcoat Mafia? That's weird. Wouldn't they want to distance themselves? Which they did later. And certain members distanced themselves right away. Furthermore, all of the coincidence theorists and those who maintain Eric and Dylan had nothing to do with the Trenchcoat Mafia point to the infamous yearbook photo the previous year of the Trenchcoat Mafia in the yearbook as a group or club. And this is hilarious because some deny the existence of any Trenchcoat Mafia. I mean, there's goofs out there that think the Trenchcoat Mafia was made up. There's an actual photo here of this as an official club or semi-official. However, I mean, if it's in the yearbook, I mean, I don't know what how the organization ranks, whether it has to be official, unofficial, what that entails. There's a photo of them in the yearbook, and of course, there's members that are not in that photo. And even with official groups like the Math Club, I mean, obviously, not every single member every single year is going to be present at the day of the photograph or want to be in it, or if their membership ebbs and flows based on either grades, other sports they play, or just time, they might leave the club and then come back. So whenever the picture happened to be taken, they weren't there for the picture. To hallucinate and pretend, they would have had to have been in the picture. Also, if Eric and Dylan kind of saw themselves as fringe outsiders of even the Trenchcoat Mafia, they might have not even wanted to be in the photo, or they might have not have known when the photo was even going to be taken. They might have not been in school that day. They might have not known about it. Whatever the case may be, or they just didn't want to be in it. That doesn't mean they weren't part of the group. And when we're talking about a group like this, a loosely associated gaggle of possible psychopaths, what does official and unofficial status to be part of the group even means? If they're hanging out with core members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, if they work with them, they're friends with them, they're doing these violent acts and pranks and all of these things, playing over at each other's houses all the time, they're basically part of the group. Whether you want to call them official members or not, they are at minimum unofficial members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. So let's continue here. As far as the general student population was concerned, if a kid wore black, a trench coat, or duster, or hung around with known members of the clique, then that kid was as good as a member. The only fact that was fairly universally well known was that the students in the Trenchcoat Mafia were outcasts. As the first wave of kids were streaming out of the school during the initial gunfire and explosions, the survivors relayed bits and pieces of information about who was responsible for the attack to the police and those assisting victims. The sports and athletics supervisor at nearby Clement Park helped shelter some of the fleeing students in the park's maintenance facility. He relayed to the police that, quote, a majority of the students he helped informed him there had been a Trenchcoat Mafia gang shooting over at the high school, end quote. Now, that's a curious statement because some believe that there was more than one group of shooters, and Eric and Dylan and possibly one or two other individuals were on one side, and that other individuals were at the other side. Now, if they were both shooting up the school, but the second group, might have not necessarily been working with Eric and Dylan. Not that they would shoot each other, but they just took advantage of the fact that there was all this murder and mayhem going on. So to those who don't know what's going on, it might have appeared like a gang shooting with so many individuals with guns wearing trench coats. Just a theory, just a thought, especially if that second group was only there for a few minutes or a short period of time. So Eric and Dylan were there the majority of the time. So would that explain all the sightings? I don't know. Continuing on here, the Clement Park supervisor transported a police officer via golf cart over to obtain first impressions from kids taking refuge at the park. Those observations were confirmed by a second individual, a salesman who had been taking a scheduled tour of Clement with the park's maintenance man. In his interview, he, quote, advised that the only thing he had heard the juveniles say was the Trenchcoat Mafia did it, end quote. Now that's curious. Would if there was only two guys there, would you say that an entire group did it with all these members, upwards of 12 members? I don't know. Again, these are just the initial reports. Obviously, there could have been a lot of there was a lot of confusion, but it's just curious, these initial statements and how they were swept under the rug after the fact. The salesman left the park area shortly after noon on that day, roughly 40 minutes after the attack began. It makes him among the first to receive information about what was transpiring at the school. And of course, in true crime, you really do have to listen to the initial reports in a certain way, because sometimes there is a mistake and it can get clarified. Other times, the most accurate information is coming the earliest. Then, after a narrative is established, it could be swept under the rug, and is in many cases. Again, I'm not saying that that's what happened here. I'm just saying there's a lot of variables here that point to the possibility that that happened here. Even one of the first shooting victims, interviewed in his hospital bed shortly after coming out of surgery that afternoon, told police that the gunmen were dressed in black trench coats and referred to them as the Trenchcoat Mafia. Several other witness accounts in those early hours to both law enforcement and the media also pointed the finger squarely at the Trenchcoat Mafia. The police were so inundated with leads as to the Trenchcoat Mafia's involvement that they devoted quite a few resources, including an investigator from the FBI, to look into the group. A questionnaire entitled Team 4 Interview Guideline Minimal Questions to be Asked, which was filled out by many of the witnesses, included the questions: did you see or talk to any of the Trenchcoat Mafia members on Monday? On Tuesday? How about the prior week or weekend? Can you provide any further information on the members of the Trenchcoat Mafia? While it may be convenient to claim that the media created the legend of the Trenchcoat Mafia in the days and weeks after the incident, the police were taking the group very seriously based upon information received from victims of the attack. The limited scope of the Trenchcoat Mafia was evident fairly on, as 8 days after the massacre, police reported, "We had no information that the Trenchcoat Mafia was anything other than a small group of associates at this one school." And what's curious is that there is actually plenty of evidence that there's Trenchcoat Mafia all over the country, actually, and we'll be getting into that. Some individuals will be going over this report even claimed that there were national meetings of this group, and we'll be getting into that later. It would take several more months before law enforcement officials were confident that no one else in the clique participated in the planning or orchestration of the attack. And then, of course, there's different law enforcement officials. Rita Gleason fallaciously groups them all together in this black and white logical fallacy, but there are still today members of law enforcement that have their thoughts that Dylan and Eric did not act alone in some capacity, either that others helped plan and were not part of the shooting, or that others helped plan and were part of the shooting, or simply that others knew and did nothing about it, or just simply didn't go to school that day, which is also curious. I don't have the attendance reports. It would be curious to have the attendance reports of all the other days in school. Is this a 9/11 type situation where just an astronomical amount of students simply don't show up that day? Again, I don't know. I can't compare. It's just curious that of all the 2,000 students, the amount of individuals associated with Eric and Dylan that didn't go to school that day is quite curious. Now, the counterpoint to that is that a lot of those Trenchcoat Mafia members and or affiliates, their siblings were in school that day, so that's kind of, I mean, it's hard, because if they truly knew, would they allow their sibling to go to school, or did they somehow think that their siblings wouldn't be harmed for some reason? Again, I don't know. It's hard to make heads or tails of this information. Also, if a lot of them are on drugs, they might not necessarily have thought about protecting their sibling in that moment, even though they normally would. Or maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. Again, I don't know these people. Early reports of the Trenchcoat Mafia were fueled by many misconceptions that had swirled around the group at Columbine High School. The myths surrounding the Trenchcoat Mafia were introduced to the school community early on. Many students at the school told police they had been warned away from the group before they ever reached Columbine. In an interview with a boy shot by Dylan Klebold, he stated that in the previous year, while he was still in middle school, he heard rumors that you need to stay away from those guys. His statement was echoed by another student who relayed to investigators that when she was an 8th grader at Ken Carroll Middle School, her class was visited by Columbine High School student representative who told the Ken Carroll Middle School students to avoid any of the Trenchcoat Mafia students. And another point here, even if the insider Trenchcoat Mafia members did not count as Eric and Dylan as part of their group, and of course after the shooting they would probably want to distance themselves from Eric and Dylan and say they weren't part of the Mafia, even if they were, However, if Eric and Dylan are always hanging out with, working with, and associating and talking with Trenchcoat Mafia members, including Chris Morris, the head of the Trenchcoat Mafia at the time, allegedly, then even if they technically, on paper, within the members, weren't part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, everyone else at the school would still think they were and label them as such, so we have to keep that in mind. And for all intents and purposes, what's the difference whether they were official members or not? The association was there, the interest in guns was there, all of these things were there. So, interesting. The girl reported that she heeded this advice. A third student, a freshman, reported a similar warning but admitted that she was not sure who actually was in the Trenchcoat Mafia. One boy was told by a friend that he should never have anything to do with them and that he should never look them in the eyes and just avoid them at all costs. A prevalent belief was that members of the Trenchcoat Mafia were either gay or bisexual and that those in the group all had sexual intercourse with one another. Other students thought that the Trenchcoat Mafia required new recruits to be sexually jumped in to the gang. A Columbine senior told investigators that it was her belief that anyone interested in joining the Trenchcoat Mafia had to do strange sexual things to become a member. And another girl stated that she had heard that girls wishing to join the group had to sleep with an unknown guy who wore a beanie hat with a propeller. The rumor was completely baseless. A former student and one of the group's founding members told police that the only requirement for joining the clique was to be liked by the other members. The question about the sexual identity of those in the Trenchcoat Mafia may have originated from the tendency of members to exchange friendly greetings. According to one associate of the group, they treated each other as family, often hugging each other when departing company. A former Trenchcoat Mafia member was known to say hello to both his male and female friends by kissing them on the lips. It was that behavior, in part, that resulted in some abusive name-calling by other students. Some kids felt that the hugging and kissing was done for attention and to stir controversy. When this happened, everyone would call them names. In one particular incident, a year before the attack by Harris and Klebold, some Trenchcoat Mafia members responded to the name-calling by escalating the behavior to groping and physically making out in front of the jocks. School officials felt this was done to harass the jocks. The Trenchcoat Mafia members involved were disciplined and told not to engage in that type of conduct. Despite the rumors, most of the members of the Trenchcoat Mafia were actually heterosexual. While their dating opportunities may have been limited due to their status as social outcasts, most of the members of the group were known to date individuals of the opposite sex. A former Trenchcoat Mafia member and girlfriend of someone still within the group told police she was aware of the student body's perception that Trenchcoat Mafia members were gay. She heard the guys sleep with the guys, the girls sleep with the girls, and then they trade. She confirmed that this was, in fact, untrue. And in high school, those rumors kind of are made about any group of unliked students, so that's not surprising that these rumors would spring up. Another widespread misconception was that all of the Trenchcoat Mafia members worshipped the devil. In the Christian community of Littleton, this belief engendered fear and mistrust of the group. The idea likely took hold because the Trenchcoat Mafia members were known to wear black clothing and played card games like Magic in the cafeteria. Magic is a trading card game that involves battles between wizards called planeswalkers. Some students felt that this game was associated with Satanism, with one student telling police that he thought the Magic cards were cards about the devil and about power. Many in the Trenchcoat Mafia listened to music with darker themes that would not be classified as mainstream. On occasion, some male members of the group would also wear white or black makeup and black nail polish. One student reported to police that early on in her attendance at Columbine, she was warned to avoid the Trenchcoat Mafia because they were satanic, they used drugs together, and they all have sex together. In police interviews, the Trenchcoat Mafia were described as satanic, devil worshippers, and devilish. Trenchcoat Mafia members did nothing to help allay these impressions with some of their behaviors. Following the incident when the Trenchcoat Mafia members were reprimanded for groping one another in the cafeteria, one of them approached a table and began telling each occupant of the table that Satan loves you. Another member would carry a book he referred to as the Devil's Bible, while discussing with others why he did not believe in God. Many Trenchcoat Mafia members and associates professed varying beliefs of atheism, agnosticism, Wiccanism, and even Satanism. Such associations were individual, however, and Satanism did not represent the group as a whole. as is the case with almost everything in every topic. Okay. Whether Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were members of the Trenchcoat Mafia has been a hotly debated topic for years. By their senior year, it is widely believed that the Trenchcoat Mafia was a less noticeable part of the Columbine landscape. Some felt that the members of the group had largely disbanded after some of the founding members graduated the previous year. A dedication to the Trenchcoat Mafia was supposed to appear in the 1998-99 yearbook. Indicates that there were still some students who identified themselves as Trenchcoat Mafia. The dedication, which was pulled by Columbine staff after the massacre, read, "Ode to the Trenchcoat Mafia. From hacking and bowling to a downtown day at a certain convention, from players and abstainers to certain teachers we won't mention, from learning to sack and wearing black to last year's week of OOS suspension. High school is over, so get some coolios and relieve that built-up tension. Have an awesome summer, Robin." And of course, this is Robin Anderson, friend of Dylan Klebold. Several of the original members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, when interviewed by police, indicated that both Harris and Klebold were full members of the group. Interesting. A female member echoed the sentiments that the clique had begun to fizzle out, but that Eric and Dylan became more involved around that time. One of the founding members of the group told police that Klebold and Harris joined the Trenchcoat Mafia in 1997. And Robin Anderson, who was found to have assisted Harris and Klebold in obtaining guns used in the shooting, classified the Trenchcoat Mafia as, quote, "a loose-knit group of individuals that included Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris," end quote. So this is Robin Anderson, who knew Dylan Klebold very well, and I guess knew Eric Harris well enough. I mean, it's curious, because if we simply call the Trenchcoat Mafia a group of friends, then clearly Eric and Dylan are part of this group of friends. Clearly. I mean, that's not debatable based on all these accounts, and we'll go over a bunch of them. So they were clearly good friends with Trenchcoat Mafia members. So debating the official membership, that might be a waste of time, because there's other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia that might have used to be in it, then stopped, went back, whatever. All of these labels are kind of meaningless. They were part of the circle of friends with the Trenchcoat Mafia members. Therefore, this is a group of friends. I don't know if that can be debated. Yet a few of the boys' acquaintances, including one of the original Trenchcoat Mafia students, felt that they wwere not. Now again, if this guy wasn't friends with Eric and Dylan, and he only hung out with other Trenchcoat Mafia members, his idea of what the Trenchcoat Mafia is, of course, would not include Eric and Dylan, because there's quite a few members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. So that's not really surprising that one or two members who did not hang out with Eric and Dylan, or even 3 or 4 members, or even 5 members, even half the members, if they simply didn't hang out with Eric and Dylan when the other members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, including the alleged head leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia, Chris Morris, that wouldn't mean much, but that seems to be what it is. So there's members of the Trenchcoat Mafia that Eric and Dylan simply were not friends with. So those members would not include them in their perception of what the Trenchcoat Mafia is, because they hang out with the other members when those members are not hanging out with Eric and Dylan. And that really explains everything, does it not? Okay, there's no way to know for certain if Eric or Dylan identified themselves as part of the Trenchcoat Mafia. According to Tom Klebold, Dylan's father, he had heard Dylan mention the Trenchcoat Mafia, and he advised that Dylan told him that the jocks called him and his friends that. Mr. Klebold said that Dylan was kind of amused by the name the jocks had given them. So Dylan Klebold is saying that the jocks called Dylan and his friends, which include Eric Harris, the Trenchcoat Mafia. I mean, how much more clear can you get? The evidence for Eric Harris's involvement is not completely clear either. Harris did not wear his duster often, but not all Trenchcoat Mafia associates had one, nor were they required to in order to be part of the clique. Harris had been good friends with Chris Morris, one of the group's founding members, for a few years, and he did submit a video assignment for his government economics class in December 1998, featuring himself and Klebold, entitled Trenchcoat Mafia Hitman for Hire. And that's been abbreviated to Hitman for Hire in the years after in this kind of rewriting of the narrative. It's kind of curious. So the official original title is Trenchcoat Mafia Hitman for Hire. Why would Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold title a video Trenchcoat Mafia Hitman for Hire if they're not part of the Trenchcoat Mafia? In the paper, Harris wrote to accompany the video, he stated that, quote, the so-called Trenchcoat Mafia is a small group of friends who generally wear dark clothes, military fatigues, and long black dusters. Most people usually just stare and whisper when they see us. So he's saying Trenchcoat Mafia, small group of friends, us. Eric Harris is referring to the small group of friends, Trenchcoat Mafia, as us. Most people usually just stare and whisper when they see us. We don't mind because we generally don't like people anyway. So now Dylan Klebold has made it clear to his father that he's part of the Trenchcoat Mafia and is called as such. Eric Harris is making this perfectly clear that he considers himself part of the group in this paper, and then of course around half of the group's member clearly state that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were part of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Other members state that they were not so-called full-fledged members, whatever that means. Okay, regardless of what the Trenchcoat Mafia was or was not, and who did or did not belong, it was universally understood at Columbine High School that the Trenchcoat Mafia members and their associates existed among the bottom dwellers of the school's social hierarchy. One would have been hard-pressed to find kids that shared a positive opinion of the group, with most viewing them as freaks, outcasts, and jokes. The sentiment was shared by many students regardless of whether or not they had personal experience with Trenchcoat Mafia members. In fact, most kids that were interviewed admitted that while they did not actually know anyone in the group, they were quite definitive in their opinions of the Trenchcoat Mafia. A male student told police that although he was not personally familiar with anyone in the Trenchcoat Mafia, the members were looked at as a joke. A Columbine senior stated he knew the name Trenchcoat Mafia. He said it was a nickname for a group of weird kids. And in a police statement, a female student claimed even though she did not associate with the group because she and her friends were athletes, she knows that the Trenchcoat Mafia type people are mean, strange, and act weird. It was common knowledge that Trenchcoat Mafia members were subjected to bullying, which was often meted out at the hands of the school athletes or jocks. And I'm going to interject here yet again. I mean, isn't it weird that all of these gigantic behemoths, these guys are over 6 feet tall, they travel in packs as part of this Trenchcoat Mafia, and they're still picked on by the jocks? I mean, wouldn't some guy like Eric Veek, who's a little smaller in stature, maybe Eric Harris, sure, but all these other guys, it seems weird. I mean, it's also tragic in a certain way because if these Trenchcoat Mafia members, I mean, they're all these giant people, they could have possibly taken more positive routes, either through athletics or, I mean, it's just, it's crazy. I mean, it's really weird to think what might have been, of course. But, and also the average size of a jock, I mean, obviously jocks could be big, but I mean, 6'4", 6'5", I mean, even 6'2", that's not the average height of a high schooler. Certainly not, you know, underclassmen or people who are not seniors. It's just weird. It's weird. In police interviews, some said that the bullying seemed to extend both ways, with members of each group intentionally antagonizing those of the other. Is that more realistic? Some students and faculty believe the Trenchcoat Mafia went out of their way to isolate themselves and provoke the name-calling and fights. Many other witnesses claimed that while they observed abuse by the jocks, they never saw retaliation by Trenchcoat Mafia associates. Also curious. Even the creation of the term Trenchcoat Mafia was born out of this bullying behavior. Members of the group did not select the name, but rather adopted the moniker after they were derisively referred to as such by a group of jocks. In a statement made by a student athlete who had come to the attention of police as someone Harris and Klebold did not like, the officer wrote, "He told me he never did anything directly to them to harass them, but was part of a group of guys who coined the name the Trenchcoat Mafia. I asked him to tell me about this. He said he, along with the other guys, jocks, were at their table in the cafeteria in the fall of '97. It was about 90 degrees outside and everyone in the school was wearing shorts except this group of guys wearing trench coats. When they walked through the cafeteria, his group began making comments like, "Look at the trench coats," one person said. "They look like they are in the mafia." Then someone said they are in the trench coat mafia. He said he made at least one of these comments, but could not remember what he said at the time. Since that date, that was their identity. He told me after the term Trenchcoat Mafia was given to the group, there was less harassment than before they had a name. It seemed they now had a name and enjoyed the identity. And these are curious curiosities as well. Okay, continuing on here. Most of the ridicule was not so mild, ranging from abusive language to physical altercations. While the Trenchcoat Mafia was subject to derision by almost all members of Columbine's student body, the jocks seemed to be the group that delighted the most in giving them crap. The student making this claim was widely recognized as one of the original members of the Trenchcoat Mafia and was pictured in the Columbine yearbook photo of Trenchcoat Mafia group members that circulated following the massacre. A fellow student who worked with this boy at a local movie theater relayed the following to police. "Then, one night, he came into work and told me he had been chased in his car by so-and-so. Well, turns out so-and-so were athletes from my school who didn't seem to have anything better to do than torment this dude. I can see why the fellow I worked with hated Columbine High School." Other well-established members of the Trenchcoat Mafia had similar experiences, with one reporting that members of the Trenchcoat Mafia were daily victims of teasing and harassment. He indicated that in response to the bullying, he had been suspended several times for fighting while a student at the school. Another former student and Trenchcoat Mafia member told police that he was harassed by both Columbine staff and students, but that the kids were particularly cruel. They called him a freak or faggot and cornered him in the halls or threw things at him. A Columbine senior and football player told police that although he had not participated in the bullying, he knew that Harrison Klebold did not like him because he was an athlete. In his statement, he said he has seen members of the Trenchcoat Mafia harassed on a nearly everyday basis by the jocks, and especially by the football players at Columbine. He said these jocks would make fun of the Trenchcoat Mafia students' clothing, but the Trenchcoat Mafia students being harassed would not stand up for themselves. The football team's role in torment was confirmed by a member of the baseball and golf teams. According to his police statement, he knew that these kids got picked on all the time, and most of the time it was done by the football team. He believed it was just because they were different. Most kids at Columbine understood that the Trenchcoat Mafia members were not fans of the school's athletes and assumed that this attitude was a result of bullying. Brooks Brown, a friend to both Harris and Klebold, recalled an incident with a group of jocks when the jocks dumped a bag of ice water on a Trenchcoat Mafia member in the cafeteria. A fight ensued outside. When security intervened, the Trenchcoat Mafia kids wound up with 3-day suspensions. The jocks who had started the fight were never even sent to the office. Other kids witnessed physical altercation between the two groups, with one student telling police he had seen jocks call the Trenchcoat Mafia students dirt bags and stuff in the hallways at Columbine High School. He said during the school year prior to the shooting, when the Trenchcoat Mafia member students were in his weightlifting class in gym, he had seen fights between the jocks and the Trenchcoat students in the locker room. Another student reported an incident he and his friends had with Trenchcoat Mafia members in the school parking lot in the year prior to the massacre. He was in a pickup truck exiting the school grounds when a group of Trenchcoat Mafia students were blocking the road and would not yield. The student yelled at them saying, "Get out of the way, you faggots," and the driver of the Bronco came close to running them over. As they drove away, the boy alleged that Chris Morris, a Trenchcoat Mafia member and friend of both Eric and Dylan, was swinging a length of chain above his head. The confrontation was reported to school authorities about the boy who made the homophobic remark, was talked to but not reprimanded for the harassment. Morris was also allegedly known to get into physical confrontation and threaten kids with a knife. It was likely this reputation that helped promote the erroneous belief that he may have been involved in the planning or execution of the massacre. And how Rita Gleason knows it's erroneous is quite curious. I mean, did she monitor? Was she with Eric and Dylan 24/7 in the year before the massacre? Was she there? Did she see everything at all times and she knows that for sure? Very, very curious. In what might be viewed as an oddly ironic attempt to explain that bullying was rare at Columbine and did not contribute to the killing, a football player injured by wood splinters after being shot at by Eric Harris in the library told Time magazine, "Columbine is a clean, good place except for those rejects," he says of Klebold and Harris and their friends. "Most kids didn't want them there. They were into witchcraft, they were into voodoo dolls. Sure, we teased them, but what do you expect with kids who come to school with weird hairdos and horns on their hats? It's not just jocks, it's the whole school's disgusted with them. They're a bunch of homos grabbing each other's private parts. If you want to get rid of someone, usually you tease them. So the whole school would call them homos, and when they did something sick, we'd tell them, 'You're sick, and that's wrong.'" Several students detailed accounts of other incidents in which members of the Trenchcoat Mafia were the aggressors. A female athlete told police that she felt intimidated by the group because they would give her dirty looks. Another boy reported that it was this intimidation that caused him to break off his friendship with Eric Harris. He and Eric were acquaintances, but the student distanced himself from Harris in January 1999 because Eric Harris and the other Trenchcoat Mafia students began picking on people and harassing them. A Columbine student recounted his run-in with the Trenchcoat Mafia when he was cleaning up the school grounds as part of his community service. At the time of the incident, the boy's hair had been bleached blonde. He told police that a group of kids in trench coats were hanging around a black older model BMW, a description consistent with Dylan Klebold's car. One of the kids called out, "Hey, look, there's a little punk. Hey, punk, rock." Other students also saw Trenchcoat Mafia members calling kids names in the cafeteria, and a substitute teacher told police that she had spoken with 3 African-American students after the massacre who alleged that members of the Trenchcoat Mafia had been calling them names and growling at them when they passed in the hallways. The student said that the vice principal basically told them to turn the other cheek. You know what's curious? A lot of, if this is true, what the vice principal said, it seems like the school turned a blind eye to both the jocks and the Trenchcoat Mafia members, although clearly they favored the jocks and did not really discipline them. A member of the football team recounted an exchange that occurred when he parked his car near some Trenchcoat students while on his way to practice. One of the group said something to him like, "F you, get the hell out of that space." The student stated that the guy also said something like, "You stupid jock." I mean, call me crazy, but, I mean, isn't that kind of standard language for high school? When he returned from practice, he found that his car antenna had been broken. A student wrestler also had an argument over a parking spot with Trenchcoat Mafia members and was warned not to park in their space again. I mean, that's a little bit more extreme, but just the general name calling somebody stupid, I mean, doesn't that occur in every school all the time? I don't know. Again, we have to really have some metrics here when examining what may or may not be relevant. To many, it appeared that the Trenchcoat Mafia members stuck together and that if a member of the group got into a fight, then all of the members would become involved. Indeed, Robert Anderson told police about a big fight that had allegedly taken place behind the pizza parlor where Dylan and Eric worked. The fight was between 20 Trenchcoat Mafia members and some freshmen at Columbine. Wow. This is some Gang of New York fight. What the heck? 20 Trenchcoat Mafia members? That's a big fight. The boy's former boss confirmed this incident and told police he remembered Dylan Klebold and another boy waiting behind the pizza shop for the fight. He also alleged that 1 year before the massacre, Harris, Klebold, and Morris were going to battle another group behind the shops on West Columbine and South Pierce Streets. As Harris, Klebold, and Morris walked there from the Blackjack Pizza store donning their trench coats, the other group fled. Interesting. The police reports indicate a clear pattern of bullying of Trenchcoat Mafia members, as well as a mutual dislike between the group and certain factions of the Columbine student body. The reports also indicate quite clearly that despite the bullying, no other members or close associates of the Trenchcoat Mafia were involved in the planning or execution of the events perpetrated by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. And that is actually not true. We'll be going over the exact reports that show that the FBI and the police were highly suspicious of this group. Rumors persist that several Trenchcoat Mafia members were absent from school because they had prior knowledge of the carnage that was to come. Police reports show definitively that that was not the case. How? By somebody's mom providing their alibi? Rita Gleason does not seem very logical here, but Okay, most of Eric and Dylan's friends attended school that day, and those that left the school grounds prior to the attack during the first lunch session were able to prove that they often did so in the weeks and months before the massacre. Again, sure. How does that prove they didn't have prior knowledge, though? Because if they normally leave at that time, if they did know about the massacre, then of course they would leave at that time. If they weren't participating, that is. I mean, this kind of silliness is, of course, why all these coincidence theorists fail to even understand the conspiracy being alleged and which variables would or would not come into play. That's why understanding logical fallacies is important, and on Mindshock, obviously, that's what we do. Exhaustive interviews with all suspects, analysis of surveillance videos, eyewitness accounts, and crime scene evidence indicate that Harris and Klebold, whether they were truly Trenchcoat Mafia members or not, were solely responsible for the carnage that day, and that is, of course, patently false with all of the bombs, the gun evidence not matching up, all of the over 100 eyewitness statements clearly conflicting that narrative. So Rita Gleason is really putting the propaganda spin on here. But that was the intro to the Trenchcoat Mafia. Interesting intro. And we are going to continue here with a few more accounts of the Trenchcoat Mafia. This is The Mirror, London, England, April 22nd, 1999. No author listed, and this is, I found this on the freelibrary.com, so it's just a transcript. The Trenchcoat Mafia Massacre. They hated everybody. The Outcast exclusive. Inside the minds of the Trenchcoat Mafia by the girl who ran with the gang. And of course, there's some sensationalism here, but it's curious that they interviewed a student, and these are her thoughts on the Trenchcoat Mafia. The Trenchcoat Mafia were always a weird group, but their increasingly sinister behavior should have alerted someone to their evil plans for revenge. They wore bands that read, "I hate people." Their most vicious hatred, however, was reserved for blacks and Hispanics. Adolf Hitler was their hero. His birthday, April 20th, was chosen by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold as the date for the massacre. And there's some conflict on there. The original date may have been the 19th. And there's a whole lot of other list of coincidences on the date, but we'll get to that later. Devil worship, kinky sex games, and wild drinking binges all form part of the life within the group of social outcasts. Gang members also painted their nails with lurid varnish and wrote poems and stories about death. Smoking pot, quoting songs by shock rocker Marilyn Manson, vampire games, and the internet also held the group of teenage boys and girls together. These were intelligent middle-class kids who came from respectable homes. But they had one overwhelmingly belief in common. They were all obsessed with the idea that society had rejected them. For the past 3 years, they held secret meetings to discuss their views. They felt safe among their own, where they would often laugh and joke about killing. Expletive. No matter how hot the weather, they always wore the black trench coats. Swathed head to toe in black, they proudly showed off swastika badges and anarchy symbols and frequently chatted together in German. They would visit each other's home to listen to German music, but most of all, they loved guns. Student Pauline Corby quit the group 18 months ago after their behavior escalated out of control. She said, "I knew they were capable of violence, I just didn't know they would do it. They were very angry. After I left the group, the members started to worship the devil. They were angry about people not accepting them and no one knowing how smart they were." Pauline, a junior at Columbine High School where Harris and Klebold went on their killing spree, said the Klan drank so heavily their leader, Chris Morris, was nicknamed Vodka. And this is curious because supposedly that's Dylan Klebold's nickname, or at least his online nickname. So, again, that's curious. But it was their bizarre sexual games that led Pauline to leave the group in disgust. She said male and female members would take naked showers together and they would play table football, with the loser having to strip off. Speaking from her home close to the school, Pauline said, "They became really wild. That's why I left. First of all, they began drinking heavily, nearly every night. But it was their weird sexual tendencies and devil worshipping that made me leave. Up to 6 members would get naked and take showers together. It was all very sleazy. And they would also get together to play foosball, and the loser would have to strip naked. I didn't want to be any part of that. The papers have been saying that the group were targeting gays, but some of them, both boys and girls, were bisexual and having sex with each other. But Pauline says that neither Harris nor Dylan Klebold were gay. But I didn't know them that well. They joined the group after I left, she said. I would talk to them occasionally, but we were not great friends. I didn't want anything more to do with the group. Amazingly, the Trenchcoat Mafia were tolerated by the school hierarchy. They allowed the group to put a picture into the 1998 yearbook. The caption underneath gave a sinister hint of what was to follow. It said, quote, "Who says we're different? Insanity's healthy," end quote. The school also let them make a video during class about their love of guns and how they worked. That decision tickled the Trenchcoat Mafia, who could not believe that teachers would let them make a film about weapons. Harris and Klebold were obsessed with guns. They stockpiled semi-automatics, handguns, and grenades in preparation for their plan. Harris spent weekends in his dad's garage secretly making a lethal stash of pipe bombs. Their other obsession was computers. Harris chillingly posted a message on American online website at 8:41 a.m. on Tuesday morning saying, quote, "Today is my last day on Earth," end quote. He also posted, quote, "Preparing for the big April 20, exclamation point, exclamation point. You'll all be sorry that day, exclamation point," end quote. Now that's curious. So he posted this 8:41 a.m. or were they these separate posts? It's not clear. It's stating here that there's an 8:41 a.m. post on Tuesday morning. Today's my last day on Earth. Now, anybody who visited his site would know that. Anybody who saw these clues would know that. What does that mean? Does that mean other Trenchcoat Mafia members, even if they weren't involved or didn't know, they were actually going to do anything, when they saw Eric Harris's post that morning at 8:41 a.m., what would they think? Did they think, oh, Eric's actually going to do it today? Who knows? Another Trenchcoat Mafia from Littleton said he was married to Trenchcoat Mafia and that all jock athletes will die. Harris often portrayed his violent character on the website. In his profile, his message to the world was, "Quit whining. It's just a flesh wound. Kill 'em all." He also loved playing the controversial computer game Doom, where opponents try and kill each other with pipe bombs and shotguns. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure that's what Doom is. Doom is the game on Mars with the portal to hell and you're killing demons. Harris and Klebold's plan for murder had been laid down for months, but they were cool enough to turn up at school just 3 days before the massacre for the end-of-term dance. Thaddeus Bowles, 16, who started the Trenchcoat Mafia with Harris and Klebold, saw them at the Saturday night prom. So there's a lot of inconsistencies there. First of all, Eric Harris, by all accounts, did not go to the prom. Now, exactly who saw them where after the prom, I don't know. But apparently Tad Bowles is saying that he saw them at the prom, so he was at the prom. I didn't know that either. Apparently, yeah, that is quite curious. We'll be getting into Tad Bowles as well. And it states here, he started up the Trenchcoat Mafia with Harris and Klebold. That is patently untrue. Harris and Klebold were not the original founders. We'll be getting into that later. I'm also not sure Tad Bowles was 16 at that time. I think he was older than all of them. But anyway, this is what he said. They both seemed pretty good spirits, unless they confused Tad Bowles with someone else. They both seemed in pretty good spirits going with the flow, he said. They didn't seem depressed in any way. They were extremely bright but not good students. I know the two of them flunked out of school just this year and not for lack of brains. They disliked any kind of authority. They just did not like to be told what to do. And that's not true. They did not flunk out of school. And Eric Harris, by all accounts, did have pretty good grades. Other students paint a different picture. Derek Alton, 18, said he'd often heard group members talk about committing acts of violence. They just had a hatred of everyone, he said. I heard Eric Harris talk about bombs. There was a lot of bomb threats last year. Elisa Owen, 16, said they were all weird people with a sick sense of humor. They were always joking around saying, "We are going to shoot you." If this is true, I mean, that's just all creepy, though, especially after the shooting, after all of those so-called jokes in the year or more beforehand. Greg Barnes, 17, admitted he never took the group seriously and that they were ridiculed by the mainstream within the school. It was a mistake not to take them more seriously, he said. They would sit in the back of the classroom and they just didn't get involved. People made fun of them, and when I heard one of them say they wanted revenge, I said, "Oh, that makes sense." I stayed away from them. Joshua Lapp, 15, said they got ridiculed a little bit. Everywhere, anywhere, any day, no matter how hot it was, they wore a black trench coat. He added that the social tensions between the school athletes or jocks and the trenchcoat mafia may have been a key factor behind the attack. There was definitely animosity between the two groups, he said. Andrew Beard, 16, said Harrison Klebold often said they hated the jocks because they thought they could do anything they wanted, walk through life smoothly. Some students claimed graffiti on the toilet walls should have warned of what was to come. American football player Doug Moore said, You'd go in there and it would have Columbine will explode someday, or all jocks must die, kill all athletes. There would also be pictures of guns and swastikas. No one took any notice at the time. Trenchcoat Mafia leader Chris Morris was taken in for questioning by police hours after the tragedy took place. He was later released without any charge. All right, let's continue. Here's an article from the Washington Post, Friday, May 14th, 1999, by Lorraine Adams and Cheryl W. Thompson. Littleton focus is on gunmen's friends. So this is about a month later. Investigators probing the rampage at Columbine High School are focusing on the gunman's circle of friends, searching two of their homes, unraveling a website's cryptic writings, and questioning witnesses about possible accomplices. No additional suspects have been charged, police say, but the investigation, now in its third week, is involving dozens of local and federal agents, is proceeding under a theory that the two teenagers did not act alone in placing more than 50 bombs in and around the school, and other bomb estimates place the bombs at over 100, some closer to 200 bombs. Jefferson County Sheriff's Deputy Troy Gardelin said authorities believe that some friends of Eric Harris, 18, and Dylan Klebold, 17, knew before April 20th that the two were planning the rampage. Authorities now believe the elaborate plan was underway for a year. They have found a hit list of targets and web pages detailing earlier missions of vandalism against enemies. So far, police have questioned at least 10 former and current members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, a loosely organized group of 30 to 40 self-proclaimed high school outsiders who often dress in black clothing and military garb. Authorities have questioned a friend of the gunman, Chris Morris, 17, a Columbine senior and one of 3 students taken into custody at the crime scene on April 20th and later released. Morris's attorney, John M. Richilano, said Morris is a material witness and not a suspect and is cooperating with investigators. Morris worked with Harrison Klebold at Blackjack Pizza and was frequently seen with them on Fridays at a nearby bank where Morris has an account, and the 3 often cashed their paychecks. One question for investigators is how Harrison Klebold got the money they used to buy weapons and explosives used in the crime. On a website last year, Harris described acts of vandalism and wrote of using paychecks to buy fuses and ammunition. At one point, he added, "Plus, we got our paychecks. They aren't big, but they can cover quite a bit." Police have questions about Morris's bank account and a withdrawal he made 4 days before the shooting, according to a source familiar with the investigation. Within the last week and within 2 months previous to that, he had between $500 and $900 in Chris's account, and he had depleted it down to $7 that day, the source said. Asked about the withdrawal, Richilano, Morris's attorney, said, "I am not going to comment on specific evidence." Harris's webpage from a year ago, now considered an ominous warning of his growing rage, described the creation of 4 pipe bombs by Reb and Vodka, nicknames for Harrison Klebold. It thanked 3 unidentified people, nicknamed Jester, Imaginos, and Excalibur, for helping me make this page happen. Authorities are trying to determine whether friends knew of the preparations to use the bombs. The pipe bombs and fragments are being analyzed at a Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms laboratory in Walnut Creek, California, an ATF agent said yesterday. The analysis of fingerprints, gunpowder, and other flammable material used in the crime will take several weeks. The Trenchcoat Mafia was at its height in 97 and 98, students say, but Harris and Klebold became involved only recently, Joseph M. Stair, a Columbine graduate and early group member, said they started hanging out in their senior year. John Beachman, a 1997 Columbine graduate and former member, said he was questioned by police and turned over a list of members' names. Most of the group's original members graduated last year. Morris is one of the few original members still at Columbine. A 15-year-old friend of Morris told the Post that Morris was at the home of a trenchcoat member, Corey Friesen, 20, and not at school at the time of the shooting because he had no classes after 10:30 a.m. Columbine school officials did not return calls. And I don't know how likely that is. How many students have only go to school until 10:30 a.m.? I don't know, maybe. As news of the shooting broke at 11:30 a.m., Morris's mother called her son to make sure he was okay, according to the friend. Morris, in turn, called 911 and reported that Klebold and Harris might be involved, sources say. And, of course, Morris's alibi is other trenchcoat member Corey Friesen, all coincidental. While the siege was unfolding inside the high school, police transported Morris from Friesen's home to Columbine. There, Morris was handcuffed in front of media cameras and placed in a police car, but not formally charged. Richelano said he did not know why his client was handcuffed. On his website, Harris describes targets, missions, and use of paychecks to pay for fuses and firecrackers. In one portion, it said that a group of Harris's friends, including Klebold, used firecrackers at one target's house and shot Klebold's sawed-off BB gun. Investigators also are looking into students who were apparent targets of Harris and Klebold. One parent who asked not to be identified said the FBI questioned her because her son's car outside the school had been rigged with a bomb. He had been taunted by members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Another avenue of pursuit is a hit list compiled by Harris. According to 2 students interviewed by the FBI, the list contained the names of many athletes, as well as one slain student, Isaiah Scholes. Sam Riddle, the family's spokesman, said the Scholes home had been vandalized over the last year and clearly had been targeted. The family reported the incidents to police, who told them it's just kids pulling pranks, Riddle said. Judy and Randall Brown, the parents of Columbine student Brooks Brown, last year turned over to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department Harris's webpage writings, in which he dubbed his group more of a gang. We plan out and execute missions. Anyone pisses us off, we do a little deed to their house. Eggs, teepee, superglue, busy boxes, large amount of fireworks, you name it, Harris wrote. We have many enemies in our school, therefore we make many missions. Among the many students in the library who have been questioned by investigators is John Savage, a senior. Most of the victims were killed or wounded in the library. In an interview, Savage said he trembled under a library table when Harris asked him who's hiding under there. In trying to explore with investigators why he was spared, he said that this semester he had philosophy class with Harris and calculus with Klebold. I had been nice to them, Savage said, who is shy and stutters. Said in an interview, I didn't do anything super nice, just, hi, how are you doing, man? Supposedly, John Savage was a Trenchcoat Mafia member, however, so who knows how true that is. Harris and Klebold were armed with 2 shotguns, a rifle, a Tech DC-9 handgun, and nearly 60 pipe bombs and explosives when they launched the attack. Since the shootings, police have questioned Robin Anderson, 18, who bought 3 of the weapons in a legal transaction. Mark Maines, 22, turned himself into authorities last week for the illegal Tech DC-9 sale. So Robin Anderson was involved in the legal transaction, Mark Maines in the illegal transaction. My client had no knowledge of what was going to happen, said his attorney, Robert Ransom. That's an interesting name. All right, so now that we have clearly established that the Trenchcoat Mafia was real, was an actual group, and for all intents and purposes included Dylan and Eric as members, both stated by certain members of the Trenchcoat Mafia and by Dylan to his father and Eric Harris in his explanation for his Trenchcoat Mafia Hitman for Hire video. So this is all relatively clear. All right, so let's move on to an account by Devin Adams. And Devin is basically part of a group of individuals, if not close friends, then acquaintances with all of the individuals here. And on the Crime Files Tumblr, summarizes her statements to police. So she was not a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, but she was affiliated with all of them. Named 14 members. Michelle Boudreau, Chuck Phillips, Kelly Schwab, Brian Sargent, Chris Morris, Joe Stair, Nate Dykman, Kristen Thibault, Eric Dutro, Tad Bowles, Marla Frost, Zach Heckler, Robert Perry, Patrick McDuffie, and Robin Anderson. Stated Joe Stair was not the leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia. It was actually Chuck Phillips. Chris Morris was the first to wear a duster to school, but Phillips formed the Trenchcoat Mafia group. Stated she knew about Eric and Dylan making bombs. Eric named his first bomb Anasazi and his second one Pazzi. Eric and Dylan did rebel missions at night where they blew things up or launched tons of fireworks. She didn't see any real guns, but knew Eric and Dylan went to Zach Heckler's house and shot BB guns at targets in the backyard. She was close with Dylan Klebold throughout high school, but had been distant with Eric since freshman year. She sat with Eric, Dylan, and Zach in the cafeteria in the morning and at lunchtime. Said Eric liked to dress like a commando most of the time. Dylan dressed normal in t-shirts and jeans, and Morris dressed commando all the time. Said Dutro's dress varied. He was really weird, talking about wanting to be like Hitler, and he wanted to commit genocide on a large scale. And we will get to Eric Dutro. There's a lot of Erics here. Though it was strange that Eric and Dylan could quote all the lines. So Devin Adams thought it was strange that both Dylan and Eric could quote all the lines from Natural Born Killers. Regarding the names on Eric's hit list, Stumpy was a kid Eric thought was an idiot. Scoop got all of us suspended and was Devin's ex-boyfriend, who all the others wanted to beat up. Pretty Boy was from debate class and Eric and Dylan thought he was gay. Excalibur was part of the stage crew from theater class who Eric and Dylan had made fun of. Devin Adams laughed when asked if Eric Vike was part of the Trenchcoat Mafia. She said he probably wanted to be, but Vike was just the video guy in school. Eric and Dylan liked him, but also kind of used him. Interesting statement coming from Devin Adams. She gave 3 names, redacted, that she thought might be involved in the incident. So that's really curious. Huh. Now, I'm assuming if Eric and Dylan were part of the 3, they wouldn't be redacted? I mean, what are the options here? There's 3 additional people in addition to Eric and Dylan, or there's 3 people, Eric and Dylan are part of the 3, and the 3rd was redacted. One person had threatened her on the computer over an incident at school. He got mad easily and liked to kick in cars. The second person liked to beat up his girlfriends and others for no reason, and he scared her. The 3rd person had been on the debate team with her the year before. At one meeting, he was mad at someone and looking for a pipe to beat them. She described him as a violent person who quit school 1 semester before he would graduate. And these seem to be descriptions of possibly Chris Morris, Robert Perry, Brian Sargent. In her follow-up interview, she admitted she knew about Eric and Dylan making bombs. She never saw Eric or Dylan with any pipe bombs. She said she heard a bomb go off on April 20th as she was leaving school and knew right away Eric was involved. She said that Dylan was a follower, Eric was the leader, and this is something we'll be exploring later as well. Dylan went to her birthday party the previous year and had been to her house several times. So again, people claiming that Dylan Klebold was just some outcast with 0 friends, 0 girls that were friends, 0 girlfriends, 0 anybody. Clearly that's not the case here. So, and Devin currently works for Colorado Parks and Wildlife. She graduated the class salutatorian 2001. Huh. So she got the second highest grades in all of Columbine High School? I mean, what does that make people think? I mean, so this is someone that was associated with the Trenchcoat Mafia, with all these members. I mean, that really does make you think what these individuals would be capable of if they really applied themselves with all of their physical and mental gifts instead of some of these paths that they went down, regardless whether they were involved in the shooting or not for some of these other individuals. So someone who doesn't seem to be talked a lot about is Zach Heckler, of course. He did work at Blackjack Pizza. He dated Devin Adams. During freshman and sophomore year, Dylan Klebold was at the Hecklers all the time, according to several different people, and Heckler himself, swimming in their pool, sleeping over. A source close to the family noted Dylan's behavior started to change a few months before senior year. It was a gradual thing. Dylan was more withdrawn, less willing to be open with Zach. He was a good kid, a quiet kid who would let someone else take the lead, says the source. At some point in junior year, he picked up one of those black duster coats. This year, we hardly saw Dylan at all. The only thing they maintained was their late night phone call. It was a ritual. 10:30 at night. Hour and a half. They just talked. Sometimes these conversations got emotional. Dylan would be on the phone with Zach or on the internet, says Sarah Slater. And Zach would tell me they were crying about stuff. Now that's an interesting statement there. Because if that's true, because some people believe that Heckler's father kind of told him to disassociate from Klebold. And because Klebold was trouble or whatever. And it's curious, did they maintain this phone call? Is the source saying this was a weekly phone call or a daily or almost daily phone call? Because if it was a daily or even a weekly, I mean, talking to him once a week, every week, even though he can't come over to the house because the father doesn't like him or whatever the case may be. Again, I'm not claiming any of that is true or untrue, but it's quite curious. Now, another thing that really needs to have the proper focus is, of course, Blackjack Pizza. So Eric and Dylan worked there. Chris Morris, Nate Dykman, and Zach Heckler all worked at Blackjack Pizza before. So supposedly Eric started working at Blackjack Pizza first since he was friends with Chris Morris, who was a manager there. Now that's kind of curious that Chris Morris, this kid, is a manager at Blackjack Pizza. What does that say? And apparently he got Dylan Klebold hired there later as well. Eric Alt, Dykman, Heckler, Phillips, and Sargent were all described as having been employed at Blackjack Pizza at some point. Chris Morris also said that Perry worked under him at Blackjack Pizza, page 10,039. And so that's curious. So basically almost all of these individuals worked at Blackjack Pizza. Chris Morris is a manager at Blackjack Pizza. We would have to do a whole dedicated episode just on Blackjack Pizza, but it seems this is more than a coincidence. So not only do they associate at school and are described as friends, they go to each other's houses, they also work at Blackjack Pizza. Very curious. Very, very curious. I mean, I don't know what everybody makes of this. The coincidence theorists, of course, they have more coincidences here than to shake a stick at. I mean, it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy the level of coincidence we are dealing with here. So let's go over the search warrants in this case. So they are curious as well. So hope you guys found another edition of Mindshock True Crime interesting. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description and make sure you subscribe to the channel. Hit that bell for notifications. Or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon for the most in-depth logical analysis of cases, events, the paranormal, and anything and everything in between. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.
If you like audiobooks or audio shows, check out a free trial of Audible. Just click the link in the description.
Welcome to Mindshock True Crime. You are listening to the Columbine Conspiracy Series, where we take a look at all of the evidence to establish whether or not there is more than meets the eye regarding one of the most infamous shootings in history. This is episode 3, Brooks Brown. We will continue our examination into the Trenchcoat Mafia and Trenchcoat Mafia members, both official, non-official, as well as other friends of Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. Some believe they simply had foreknowledge. Others believe they may have actually assisted in some capacity either before or during the shooting on April 20th, 1999. We'll also be taking a look at search warrants executed in regards to Trenchcoat Mafia members and other individuals in Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold's circle. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and mind-shocking, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications. Make sure you allow your device to have those notifications come through. Like and share this podcast. Bring logic and reason back to a world where it is quickly becoming extinct, where people just take on blind faith whatever narrative they see on the idiot box without actually investigating, without actually applying logic and reason. So share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Patrons do get priority for case topic, logical analysis, co-podcaster requests. You could also be a guest on the podcast depending on your tier. So you can also support Mindshock by being a patron today. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. So some highlights from the search warrants that were released. I believe this was 2003. The first portion covers Brooks' backpack and its contents. Nothing suspicious, just books and items you would expect to find in a high school backpack. There were also search warrants here for computers, email, any correspondence, communications between any of the following individuals: Dylan Klebold, Eric Harris, redacted, redacted, and redacted, or between any current or past members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. We can only guess they're talking about Chris Moore, either Morris, Heckler, Dykeman, Robert Perry, Brian Sargent, Joe Stair, or any of those combinations, because they're the usual names that are repeated. So some curiosities here. This is page 25,671. Investigator Larry Erzin. Upon being duly sworn upon the oath, says that the foregoing offense or offenses alleged was committed of this affiant's own personal knowledge, and the facts stated therein are true. Your affiant is of lawful age and a sworn peace officer of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, Golden, Colorado, in the county of Jefferson. Your affiant states that the following facts are true and based upon his or her personal knowledge as a result of his or her conversations with the person named herein and reviewing their written reports. On April 20th, 1999, investigator Gary Kleiman of the Colorado Attorney General's Office was assigned to assist an investigation by Jeffco regarding multiple homicides which occurred that date at Columbine High School. April 20th, 1999, located at the crime scene was an explosive device shown to investigator Kleiman by investigator Glenn Grove of Jeffco. Investigator Grove said the device was identical to another he recovered on March 22nd, 1999, located from a residence, address redacted, Arvada, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado. The device was in possession of a juvenile, redacted, date of birth, redacted. So juvenile means under 18 here, so that does eliminate certain members of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Investigator Kleiman reviewed the investigative report by Arvada Police Department. It indicates that redacted received the device from her friend. So this is a female. Redacted, date of birth redacted, of redacted, Arvada County of Jefferson, State of Colorado. Redacted told investigator Grubel of the Arvada Police Department that he had learned to make the device from Eric Harris, who has been identified as one of the two suspects who committed the homicides at Columbine on April 20th, 1999, and also placed the explosive devices found on the school premises. The other suspect is identified as Dylan Klebold, both allegedly members of the gang/group known as the Trenchcoat Mafia. April 21st, 99, investigator Kleiman spoke to Redacted, the father of Redacted. He advised investigator Kleiman that after seeing the news reports of the incident at Columbine High School, he located in Redacted's possessions a notebook containing notes and sketches which may relate to the construction of explosive devices, and notes by Redacted regarding her relationship with Redacted and possibly others. Redacted is presently in detention or a juvenile sentence to Mountain View School, Division of Youth Services. Based upon the aforementioned information, your affiant respectfully requests that the court issue a search warrant for the residence located at Redacted, County of Jefferson, State of Colorado. Here's a post, a curious post, June 18th, 2003 on Tapatalk, which is, I guess, a combination of a bunch of different forums. Well, this proves that Jefferson County knew about Eric Harris's bomb making before April 20th and did nothing. They tried to hide the fact that the Browns gave them information on Eric. They then tried to discredit and accuse Brooks of wrongdoing, when in fact they had this information. Cover up at the very least. Now this part bothers me also. Russ Cook is on leave of absence, and Ted Mink is taking his place. Ted Mink was chief of police of Arvada when Columbine and the Arvada bomb-making incident took place. He had to have all this information. Now he's the acting sheriff of Jefferson County, the very agency that has lied and lied and lied. How strange that Mink takes over just before the information is released. Something to think about. Just another one of those coincidences. Page 17,900. This is April 20th, 99. While clearing Columbine High School of bombs, Deputy Glenn Grove advised on a bomb, Redacted taken from Redacted. Investigator Kleiman received info that Redacted told that the bomb came from Redacted, who learned to make bombs from Eric Harris. Also, Redacted is in Mount View detentions, but has a diary at home with bomb diagrams. Lead contact Redacted or family to obtain purported diary content Redacted to determine if he did in fact learn bomb making from Harris. Assigned to Eaton and Kleiman. April 26, 99, search warrant conducted at Redacted residence. Book seized and now in Jeffco evidence. Redacted also interviewed, denies learning bomb making from Harris. Also denies being acquainted with Harris. Report attached. So apparently there's an individual here supposedly accused of learning how to make bombs from Eric, but perhaps it was the other way around. Who knows? I mean, there's so many missing pages in the reports, all these things redacted. I mean, will the truth ever be known unless all of this can be FOIA'd without redactions? What's curious, page 25,772, Robert Perry supposedly consented for his AOL account to be searched on May 13th, 99. And who knows what may or may not have been removed at that point, and again, what level of forensics was used to find anything that could have been removed or deleted. Also, there's some copies of orders here, all records sealed until further order of the court relating to a lot of these communications, various phone numbers, search warrants. I mean, it's really crazy. Regarding Dykeman, page 25,792, Nathan Dykeman told investigators during an interview he had not been truthful because he thought he would be blamed for the shootings. And we have to keep that in mind. A lot of these trenchcoat mafia members, how truthful were they early on? Because what are the options? They were scared, so they lied, or they told the truth, but then were told to change their story or else to match the narrative, or they were given some kind of immunity in exchange for certain information. I mean, it's really tough deciphering all this. Dykeman told agents Harris and Klebold had been experimenting with bombs for over a year. On April 20th, Dykeman said he left Columbine High School at 11:20 a.m. to go home and eat lunch. When he returned, he was met by police barricades. Dykeman said he returned home and watched several news reports and had several telephone conversations with Klebold's father. Since these interviews were conducted April 21st, Nathan has moved to Florida to finish school. So he got out of Dodge. Here's an article from Rocky Mountain News, 1999. I don't see a date here, but this is in relation to Nate Dykeman. Victor Good's house seems uncommonly quiet as he sits at his desk near a window that overlooks Columbine High School. Gone are the sounds he describes as those of normal, awkward teenagers, which until recently included his stepson, Nathan Dykman, 18, Nathan's best friend, Dylan Klebold, and his friend, Eric Harris. From a balcony in the tidy upper-middle-class home, Good and his stepson watched through binoculars 2 months ago as SWAT teams surrounded Columbine. They saw at that distance wounded student Patrick Ireland's desperate plunge out of the library window. It is where Good first heard Nathan's prediction, Nathan's chilling prediction, that Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris were the boys with guns who killed 12 students, a teacher, and themselves, and wounded about 24 others. And it's curious if the prediction included just the two of them, that it was just them two acting alone. Now it is where Good and his wife, Julie, Nathan's mother, mourn a different kind of loss. They have not seen Nathan since 3 days after the shooting. They haven't spoken with him since he packed his bags and left home with his biological father, Matt Dykman, to move to Florida, Good said. Nathan walked out on his graduation, on the funeral of his friend, and on the only family he has known for 6 years. The images left to the Goods were from Nathan's national television appearance on ABC's Good Morning America, where he talked about his two friends, and from the story that appeared about him in the Florida-based Supermarket Weekly National Enquirer. Both media organizations, Good said, paid Nathan thousands of dollars for his appearance, something Good and his wife warned Nathan not to take, something Good says bitterly has helped disrupt their family. His Disney dad is responsible for that, Good said. Good said Nathan was paid $16,000 by ABC for an innocuous videotape he and Klebold had made. He also said an ABC producer called their home and offered him money for an appearance and suggested they might make $2 or $3 million from a book deal later on. Good said they were not interested. He said the media's luck changed after Nathan left his Colorado home. Reached at his father's home in Florida, Nathan tells a different story. I was broke. I had to leave my truck in Oklahoma where it broke down, he said. Now my college tuition is paid for. I've been criticized enough for this. What was it I did wrong? I know at least a dozen people who were offered money from the media. Nathan says he wasn't paid for an interview, but for the videotape that he and Klebold made of a trip to school. He did enter into an agreement with the National Enquirer, which he now says distorted, mischaracterized, and misquoted what he said. The Goods' trauma might seem less dramatic than the devastation that descended upon the families whose children died or were wounded by the two high school killers, but Good said it seems as though they have lost a child. April 20th was the longest day of our lives, Good said. It's like it took a month or more to turn the page on the calendar to try to go on with living. I suspect there will be a lot of families who will face something like this, said John Keekbush, Chief of Investigation for the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department and lead investigator in the case. This is the kind of thing that can happen to people who go through these kinds of traumatic experiences, he said. It's very hard to understand, said Good, his voice cracking. Nathan was so close to his mother. He was kind of a mama's boy. His mother sat by the phone all day on Mother's Day. The phone never rang. Nathan said the fallout came over the reaction of his stepfather and mother when they learned that his friends Klebold and Harris were the killers. He said it was as if they ceased to trust him, to believe him. They were terrified, he said, that he was somehow involved. They tore apart my room, he said. They threw away my heavy metal CDs, anything that had a skull on it or something like that. I couldn't believe the way they treated me. He said he believes his stepfather feared the police would come with a warrant to search his room and find something incriminating. Immediately after the shootings, Good admits he was very direct with Nathan. He warned him that because of his close relationship with Klebold and his longtime association with Harris, they had known each other since 8th grade, Nathan would get caught up in the investigation. I told him if there was anything at all that we should know, to tell us now, Good said. We had already watched on television as police led Chris Morris away in handcuffs. Morris, a close friend of Harris, Klebold, and Nathan, was released after being questioned by police. They all worked at Blackjack Pizza Parlor, as did Philip Duran. Duran has been charged with helping Klebold and Harris acquire a semi-automatic pistol used in the killings with possession of one of the illegal sawed-off shotguns used in the attack. Shortly after the shooting, Nathan was identified publicly as a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, a Columbine clique alternatively described as outcasts and computer geeks. Good said linking his son to the group is one of the long list of things the media got wrong. And it was implied in some news reports that Nathan could be a suspect. Good took Nathan the day after the shootings to the FBI, where he was interviewed at length and given a lie detector test. He did not take an attorney. Also, there's a lot of speculation online about how many of these members of the Trenchcoat Mafia might have been offered immunity in exchange for information. So, therefore, if the investigators later did find out that they were involved in the shooting in some way, either in planning or at the school, there's nothing they can do about it because they already granted them immunity before that. And there'd be way too much outrage, so that it's better to just keep up this narrative, create this narrative that it was just Eric and Dylan at all costs, no matter what. All of these hundreds of witnesses are hallucinating and all of these things. And just seal any records to the contrary. And it's almost like a two birds, one stone situation, because if the police look bad and through all of this, poor investigation, didn't follow up on Eric Harris, all of these things, it kind of accomplishes everything by just sealing as many records as possible and rewriting the narrative. And then, of course, if there is some kind of MK Ultra component, same thing. It would be the same. For all of these theories, it's kind of like the same game plan to keep it under wraps. Good and his stepson have declined to say what Nathan told investigators. But court documents show the information Dykman gave authorities helped lead to Duran's arrest. Dykman spent more than 12 hours talking to the FBI and was interviewed later by agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. I was never treated as a suspect by the FBI, Nathan said. They were just after, information about Eric and Dylan. So that's curious. So clearly Dykman had critical information surrounding Blackjack Pizza and possible Trenchcoat Mafia members and the acquisition of firearms. Very curious indeed. Dykman had a falling out with Harris over a girl Nathan was dating in January, but they still shared 4 classes, including a bowling class at Columbine. Good said his stepson was kind of afraid of Eric toward the end. Nathan said he wasn't so much afraid of Eric as he was concerned about him. He was more and more depressed last summer, he said. He had a lot of things he was trying to figure out. He was seeing a psychiatrist. I was concerned about that. Nathan maintained his close friendship with Klebold, but saw less of him in the last few months because Nathan became more interested in dating, Good said. Good said that as Nathan pulled away from the two, Harris and Klebold grew closer. Because of his son's close relationship with Klebold, the Goods and the Klebold's parents became friends. Good said he had talked with Tom Klebold almost every day since the shootings. They have had lunch. The Goods also attended the funeral service for Dylan Klebold and spent 3 hours with the family at the funeral home that evening. There is also a sore point with Nathan. He said he talked to the Klebolds before he left town, but was not told about the funeral service until it was too late. They just told me I missed it, he said. I would have wanted to go. Good says his son's friends, whom the world now knows as cold-blooded, brutal, and compassionless killers, were guests in his home thousands of times. But Good said he never saw any indication that Klebold or Harris were capable of what he calls a monstrous crime. Neither, he said, did the Klebolds. There were no warning signs about these kids, Good said. There was nothing that you could point to that would say they were ever capable of such a monstrous act. All this stuff people said about them that day, about them being goths, the Marilyn Manson music, using black makeup, their obsession with Hitler and the Nazis, being part of a national hate group, that was all ridiculous. It was all wrong. Nathan said reports that Harris and Klebold were in bowling class the morning of the shootings were also wrong, just as were reports that they frequently shouted Hail Hitler during bowling classes and wore Nazi insignia to school. People were saying their parents had to know what they were doing, that they should have seen this coming. That's wrong too, Good said. They didn't know because no one knew. No one but Dylan and Eric. And is he playing damage control here for his son, Nate Dykman, his stepson? Everyone in America wants to believe that there were warning signs so they can believe it would never happen to them, to their children. Nathan said he too remains confused by the events that occurred. I last talked to Dylan at the bowling class on Monday, and I didn't talk to him after that. Something happened in that last 24 hours, and I wish I knew what it was. Actually, there is a date here, June 28th, 1999. Couple of posts here by Star Viego, a popular poster with a lot of these theories. He posted this September 6, 2004. Interesting, how could Dykman have been a suspect at noon and been home 2 hours later when they see Pat Ireland being rescued? Something is not quite kosher here. I also noticed that a lot of the Trenchcoat Mafia got to the small screen after April 20th. Pauline Colby was on a TV show. Reference number here, 8551. McDuffie was on the Lisa show, 4145. Horst Russmuller was on one of the late night talk shows, 8979. Splatterpunks on the Sally Jesse Raphael show. Chris Morris and Corey Friesen on ABC's Nightline. Brian Sargent on the news, 6195. Joe Stair on Channel 9 Today, 6550. And now it's Dykman on Good Morning America. I call it hiding in plain sight, and if he got 16 large, how much did the other guys get? A response here, I could not agree more. I had a friend that used to sell pot before he was killed in a wreck years ago. He told me the best way to hide from police is to hide in plain sight. He said nobody ever expects you to hide in the open. He told me when he got it, he would drive through the police station and talk to the officers and just shoot the expletive. Then he would do whatever it was he did. He said all smart criminals did it and would laugh. Seemed to work for him. Some interesting posts here. Supposedly, the surveillance tapes confirmed that Dykman was the fire truck boy. I thought he was arrested afterwards, but I think I'm confusing Morris for Dykman, and I think Nate knew. He was right when he predicted Eric and Dylan as the shooters, and he hops out of the area as soon as possible. He doesn't even stay for Dylan's funeral. I think he's trying to cover his own ass, just a hunch. But how could he be two places at once? Maybe Good is covering for him. Does anyone know the exact times of the fire truck incident and Patrick Ireland being pulled through the window? Maybe if you compared. It seems like Nate was really busy April 20th. Confirms himself that he called Tom Klebold that day, asks if Dylan is at the residence. When Mr. Klebold says Dylan is at school, Nate tells him about the shootings. Klebold goes to Dylan's room, looks in his closet, and notices Dylan's coat is not there. This prompts Mr. Klebold to call Jeffco and ask to be a hostage negotiator. It is confirmed in the 911 tapes as being fire truck boy. My opinion, and this is a poster on a forum here, September 25th, 2004, that he was an early shooter and backed out. This is referring to Dykman. He was involved somehow. It shows because he knew Eric and Dylan were the shooters. And that's curious too, because if all of the Trenchcoat Mafia guys bragged about wanting to shoot up the school and kill everybody and blow up the school, he seems to, if he only indicated Eric and Dylan, that's curious because other individuals seem to have included Eric and Dylan with other names like Chris Morris or Robert Perry or Brian Sargent. Stepfather Victor Good claims Nate was with him all day after the shooting started. It's not humanly possible to be in three places at once. So let's continue with the various origins of the Trenchcoat Mafia. This is an article in the New York Times by Jody Wilgerin, April 25th, 99. Terror in Littleton, the group. Society of Outcasts began with a $99 black coat. Tad Bull's mother bought him an Australian duster for Christmas in 1996 because the coats were on sale at Miller Stockman, a Western wear outlet, for $99. A week or so later, Tad's closest friend, Chris Morris, donned the same sort of long black coat. Soon, all of their buddies were wearing them. There were two little hipster sophomores going down the hallway. People started calling them the Trenchcoat Mafia. Mrs. Bowles recalled of Tad and Chris speaking Friday on the condition that her first name not be printed. I personally thought they looked kind of goofy, but they're kids. The more popular students at Columbine High School poked fun at the Coats, as they had poked fun at almost everything about the ragtag group of outcasts for years. Like so many tormented groups before them, they embraced the epithet as their own. One kid was messing around with Chris one afternoon, and Chris said, "You better watch out, we'll get the Trenchcoat Mafia after you." Recalled Kristen Thibault, 16, one of about 5 girls who hung out with the group of 10 duster-wearing boys. It felt good. That spring, the girls bought a business card-size ad in the Columbine High yearbook, right there with all the jocks and preps showing a photograph of their friends under the label Trenchcoat Mafia. In retrospect, the name sounds menacing now that it is linked to the 2 young men behind one of the deadliest school massacres in American history, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. Since the shooting and bombings that left 1 teacher and 14 students, including Mr. Harris and Mr. Klebold, dead at Columbine High, the group has been described as devoted to dark Gothic music and culture, computer video games with names like Doom, and all things German, including Hitler, whose birthday coincided with Tuesday's carnage. But members of the group, their parents, and other students at the school said it was never much more than the jibes that gave it its name, just a tiny clique of boys long seen as losers, finally finding a place. In the yearbook, Mr. Harris and Mr. Klebold are not even in the picture, and those who do appear are not wearing trench coats. These kids that did this, they're disturbed, Mrs. Bowles said of Mr. Klebold and Mr. Harris, whom she knew only slightly as Tad's friends. Okay, so here's yet further corroboration that Tad Bowles, the founder or one of the founders of the Trenchcoat Mafia, is friends in some capacity, not necessarily best friends, but friends with Klebold and Harris. The things they did had nothing to do with what the group was about. The group, she added, wasn't about anything else but hanging out with friends. Her son, Tad, a blonde wearing dark sunglasses, a black long-sleeve shirt with a gold design, and black dress pants that hung off his skinny hips, said today that a lawyer had advised him not to discuss his friends in detail. But the picture painted so far by the authorities and the news media is not at all accurate, he said, dragging on a cigarette, a bright turquoise beeper sticking out of his pocket. Miss Thibault, who described Mr. Klebold as having been her best friend, Dylan sure had a lot of best friends. A lot of people are describing him as his best friend. Said members of the group often stayed up late at one another's homes, watching movies or playing GoldenEye, a video game on Nintendo 64. We'd all get on our 4 controllers and shoot each other up as many times as we could, she said, standing on the front stoop of the Harris' home today after dropping off a bunch of fire orange roses and a card for his parents. Eric and Dylan were always lost, she said, recalling that they would be particularly upset when they were beaten by girls. It was just this constant battle of who kills who. Sure, her friends sometimes fantasized about bombing Columbine along with all of its cliques. I don't know any high school student who doesn't joke about blowing up the school, she said. Many in the group were computer enthusiasts. A website attributed to Mr. Harris mentioned the Trenchcoat Mafia and featured drawings of gun-toting monsters and directions for making pipe bombs. Recently, Mrs. Bowles said, the group focused more on making videos like the one by Mr. Klebold and Mr. Harris that is said to show them pretending to kill athletes in a school hallway. The group used to hang out at Amazing Fantasy Comics in Littleton, but the store manager, Sean Carey, said members had stopped coming about a year ago as they grew more interested in paintball and girls. Friends said they were heavy into role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons. They liked to drink shots of Aftershock, a brand of cinnamon or peppermint schnapps. Some connected to the group were the black lipstick and black fingernail polish associated with Gothic teen culture, but Mr. Klebold and Mr. Harris did not, friends said. Some say the two were not central to the Trenchcoat group, just friends of a core member. Mrs. Bowles, a mother of 5, insisted that the Trenchcoat owners were just like any other young men interested in bamboo sword fights, Star Wars, and computer games, but also the prom and the great teenage tradition working on their cars. It was just a whole bunch of friends who didn't fit into any other type of groups, explained Miss Thibault, who wore round wide glasses, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. We were just all these people who routinely got made fun of all through elementary school and high school. Joseph Stair, 18, a 1998 Columbine High School graduate who is among the group's original members, acknowledged that he and his friends had learned how to make pipe bombs, but shrugged off the significance. You see things on TV, they talk about how easy it is, he said, so we decided to see if it was. There was never any intention to build them or use them. Columbine students said the trenchcoat group, including Mr. Harris, often spoke in German and wore clothes decorated with swastikas. Mr. Klebold was said to have had a German flag sewn into his coat. But both Miss Thibault and Mr. Stair said there was no Hitler connection to the group. We're not a homosexual group or Satanists or neo-Nazis, Mr. Stair said as he took a break today from his job as assistant manager of a local Arby's. None of us were actually prejudiced, he said, and then added, yeah, we hated jocks. Denise Taylor, 17, who has 6 rings in her ear and a stud in her tongue, has socialized with the group since she came to Columbine a year ago from Newark Valley, New York. The group was a little weird, she acknowledged, but what's wrong with being different? Ian Nelson, 18, a Columbine senior who describes himself as an outcast by choice, said he had played Doom with Mr. Klebold and Mr. Harris over the internet, and yes, they always seemed a little different. The preps and jocks who ruled the school taunted the group in the hallways with sarcastic jibes of nice coat. They were pushed against lockers and had rocks and even lunchroom mashed potatoes thrown in their face, members said. We all got picked on a routine basis, said Miss Thibault. I think they were jealous of the tight-knit group, Miss Thibault said of the athletes. I broke up a lot of fights between the jocks and the guys. 2 years ago, members of the group were outraged when a group of freshman football players surrounded Mr. Morris in the cafeteria, yelling taunts and backing him up against a wall. This was something we would not forget, Mr. Stair said. Things escalated last year, Miss Thibault said, and the trenchcoaters actually scheduled a sort of rumble with the jocks, but the athletes never showed up. When an athlete arrested for burglary ended up with a misdemeanor conviction and a sentence for community service, the mafia members seethed. If Dylan or Eric did something like that, Miss Thibault said, they'd be sitting in jail right now. Kevin Koniger, a 17-year-old junior on the Columbine Rebels football team, acknowledged that some athletes had teased the Trenchcoat Mafia, but he said the group often seemed to be asking for it. If they're different, why shouldn't we look at them as weird, he asked, recalling a student last year who seemed never to shower. As the rest of the people in town tried to console each other last week with makeshift memorials of flowers and banners, sobbing on the television about the events that had taken place in their community, members of the Trenchcoat Mafia and their friends spend much of the time talking to the police. The authorities have suggested that the 2 gunmen may have had help in getting their weapons and bombs into the school. Miss Thibault said that Mr. Morris, who was questioned by the police the afternoon of the shootings and then released, had not been brought in as a suspect but had been asked to help negotiate with the 2 killers before the authorities realized that they had committed suicide. She herself was not at school that morning. And another girl affiliated with the group, Pauline Colby, was homesick, Miss Thibault said. That's interesting. All these people are sick. Tad Bowles and another member of the Trenchcoat Mafia had quit Columbine a few months back, and Mr. Morris, she said, takes only morning classes, and so was long gone from campus when the attack began during 5th period. And we'll be examining more of these 100+ accounts on who was cited where at what time. But 4 of their friends were in the cafeteria where the shooting started, Miss Thibault said. She said Mr. Harris and Mr. Klebold never had hinted at their plans. I would have tried to stop them, and I might not be standing here right now, she said, imagining what might have happened if she had been in the school. Of what might have motivated the attack, Miss Thibault said they just snapped. If the majority of people were as open-minded as my friends Dylan and Eric, this probably would have never happened. Mrs. Bowles has no choice but to separate the killers from the rest of the Trenchcoat group. They're just kids, she said, pointing out that her son plays the cello and that his friend, Mr. Morris, plays the violin. All of them are in shock. They're all destroyed. I don't know. They're never going to be the same. Even the little ones, even this one's affected. He senses our moods, she said, bouncing her 5-month-old grandson Seth on her lap. His mom sat here with us the other day, she said. We're going to teach our kids better. And does this sound like someone just simply in denial? Because even if Morris, Stair, and these other individuals had nothing to do, Tad Bowles, had nothing to do with the attack, I mean, their reputations are not exactly that of good, wholesome kids by any stretch of the imagination. So regardless of whether they were involved or not, is this just a disconnected family member? But I hope that set the stage for what's going on with the individuals here and various accounts of the origin of the Trenchcoat Mafia, but it seems we have a general idea here. Next, I'm going to go over Sydney Jo Keating, the campus supervisor, aka the school narc, and apparently the statements she has made. Sydney Jo Keating stated she had been employed with Columbine High School for 6 years and is known as the school narc. Keating stated she parked in the faculty parking lot and entered Columbine High School through the front doors located on the east side of the building. Keating went to her office located in the hallway to the north of the main office, where the school administration offices are located. She picked up her school radio, which she refers to as her ears. Neil Gardner, a Jefferson County Sheriff's Department deputy assigned to Columbine High School, and Andy, last name unknown, were not in the main office at the time she showed up. Keating stated she remembers their absence because she was dressed up and wanted to show Neil and Andy how she looked. Keating stated Neil Gardner was believed to be in his police vehicle at around 11 a.m. Keating stated she was hanging out around the Columbine High School trophy case with students who were commenting and teasing her being dressed up. Keating stated she took a walk past the library, down to the lunchroom, down to the cafeteria, through the kitchen to show the cafeteria ladies how she looked. She stated that students in the cafeteria were clapping and cheering at how she was dressed up. She entered the faculty lounge located adjacent to the kitchen, which she stated was empty. Keating stated she returned to her office at exactly 11:15 a.m. and noticed the red light on her office telephone flashing, indicating she had a message. Keating stated when she started hearing the gunfire that she believed the gunmen were coming after her because she is known as the school narc. And how many schools have a school narc? So someone who's actually employed as faculty. I mean, this is really weird. This is weird. In response to questions about individuals, redacted, was a Columbine High School student, Zachary Heckler, a senior. Keating stated Heckler is skilled in computers and got all the locker combinations last year. Keating asked Heckler in January 1999 if he would help in designing and building a computer program that would break down student information such as parking assignments, locker assignments, etc. The Columbine High School staff found out that Keating had asked Heckler to assist her in a student program due to him being competent in programming. The staff became upset with her when they found out Heckler was into the Columbine High School computer system. When Heckler was advised he would not be permitted to complete his programming task, he became upset. He commented that he would return and do something to the school. Wow, so this is Heckler, another member of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Also, threats against the school. I mean, this is just like one of those mystery novels where there's endless suspects. I mean, this is unbelievable, the amount of coincidences. Keating stated that Heckler and Dylan Klebold spent a lot of time together. Keating stated Heckler put a lock on the computer identified as a Nubus. Keating was called into Principal D'Angela's office with the vice principal regarding Heckler and his access to the computer, to the school computer system. Keating stated in February 1999 the Nubus was still running. Heckler came to Keating's office in February 1999 with a clenched fist saying they're going to get it. Keating stated Heckler drives a blue-colored vehicle and parks in the space 259. Keating stated Zachary Heckler, a senior, has a computer desk described as being yellow in color that may be of some interest. She stated Heckler has a black bag that is filled with computer disks. She described the black bag as looking like a briefcase, leather or the appearance of leather, a handle and a shoulder strap. Keating provided the name of Chris Morris, described him as always wearing a green beret, although it looks black, dark glasses, and is known to be a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Also curious, we'll be getting more into Chris Morris as well. And I mean, he's even in a class picture, he's wearing a dark colored beret. And that is who people named as a shooter. So it was not only named, but described that description. Not a baseball cap, but a beret, which he is known to wear. Is this just another coincidence? His personality is described as defiant and sneaky. Wow. He hangs out in the commons area of the cafeteria leaning against the trash cans. Morris is known to be a friend of Dylan Klebold. Morris recently commented to Keating, "I'm a good kid. You haven't caught me." The name of Brooks Brown was mentioned, described as a total wacko. Keating stated Brooks Brown's parents came to the school during mid-year of 1998, seeking an intervention due to Brooks's radical behavior. The parents of Brooks commented that their son was becoming weirder, he was not bathing, and believed him to be gay. Keating stated toward the end of the 98 school year that Brooks was out of control and needed counseling. And to those that keep talking about how Brooks Brown was just a good kid that was so shocked by all that occurred, I mean, there's a lot of testimony from within the school that paints Brooks Brown as completely unhinged and possibly capable of being a shooter as well. Again, I'm not alleging any of that is true or untrue, but this is all coming from within the school. Keating stated Brooks came to her in November 98 and told her that he was getting his act together. He was reported to have stopped wearing his trench coat at that time. So that's also curious because Brooks Brown is someone who's typically not named as a trench coat mafia member, but according to this, apparently he used to wear a trench coat. Was growing a beard, dyed his hair black, wore sagging pants, being described as strange. Approximately 1 week ago, Brooks's mother called her, reporting Brooks had run away from home. He was reported to have had a fight with his parents. He is known to be working as a waiter at the International House of Pancakes, the IHOP, located at Cross and Bowles in Littleton, Colorado. Following an argument with his parents one night, he stayed at the IHOP overnight. Recently, Brooks came to our office and told Keating that he was not getting along with his parents, especially his mother, because she was making him do chores. Keating stated Brooks had a close relationship with Dylan Klebold. Keating stated Brooks redacted. And there's like a long phrase here, redacted, looks like multiple words. So that might not just be a name. There's something else there that's redacted. He was always talking to Dylan and that he hated the students of Columbine High School. Keating provided associates of Harrison Klebold, Kristen Thibault, Eric Dutro, and Pat McDuffie. No specifics were provided relating to their relationships with the Trenchcoat Mafia and known associates. Joe Stair was mentioned, stating that he had graduated from Columbine High School in 98 and still was known to hang around the school. Keating stated Stair was friends with Harris and Klebold. I mean, isn't it curious how Harris and Klebold seem to be friends with just about all of the members of the Trenchcoat Mafia? She believes Stair to be working at Arby's, located in proximity to the Southwest Plaza Mall, Littleton, Colorado. Keating stated she has never heard of anything related to explosives or bombs in connection with students at Columbine High School. Redacted was reported to have sold fake cocaine last year to Eric Harris, Chris Morris, and Eric Dutro. Chantel Beery is reported to be an associate of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Crystal Bragazzi is a student Eric Harris was known to like. Keating stated Eric Alt, a former Columbine High School student that never graduated, was seen at school on Tuesday, April 20th, 99, wearing a green shirt and black pants. Keating stated Alt looked at her and turned away. She called Alt a loser. Alt's best friend is Philip Casey, another student that had gone bad and was no longer attending Columbine High School. Eric Dutro and John Beach are also friends of Alt. Brian Sargent a Columbine High School senior, is a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Pauline Colby, a Columbine High School senior and associate, and Nicole Markham are also associates of the Trenchcoat Mafia. So Keating stated she saw Eric Alt. And not only that, but she called him a loser. So not only, wow. So, and what are all these former students just happen to be wandering the halls on April 20th, 99, of all days? Is that a little coincidental to everyone? And this is a faculty member. This is not just a student. This is a faculty member. So not only did she explicitly name that she saw Eric Alt, and she knew him because he was a former student, not only knew him, but knew that he never graduated, and clearly identified what he was wearing, green shirt, black pants, but also that he looked at her and then turned away, and then she called him a loser. Now, it's unclear whether she actually, it's stating that she described him as a loser, but it says here she called him. Does that mean in that moment? And this is document 012278. So this is all quite curious, everything that we just went over here with the so-called school narc. Just another one of these things that Columbine seems to have that other schools don't have. Very, very curious. She paints an interesting picture of Brooks Brown as well. So she's listed as a campus supervisor, aka school narc. Not only that, she chose to dress up that day. Not only that, but wander around showing everybody how dressed up she was. I mean, truly professional behavior here at Columbine. Very, very curious. So let's get into Eric Alt, who she spotted at school that day. So I could not find a picture of Eric Alt. The 98 yearbook is conspicuously missing from the internet as if it's been scrubbed. The 97 yearbook is available. He's not in it. Eric Alt was kicked out of Columbine High School in January of 1998 after he was accused of smoking pot and doing drugs on school grounds. Eric Alt described Eric Harris as a decent kid and did not expect him to do something like Columbine. He said he joked about blowing up the school once, but he didn't take him seriously regarding Harris. The last time Eric Alt saw Eric Harris, according to him, was in July or August of 1998 when they ran into each other at Southwest Plaza Mall. He said they just chit-chatted about expletive. Alt and Eric Harris began hanging out together at the end of 1996. It's also curious that Harris and Klebold seem to know all these, not only all of the current members of the Trenchcoat Mafia and good friends with a lot of them, but also the original members. They seem to have hung out with them in years prior and knew them very well. Or at least Alt said that of Harris. Eric Alt knew Dylan Klebold only as an acquaintance through Eric Harris. So Alt and Eric Harris were the ones that were friends. Eric Alt was one of the original students at Columbine High School that wore a trench coat and further advised that he began wearing it after he received it as a gift for Christmas 1996. And apparently Tad Bowles had a similar story. Alt stated that he quit hanging out with Eric Harris before he was kicked out of school. How convenient. Eric Alt stated that he, Bowles, and Stair broke off from the group when they left and graduated from high school, and yet they're back on, of all days, April 20th, 1999. How curious. How curious. Unless this campus supervisor is also mistaken and hallucinating. Apparently this was before the shooting, however. So was she also hallucinating before there was any kind of panic and she really didn't see Alt? Although it's unclear exactly when she saw him. So here is her from document 5713, reporting officer Steve Luciano. At about 1350 hours was the interview, April 21st. Keating told me that on April 20th, 99, she was in her office making a telephone call to her husband. Keating's office is located in the school's main office in the same hallway as the principal's office. Keating stated that at 11:15 she heard Peter Horvath, the school dean, over her school portable radio. Keating knew it was 11:15 because she just looked at her watch. Horvath's transmission on the radio was to her, Neil Gardner, or Andy Martin. Horvath was airing that there had been a shooting downstairs in the school. By the time Horvath completed airing this information, he was standing at Keating's office door. Knowing that Deputy Neil Gardner was in his patrol car, Keating picked up her school radio and called him and advised him of the shooting. Keating then started walking down the hall toward the open area of the school's office where the secretaries sit. Walking directly in front of Keating were Chris Mikesell, the school dean, and Peter Horvath. Keating stated that she took about 2 steps into the open area of the office when she heard the front office door open from the main lobby. Keating then immediately heard gunshots, 3 or 4. Chris Mikesell then yelled, according to Keating, "Oh my God, everybody down." Keating turned around toward the hallway and saw Secretary Susan White standing in the doorway of Peter Horvath's office. Keating pushed White into Horvath's office and shut the door. The light inside the office was already turned off. Keating stated that she crawled under a table, then dialed 911. She was able to get through to dispatch and advise them of the shooting. Keating was then looking through the office door window and saw 3 males all together run by. Keating described the males as number 1, white male, approximately 17 years old, approximately 5'5", wearing a black coat, no hat, no mask. Unknown hair color. Number 2, white male, approximately 5'5". Teenager wearing neon yellow baseball cap and a black coat. Number 3, shorter than number 1 and 2, looked real young. So shorter than 5'5". Keating stated that the males were running down the hallway from the main office area. After the 3 males ran by, Keating stated that she heard more gunshots or explosions that sounded real close. Keating remained in the office under the table until evacuated by the SWAT team sometime between 2:15 and 2:30. On April 20th, 1999, I spoke briefly to Chris Mikesell on the phone. I asked Mikesell if she saw the shooters in the main office. She said she did not. So did she say these were shooters though? So she saw 3 males run by that were shorter than 5'5", but all 3 were wearing, well actually the first 2 were wearing black coats. The third it's not stated. But they were all really short. So I don't know what to make of that. So in document 5716, apparently there were issues and they had to have a follow-up interview with her. Sidney Keating had reported seeing a gunman enter the school via the east front entrance and began firing a weapon. Sidney Keating further reported to Special Agent Price at some point after the assault, she observed 3 suspects described in the report who were in the main office area also firing weapons. So in this follow-up, this is Arvado Police Department paperwork here. So the investigating officer told Sidney Keating when comparing the statement she provided to Special Agent Price to other witness statements as well as physical evidence collected from the scene, there were several conflicts. Sidney Keating then told the officer the initial interview she provided to the FBI was somewhat confusing. Sidney Keating told the investigative officer it was possible there had been some misunderstandings in respect to the information she initially supplied. When asked to elaborate, Sidney Keating stated it was possible she became confused with what she thought had happened and what she had actually seen. Now, does this smell cover up? So the details here, so there's a request here for another interview, November 19th, 1999. This paperwork is dated January 6, 2000. So this is many months later. They're asking for clarification. Did they tell her she better change her story because it doesn't match up? The investigating officer subsequently told Sidney Keating the best way to resolve these issues would be to have her recall her activities and observations on the date in question. She also says, so she went to this breakfast. There's all these details about the breakfast she went to. I guess that's not relevant. When she returned from the breakfast, she noted that Deputy Sheriff Neil Gardner's vehicle was not present in the parking lot. She reiterated that it was not unusual for Gardner to leave in his vehicle for a variety of reasons. Then she talks about showing off her dress. And then she goes to the teacher's lounge. No one's there, so she can't show off her dress. So she walks back to her office. Okay. Then she's on the phone with her husband, she initially placed on hold. Very soon thereafter, the dean of the students, Peter Horvath, announcing there had been a shooting. Sydney Keating stated she specifically recalled Peter Horvath trying to contact herself, Andy Martin, and Deputy Gardner. Further indicated it was her understanding based on the radio transmission the shooting had occurred in Mrs. Greco's classroom. Sydney Keating pointed out Mrs. Greco's classroom is located on the lower level of the school. She said she never actually spoke to her husband. She hung up after the transmission. So then she's walking down the main administration area. She did see Peter Horvath also moving to the south, during which time he was repeating there had been a shooting in Mrs. Greco's room. Sydney Keating said, okay, she entered into the main administration area. She recalled hearing 3 to 4 pop, 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 pop. Sydney stated at the time she heard the popping noises. She also heard glass breaking at the double set of doors located at the east front entrance of the school. Sydney Keating stated almost at the same time she then heard the bar popping noise. Pursuant to questioning, Sydney Keating explained she was describing the noise when the bar latching mechanism is depressed on the interior doors to the school. Keating stated the bar popping noise was very distinct and she was certain it had come from one of the double sets of doors located at the east entrance of the school. It was at this point she believed she had previously become somewhat confused during her previous interview with the FBI. Sydney Keating stated that she initially indicated a gunman had entered the school from that location, but now realizes that was not the case. Now all of a sudden she's stating at no time did she see anyone near the front entrance. Interesting. Was she honestly mistaken, or was she right the first time? And why take so long for the clarification? The other thing that's curious here, investigating officer reconfirmed with Sydney Keating at no time did she see any suspects associated with the incident occurring at Columbine High School. So did she see other suspects? I mean, this is all very, very strange. And to the coincidence theorists out there, if there is a conspiracy cover-up, is this how they would do it? Investigating officer next asked Sydney Keating how she was able to provide a description of the suspects, which of course don't match Dylan or Eric, if in fact she never saw them. Sydney Keating again stated there was a misunderstanding, pointing out she was able to hear various suspect descriptions via Peter Horvath's radio. What does that have to do with who she saw, though? Investigative officer again verified with Sydney Keating at no time did she see any suspects possibly associated with this incident, nor did she know the number of suspects involved. So did they simply tell her what to say here? It's curious, it's also stated here, Sydney Keating told investigating officer after the half hour passed, she began to hear what she thought was people crawling in the ceiling, in the vents banging. Sydney Keating told IO she assumed since the suspects were not able to gain access to the offices via the hallway, they had now made their way into the ceiling and were attempting to access the offices via the heating or air conditioning ducts. IO confirmed with Sydney that she was unable to verify that the suspects were responsible for those noises. When asked if it was possible those noises could have been associated with SWAT team members, Sydney Keating responded in the affirmative, adding, that's probably what it was. Without knowing, she said that's probably what it was. Was SWAT crawling around in the ducts? I mean, I don't know. That's kind of weird, too. What's curious, okay, all this time goes by. Sydney Keating stated noises she previously heard were possibly either explosions or gunshots. She describes the noises now more like shotguns within moments. Sydney Keating stated the Jefferson County dispatcher told her the noises she was hearing were being caused by SWAT members attempting to clear the building. So they're shooting all over the place to clear the building. That's weird. Okay. So she simply hallucinated all those individuals, I guess, before. Very specific hallucinations with the bright-colored cap and two guys in trench coats. One guy, maybe not. Weird. But she estimated them at 5'5" or shorter. And no follow-up on Eric Alt. All right, let's start with Brooks Brown. Supposedly former Trenchcoat Mafia member, no longer Trenchcoat Mafia member, had spats with Eric Harris, and of course the famous story of Eric Harris told him to go home. I like you, Brooks. Go home, Brooks. Whatever. A lot of people doubt that story. Let's look at this interview from April 21st, 1999, NBC. So this is the day after.
I'd known him for so long. He wasn't that violent of a person ever.
Did you ever hear him talk about hating the jocks or hating black people? Or
everyone at our school talks about hating one group or another, but he always did it jokingly.
What about these reports that they were picking out black people to deliberately shoot them?
No, they weren't racist. They hated everybody. As sick and demented as that may be, they didn't mean anything by it.
What do you think happened to your friend Dylan?
He's a follower. He just got taken into Eric because Eric helped him get attention. Dylan and Eric were never liked by anyone.
And Dylan's parents are going through a terrible time.
Yeah, I've just been watching a lot of the news shows, and I know that they've been putting them off as kind of like these horrible parents. You know, what did they do to make their kid turn out like this? And they didn't do anything. I mean, they were nice people. I mean, I've known Dylan since I was 5.
Dylan went to the prom on Saturday night.
Yeah.
Nothing unusual happened?
No, they had a great time. My friend went with them. My friend doubled with Dylan and his date, and they had a great time. There's nothing. You could not have seen this coming a million years away.
Are you going to be okay?
Probably not. I know I'm not going to be able to go back to Columbine. Ever. 2 of my really good friends shot and killed people there. And I have another couple of friends that are on the missing list. I have a number of friends who are in hospitals right now in surgery. I'm never going to be able to go back there.
So interesting words. I mean, he seems sincere enough. His later interviews, of course, seem a little bit more sketchy, but in this one, I don't know. He seems relatively sincere. Let's take a look at another interview with Brooks Brown here. This is April 26th, 1999, a couple days after that.
Randy and Judy Brown say a year before the high school shootings, they were so concerned about Eric Harris's violent writings on the internet that they went to police. The Browns had had trouble with Eric Harris. They say Harris had threatened their son, Brooks, and vandalized his car. When Brooks found threats of mass murder on Harris's webpage, he brought it to his parents.
The entire website was dedicated to how he was going to kill the entire state of Colorado.
When the Browns met with investigators from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, they say they turned over several pages from Eric Harris's website, pages that read, "I will rig up explosives all over a town and detonate each one of them at will after I mow down a whole area of you snotty rich," and it continued with a string of expletives. The page continued, "All I want to do is kill and injure as many of you as I can." One of the pages that had a recipe for a pipe bomb concluded, "Now our only problem is to find the place that will be ground zero." Today, a sheriff spokesman would not discuss any of this.
All of that is part of the ongoing investigation, and they do not want to make any comments about that right now.
But some of the information given to the sheriff made its way to Neil Gardner, a deputy who was assigned to the high school.
Had you been told about that? I mean, did you have any kind of warning about him?
A little bit, yeah. That he might be capable of making some bombs.
In the past year, Brooks Brown and Eric Harris settled their differences. Before the shooting, Harris warned Brooks to go home.
Brooks, I like you. Get out of here. Go home now.
Brooks Brown was spared, but now his parents are wondering if their complaints to the sheriff a year ago had been handled differently, could many more have been saved?
So that's a little bit of the backstory there. And then again, supposedly they reconciled and all these things. So yeah, very, very curious. Let's go over a couple of comments here on the Sham subreddit or Columbine, where occasionally some good comments squeak through by some astute researchers, despite the best efforts of the Sham mods to desperately control the narrative and maintain coincidence theories over logic and reason. So a couple of people were asking if Brooks Brown didn't hear the gunshots until after he started to leave, why did he take Eric's advice in the first place? And some descriptions here. Brooks was taking his smoke break and followed his daily path around the neighborhood. Now, it matters really if you believe he didn't know, which I do. I believe once he heard the gunshots, he had to realize they were real. Once he did, he called his father, and they dealt with what Brooks should do. If I recall correctly, he was debating whether or not to ditch his next class. Eric telling him to leave only reinforced this idea. And again, it's very convenient either way, because again, some of these former trenchcoat mafia members or tertiary associates of Eric and Dylan, they cut class a lot anyway. So it's kind of hard to say, well, they knew about the shooting, which is why they cut class. But on the other hand, if they did know about the shooting, why wouldn't they cut class? So it really doesn't prove anything one way or another. It's just awfully convenient. So a couple other posts here. My biggest conspiracy theory regarding Columbine is that at the very least, Brooks knew. Maybe didn't support it or was against it, but he knew. And if he didn't, he knew before he left school grounds. Another poster, I have a feeling that more people knew more than they're saying. Maybe not necessarily helped or even fully knew what or when, but not a one of them seemed surprised. Brooks Brown even goes so far as to say that Eric and Dylan weren't even a part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, but Brooks is the only person who says that. Brooks is also regarded by everybody else as a liar and an actor who's at the very least embellishing everything he said for attention. But all of the evidence appeared to speak to the fact that Eric and Dylan were very close to the founding members of the group, as well as the majority of the other kids. And if you watch the interview with Joe Stair, it's almost like he was proud of what these two did. And if you consider they always planned on killing themselves, it'd be super easy to just let two corpses take every ounce of blame and never admit a thing. I don't want to claim things or make any accusations, but it has always come across to me almost like Brooks was jealous of them. Another poster here 4 years ago, Evil Cyborg 10. I don't believe Brooks Brown. I know it's been brought up a lot, but I really don't believe Brooks Brown in that Eric let him go. I'll try to keep it short. 1, Eric hated him, like to the point where he targeted him several times online and in the real world. With how much anger and hate Eric had, and it was finally Eric's time for revenge, he lets him go? What most people believe is if they started shooting him, people would be alerted and they wouldn't be able to get the bombs off. Both Eric and Dylan had knives if they wanted a silent kill. I know they patched things up, but I feel this was Eric's well-known tactic of deceiving people. To pretend to patch things up. I guess that's what this user is alleging. 2, Brooks went home. Why would he go home unless he knew something? Why? If I was in school and someone told me to go home, I would just laugh it off. I wouldn't go through with it. Why would you? This is one of the biggest reasons I don't trust Brooks. 3, in the class photo at the top of the subreddit, Brooks is making gun fingers, although he may just be playing along with his friends like the other people around him. And that is kind of a creepy photo, knowing what's going to come. Although, again, if that was just the ongoing joke that they wanted to shoot everybody and that was kind of their thing, if there was no school shooting, I guess people wouldn't make that much of it, right? I don't know. 4, this is his only real connection on the actual day. If he had taken the day off and wasn't at school at all, he wouldn't be such a prominent figure in the Columbine incident. Now, I'm aware his story has been consistent from the start, and he took a polygraph that came back as telling the truth. What do you guys think of these points? Now, I'm just going to add here a note from Wayne Harris. So, Wayne Harris's notes here, April 19th, there was some tree damage. Brooks Brown is out to get Eric. Talk to the Browns. And he says here, Brooks has problems. Manipulative con artist. So this is, and he also has notes here, future problems. Lawyer, it looks, he also has here, I'm assuming this is the year before, the April before. He wrote, Eric is not at fault. Him and Kathy felt victimized. They didn't want to be accused every time something supposedly happens. And Wayne Harris is, of course, U.S. Air Force, and the extent of his involvement in the military and possibly top secret operations, that's unknown, but supposedly he's a pretty smart guy. So this is his observation of Brooks Brown. And if you look at Brooks Brown in that last interview, there is something about him that just seems off. Again, that doesn't mean he's lying about anything, but there's something that just seems off. And then, of course, we have the campus supervisor's accounts of Brooks Brown, not very favorable. So from annihilation.tumblr.com, someone actually asked what Brooks Brown did to make Eric so mad at him. The Dragon Rampant. The Dragon Rampant had a little write-up here that kind of sums up the Eric Harris Brooks Brown situation. Brooks and Eric met in freshman year of high school. They rode the same bus to school a lot and hung out a little bit on the side, getting along mostly due to their shared interests, computers, and games. Brooks and Eric didn't live far from each other, so Brooks would sometimes go over to his house to play video games. Brooks got his car before Eric did. Eric had previously leached rides off his older brother Kevin in freshman year, but now that Kevin had graduated, he was back to riding the bus every day. When Brooks got his car, Eric began riding along with him instead. Brooks alternated his rides with a guy called Trevor Dolak, but Eric seems to have ridden along no matter who was driving at the time. The problem with Brooks was that he's not exactly the most punctual person. Trevor didn't give two expletives about that, but nothing annoyed Eric more than that. Brooks describes that Eric used to spend the entire ride complaining about how Brooks needed to get his expletive together. One morning, Brooks overslept again. He got a call from Trevor asking where he was. Then Eric called. Brooks got fed up with Eric constantly riding his case and about being late and told him he was running late again and suggested that Eric find another ride. However, the school bus had already left. Eric got pretty pissy about it, yelling on the phone about what an expletive Brooks was. Brooks let him yell for a while and then hung up on him. When Brooks and Trevor then rode to school, a familiar truck stopped in front of them. Mr. Harris's car. Eric got out of the car, climbed into the backseat of Brooks' car, all the while huffing at Brooks about being late and about how his dad was pissed off at Eric. Brooks drove him to school anyway, but told him in no uncertain terms that he was done giving Eric rides to school. Some weeks of cold shoulder treatment, Eric's specialty, followed this incident. Things came to a head finally when Trevor and Brooks in separate cars pulled up near the stop sign next to the bus stop. Eric was throwing snowballs there with some other kids. He spotted the cars, threw a chunk of ice at Trevor's car, denting the trunk. Eric picked up another chunk and threw it at Brooks' car. The windshield cracked a little from that. Brooks was livid at Eric and yelled that he was going to have to pay to fix this. Eric laughed back at him and told him, "Kiss my ass, Brooks. I ain't paying for expletive." Why was he throwing the ice balls at the other kid's car? Because wasn't there no issue with the other kid? Brooks first drove home, then in his anger, he drove to the Harris house. Eric's mom answered the door. And, well, what does a pissy Brooks do? He rats Eric out. Not just about the windshield, mind you. Nope, Brooks knew about the rebel missions and the vandalism Eric was getting up to. Brooks knew about the liquor and the spray paint cans Eric kept in his room. Meanwhile, Trevor had undertaken a mission of his own. Eric had left his backpack at the bus stop during the snowball fight. Trevor pulled up, grabbed Eric's bag, and threw it in his car. Trevor and Brooks met back up at Brooks's house, and Brooks's mom decided they were going to confront Eric. It didn't take long for them to find Eric. Judy rolled the window down just a little and told Eric, "I've got your backpack and I'm taking it over to your mom," and requested he meet them there. Eric basically began spitting fire at that point in time. The exact description gives you a good idea of what the three in the car were facing. His face turned bright red, and then suddenly he began shrieking and pounding on the car, pulling as hard as he could on the door handle. He screamed at them to let him in. Judy ended up driving away from him in the middle of that tantrum and was able to hand Eric's backpack over to his mom. Kathy Harris called Judy later that night and was willing to hear her out, but Wayne Harris kept saying that his son didn't mean it and didn't seem to want to hear his son had done anything wrong. And just a quick point here, is it possible that Wayne Harris turned somewhat of a blind eye to Eric, or a complete blind eye, but at the same time was still correct about his summation of Brown's character and demeanor about him being a manipulative con artist? Is it possible that both are true? Again, let's not fall for black and white logical fallacies here. He told Judy that Eric was afraid of her. The Browns contacted the police after Brooks had gone to school the next day and heard that Eric was threatening him. That night, they got another phone call from the Harrises. This time it was Wayne Harris telling them he was bringing Eric over to apologize. The full account of that is a genius move from Judy Brown. Eric came over and stood in our doorway, and he just had this fake tone to his voice, Judy said. Mrs. Brown, I didn't mean any harm, and you know I would never do anything to hurt Brooks. I let him finish, but I could see right through the act. And then I said, you know, Eric, you can pull the wool over your dad's eyes, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes. That seemed to surprise him. He said, are you calling me a liar? I remember that specifically, and I said, yes, I am, and if you ever come up our street, or if you ever do anything to Brooks again, if I ever see you on our street again, I'm calling the police. Eric was shocked by Judy's words. He didn't say anything further, he just turned and stormed out to his father, who was waiting in the car. I don't think anyone had ever confronted him like that before, Judy said. I think he was amazed that I didn't just go, it's okay, Eric, yes. Maybe he had gotten away with it for so long, manipulating people that way, that he was stunned that it didn't work. And my first thoughts here are these people accounts of both Eric and Brooks Brown both true? That they're both manipulative liars and con artists, and it's not one or the other, as, again, some people even blame this whole situation that if Eric hadn't gotten pissed about this, this is what sent him off the deep end. Maybe not. I mean, it seems unlikely that a single incident would have done that. And continuing with this post here, and there you have it, the full account of how those shenanigans with Brooks initially started. It was a rather minor quibble, honestly, but I think quite a bit of its underlying emotion may lie in Eric's relationship with his parents. Note how Eric griped at Brooks that his dad was pissed at him after Brooks had initially refused him the ride to school while the bus had already left. Also note that Brooks and Judy exacerbated the windshield incident by involving Kathy Harris and later also Wayne and telling Eric's parents what their son was up to. Judy later notes that there may have been something in the backpack that Eric didn't want either of his parents to see, which is as good a bet as any, but I also think that Eric got furious with them for simply taking his property and involving his mom in it all. Yeah, if he had his journals and drawings and writings and some of that stuff in the backpack, that would explain that reaction as well. Clearly, there's a lot of disturbed individuals in this case. This is not just one or two people. There seem to be a lot of disturbed individuals that attended Columbine and surrounded it. Another theory from another poster on the Columbine subreddit. My idea is that Eric didn't have the energy left to hate on Brooks. It was a waste of his time. He couldn't be bothered. He had a plan. Brooks was distracting him with that conversation, so he told him to go home, get out of the way. And is that as good explanation as any? Supposedly the date, they patched things up January 1999, so just a few months before the shooting. And then, of course, Sheriff Stone had it out for Brooks Brown as well, and who knows what information Stone had that has not been released. But let's look at this report from May 7th, 1999.
In the wake of this massacre, Jefferson County Sheriff John Stone has been directly in the media spotlight. But several times, his spokesmen have had to backtrack on the sheriff's comments. This week, Stone suggested a friend of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold's, Brooks Brown, was possibly involved. Brown was outraged.
I expect Stone to publicly apologize. This upsets me in more ways than I think anyone could imagine.
The same day, Stone's spokesman downplayed the sheriff's remarks, saying Brown was no more a suspect than anyone else.
And that statement, Brown is no more a suspect than anyone else, what does that mean? That all the Trenchcoat Mafia members are suspects? Are equal suspects? I mean, that can be interpreted a few different ways. I don't know, the impression, all the Mindshock listeners can chime in here, the impression I'm getting from Brooks Brown is there may have been rumblings, perhaps Eric might have tried to recruit him, into their mission at some point, but was not really clear on what the mission was. Maybe he was clear, but Brooks Brown, it seems like it's unlikely that he was actually in the building shooting. Again, a lot of these eyewitnesses do not seem to have reported Brooks Brown, other than some mentioning sideburns and other people mentioning some facial hair on the chin. Again, if we look at all of the usual suspects, Brooks Brown is the only individual with some kind of facial hair on his chin that's prominent. Actually, and Nate Dykman, actually. The two of them who happen to look the same. So, who's more suspicious here, Brooks Brown or Nate Dykman? Is it unlikely that both Brooks Brown and Nate Dykman were in the school, possibly assisting in some capacity? I don't know. I would say, just from the impression I'm getting from Brooks Brown and his demeanor, it's very possible all the negative things that have been said about him are true, but he was not involved in the shooting, and he did not have specific foreknowledge, although he might have heard rumblings. Here's a few more assessments on Brooks Brown, although, again, we don't know what Sheriff Stone knew. It's easy to criticize. Maybe Sheriff Stone just had tunnel vision and he was being biased, whatever. Maybe he has some information that has as of yet been unreleased. Or who knows, maybe he was fed wrong information by Chris Morris or some of these other individuals who maybe tried to shift the blame to Brooks Brown to a certain degree. Or point to something and it was wrong. But either way, Stone obviously had some kind of reason to believe that Brooks Brown knew something or was somehow involved. On ColumbineMassacre.forumotion.com, a user has this analysis. This is Nirvana92, posted this December 24th, 2015. I can't help but feel sympathy for Brooks. Two of his closest friends attacked their high school and killed his friends and peers. Not only that, but if you believe his story, he was allowed to leave by Eric moments before the killing started. I'm sure the why me is a tough thing to deal with. Also, Eric hated him and wrote about killing him multiple times over a year before the attack. He has to live knowing he became a fixation and fuel for the hate Eric tapped into during the attack. Brooks was at the center of something horrible that he never asked to be a part of, and was even considered a suspect at one point. All of that is a lot for a teenager to handle on an emotional level. I will say, though, that I think Brooks tries really hard to be different or a black sheep. I don't know how to explain it, but something about the way he carries himself screams poser. It's almost as if he relishes the fact that he was such an outcast, that he was best friends with two of the most notorious school shooters in history. Brooks is a perfect example of a late 90s hipster who never outgrew their need to appear different or interesting. And that is curious, too. He put out a book. He did all these media appearances. It's curious, but is that the most balanced analysis? He wasn't involved, but he just had a lot to deal with. But he's also this manipulative con artist in certain ways as well. Again, let's not fall for these black and white logical fallacies. Other posters also stated that they never really believed his version of the day's events. Violenta posted this. I just think he somehow gets off on all the attention. We know Eric targeted him. We know about the hatred and threats Eric posted. But I think he probably had a lot of good reasons for the dislike he felt. He pretty much loathed him, hated him for his lies, hated that he ran to his mom about everything, etc. It's not far-fetched to think that Brooks likely didn't change much into adulthood. I understand that being so closely involved with Eric and Dylan after NBK must have been pretty tough on him as a teen, but he's still playing on that in his mid-30s. He just gives off those creepy warning vibes to me. I may be completely off in my opinions, but it's odd. And the point is here, it wouldn't be odd if it was just post-shooting with all the, obviously, it's a lot for anybody to handle, post-traumatic stress disorder, all of that stuff. But apparently he was super weird before the shooting too, so I don't know. Regarding the past polygraphs as well, if Brooks Brown really is this high-level liar and manipulative con artist, and Wayne Harris was correct in his assessment, would he be able to pass the polygraph? Again, the polygraph doesn't really mean much, and with a lot of these, not that Brooks Brown was in the Trenchcoat Mafia at that moment, although who knows? Reports vary. But if a lot of these Trenchcoat Mafia guys are complete psychos and sociopaths, would they pass polygraph tests? I mean, again, what are the metrics here? And also of note, even if Brooks Brown is this liar that just lies about everything, liars don't lie 100% of the time. So it's obviously a possibility that he's not lying about this, but people just find him sketchy because he lies about everything else. Just points to keep in mind. So that was Brooks Brown. And obviously we have plenty more to discuss, plenty more to go over. We're just scratching the surface. This is just the tip of the iceberg regarding the Trenchcoat Mafia and other friends of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. There's so much more than meets the eye here. And this is Mindshock, where we are going to comprehensively analyze all of the available information, all of the available theories without falling for any logical fallacies. If you want to support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description and make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that bell for notifications, or you can just go to youtube.com/Mindshock. Like and share this podcast, Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon for the most in-depth logical analysis of cases, events, the paranormal, and anything and everything in between. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunkings of any kind, leave them in the comment section. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.